Chapter 45. A/N. Hello people. Hope you all had a wonderful few days. If you enjoy this fanfiction and want to support me, if you aren't already, in that case, thank you. You can find me on patreon/boombox117 page where the next 2 chapters are already posted. Break. Sophia POV. She walked through the doors of St. Mungo's and headed straight towards the front desk. The woman looked up from her desk. How may I help you? She asked politely. I'm here to see Anne Sayer and the Prividetsis, she said simply. Relation to the patients. Daughter to Anne Sayer. The woman's eyes widened for a moment before she composed herself. She looked past Sophia and those 2 men. She asked warily. Sophia sighed deeply. They're here to protect me, she said displeased and with thinned lips. The woman nodded slowly. The patients are in the 10th ward on the 4th floor. She paused momentarily as her eyes flickered to the men before they returned to Sophia's. You may enter the section where they are, but your guards will have to remain at the doors of the 4th floor. That's fine, she said impatiently before she looked behind her and the 2 men nodded in acceptance. After making her way up the stairs and through the hallway, she passed through the door that led to the rooms that her family was in. She bit her lip. She'd received the message from Atticus that their family had been attacked last night, and it had taken her this entire time to get an international portkey to Britain, the country having gone through lockdown. Only her relationship with Charles managed to cut through the politicking, as he called in a favor that forced the issue. Grandfather would arrive tomorrow. She cried her eyes out when she heard their father was dead. Atticus had gone to Ireland to use their Flow network to call her, and she could see how heartbroken he was. She had no idea how he managed to convince them to use the international Flow network to do that. Grandma Marie, Grandpa Sam and now father all dead because of Grindelwald. Even her mother's side of the family weren't safe. Grandpa Vlad was dead, her cousins. Her eyes glistened and she shook her head and raised her chin up. She couldn't cry here. Her eyes wandered around and she saw that there were many people here. So many people dead or injured. She sighed and made it through the last set of doors and her eyes lasered on Dayton. Dayton, she said as composed as she could. She didn't know how to feel about Dayton. He was meant to always be with her family, especially when the assassinations were happening. Where was he when her father needed her? When mother needed him? His face softened when he saw her. Lady Sayer, he said warmly as he looked at her apologetically. Where is mother's room? She asked directly, looking past him. He gestured towards a room and she walked off, ignoring the look on his face. Tears threatened to spill as she saw her mother speaking with her uncle Lucas through the window. Her left arm was in a bandage, but otherwise she looked better than she thought she might be. She breathed deeply and walked into the room. Her mother turned to Sophia and she smiled sadly. Sophia. Mother, she cried out, and she hurried over and enveloped her mother in a big hug. She cried out her eyes and sobbed as she sat in her mother's lap, her head on her mother's bosom. Shhh, my sweet Sophia, her mother soothed, and Sophia felt her gently rubbed her back. I'll leave you to it, Sophia heard her uncle say before he walked out and closed the door. After a minute or so she stopped crying. She sniffled when I heard what happened. Her voice broke as she struggled to articulate. Papa. She cried a little. I know, her mother said brokenly as she hugged Sophia tightly and she melted in her mother's embrace. Minutes passed as Sophia curled up to her mother, like she had all so often when she'd been a child. Soon enough Sophia pulled herself away and sat on the chair next to the bed. Her eyes looked the bandaged arm, which her mother noticed. It's not so bad, she voiced out as she raised her bandaged arm. I've lost most feelings in the arm, but I can still move my fingers. She joked lightheartedly, but Sophia knew it was just to comfort her. Is that all that you can do with the arm? Her mother sighed tiredly. I won't be able to grip anything properly anymore with the arm, and I'll forever have a rather nasty scar on the arm. Much of the muscle has been killed, and some of the curse I was hit with also killed some important nerves and tendons. The healers managed to artificially do something to make sure I can still move my fingers, but it was the best they could do. What about regrowing your arm? She questioned with a frown. Her mother shook her head. No, regrowing the arm won't be possible. The dark magic left an imprint on my body, and magic. Had it been minutes after I'd been hit with the curse, the arm could have been amputated and a new arm regrown. Sophia remained quiet for a moment before she asked, where is Atticus? Her mother's face grew saddened. He is in the suitcase behind you. She frowned and turned around and saw that it was the expanded suitcase where Siraya was in. It had a vanishing cabinet, so he might actually be not in there at all. She turned back to her mother. Why? She asked angrily. Her mother grimaced lightly and her hand went to the necklace she was wearing, and it looked new. He's taken it all terribly. He blames himself. She hesitates for a moment. He's found it difficult to look at me, she said, greatly upset. She looked dumbfounded for a moment. She opened her mouth to speak until she remembered where she was. Her mother noticed. You can speak freely in this room, Atticus. Atticus has warded this room extensively, she said, a little exasperated but with a fondness leaking in her voice. The healers allowed this? Sophia asked with a raised eyebrow. Sophia let out a soft laugh. No, but they're afraid to confront him about it. Not to mention the insistence of allowing Dayton and other two men. I suppose for now with you here wasn't something that went well until he let off some of his magic. She pursed her lips as she frowned. Sophia had a questioning look, but her mother shook her head. Later then. So he's hiding? She asked numbly. Her mother smiled bitterly, and it was all she needed to know. Her eyes flashed. She'd talked to her wayward brother. Their mother needed them. How dare he be so selfish? What happened? She asked carefully. I know father is. She inhaled deeply. Father is dead, she said as evenly as she could, but she couldn't stop the wobble of the lip, as are several others of our family. But what actually happened? She asked seriously. Atticus hadn't deemed to tell her all that happened, merely the cold facts, and in the moment, she'd been too numb to ask for more. And so her mother told her with a grave and pained face, though she mechanically told her all that she knew. She soaked in the information as she looked at the ground. So much death. And for what? She closed her eyes momentarily. And what happened when Atticus arrived at the house? She opened her eyes to look at her mother, who struggled to be composed when she asked. Atticus hasn't told me much. She closed her eyes as she rested her head on the bed. Luca told me most of what happened. Atticus saw Marcus die in front of him, a split second too late for his transfiguration to intercept the killing curse. Sophia slumped in her chair and looked at her hands that laid limp in her lap. I see. She whispered. It made sense now, why her brother was acting like this. Her mother hummed. He. Her mother breathed out, and Sophia looked up to her mother, who was looking into the distance. He isn't coping well. It's broken something in him, to see Marcus. Her breath shuddered and Sophia remained silent. His magic, Luca told me what he'd seen Atticus do. Her mother looked into the distance. His magic, when he'd come to save me, it was so different, Sophia mother whispered. It was so much darker than I've seen before. She turned to Sophia. I think if I'd died. She trailed off as she looked past Sophia, and a disturbed look came across her face. You think? Sophia stopped as she inspected her mother's face, whose eyes turned to her. She smiled and shook her head. No matter, I'm alive. And that is what matters, she said with falsehood deep in her voice. Her mother must be shakier than she looks if she couldn't hide her emotions in her voice like she normally could. Have you gone and seen your grandmother Isabel? Her mother asked, changing the subject. Sophia numbly shook her head. I came here straight away. Go see her, her mother told her. Her mother was subjected to the Cruciatus curse. Her mother closed her eyes. She also lost your grandfather. She breathed out deeply. My own father. Her mother's eyes remained closed for some time. She would be happy to see you. I'm not going anywhere. Go, she said gently, and Sophia nodded. She spent the next hour with her grandmother, her Uncle Luca, Uncle Michael, Aunt Evangelina, and her cousins who were staying in St. Mungo's in the same quarter as her mother. Michael always had been a joking man, very untypically pure blood, but seeing him now, he's lost that side of him, that was clear. Grandmother Isabel was subjected by the Cruciatus for longer than her body would recover from. Her age and her low magical core at the time of the torture has contributed to significantly cutting down her lifespan. It didn't faze her, however. It seemed as if she was supporting the family rather than everyone supporting her. Out of all the others still alive, she suffered the most grievous injuries. Mother would have some scars, that ghastly scar on her arm for one, but also several on her body, but otherwise, she would be able to leave within a few days. Grandmother would have to remain here for a week to ensure she's fully recovered. Uncle Lucas and Uncle Emil were very injured as well, but most of their injuries were fixed quite quickly with a few mending potions and spells as they managed to evade the most lasting dark curses. She returned to her mother's room and saw that she was sleeping. She walked towards the suitcase and touched it with her thumb. She winced slightly as she felt a little prick on her finger. The suitcase clicked open and she proceeded down the stairs. The waft of warm air hit her as she neared the last few steps, and she squinted to protect her eyes at the artificial sun construct that was high in the air. She made her way towards the cave where she knew Siraya would be. Siraya, she hissed. She heard faint movement that grew louder as she walked deeper into the cave. Sophia, she heard the great serpent ask. Yes, it is me, Siraya, she hissed out loudly and waited for the serpent to come out. The basilisk arrived soon enough, her great head poking out from the depths of the cave before she drew herself large and settled next to her. Good to see you, Siraya, it's been some time, she hissed out warmly. She rarely visited Siraya, of course not that she had many opportunities. Also the serpent kind of creeped her out a little. Siraya's big yellow eyes stared at her and Sophia grew a little more uncomfortable. She'd never say that aloud though. It has, the serpent agreed as it lowered its head a little. Sophia suppressed a wince. She tentatively rubbed the serpent's snout, and the low purring sound the great serpent made was enough for her to relax a little. She had no idea how Atticus could be so carefree in Siraya's presence. Siraya might be a gentle snake, but she was still the one of most deadly of all creatures. You rarely visit like your brother or his mate, Siraya accused. Is that horned rodent keeping you to herself? Sophia giggled and finally relaxed. If there was one thing that made her feel at ease, it was Isla's and Siria's disdain for each other. It hadn't started out like that, strangely enough. They tolerated each other until something happened and they both did not want to say what. Siria referring to Emily as Atticus' mate was unfortunately something no longer noteworthy. No, it's not Isla. My dwelling is past the Atla, past the Great Sea. I do not visit often because I am not here to be able to visit. I see, Siria hissed out, apparently appeased. Is Atticus here? She questioned. Your nestmate is not here. He went through the gate, she answered. After a few more minutes of small talk and a promise to visit again tomorrow, she left the cafe. She stepped through the vanishing cabinet located not too far from Siria's cave and was deposited in the living room. She'd been in his trunk a couple of times but never really explored it. He called the sections he'd forbidden her from going into a man cave. She'd laughed in his face and it took him bribing her to get her to promise not to mention the ridiculousness he came up when she said she'd inform Mother about it. She shook off the smile that unconsciously crept on her face. She heard faint clanging and she frowned. It was in the area she'd been forbidden to enter. She walked into the direction and the clanging was getting louder and louder until she arrived at the ajar door. Her eyes widened when she saw her brother, shirtless, pounding away with a large hammer on a slab of white-hot metal while he was slightly glowing. She wasn't sure if she should call out to him but she was saved from it when he spoke up. Sophia, he simply said as he paused, the hammer in his hand mid-air. He turned around and his face was devoid of emotions. She strode forward, keeping eye contact until she was in front of him. He was 6 feet 1 inch and likely grow another inch by the time he's done. He was almost a head taller than her. Smack! How dare you treat Mother like this? She hissed through her teeth, her hands clenched furiously tight. His cheek was reddening from the assault as he turned his face and looked at her, his eyes showing a few more emotions before they disappeared. I'm not treating her like anything, he simply said. She's recovering, I'm giving her a little space so she can heal. She laughed disbelievingly. Really? She asked scathingly, is that why Mama is saying you can't bear to look at her? She pressed as she poked him his sweating chest with her finger. Ugh, she said disgusted as she wiped her finger clean before she turned to look at him in the eyes. You have 5 minutes to put on a damn shirt and meet me in the living room. If you don't I will. She said haltingly as he raised an eyebrow, eyes showing hints of amusement, infinitely better than that haunted glint his eyes took on earlier. You will be sorry if you don't do as I say, Atticus, I promise you, she finished angrily before she turned on her heels and walked out, not waiting on a response. She sat down in the chair fidgeting as she waited on him. She breathed out in relief when he turned up. He said nothing as he sat down opposite her. I can't believe you've left Mother all alone, she finally said as she stared at him. I haven't. Uncle Lucas has been with her. He simply replied without any emotion. After Father died, you're happy enough to leave her all alone, knowing that Grindelwald wanted her? She asked in a deadly tone with narrowed eyes. What was wrong with him? Anger flashed across his face. Good, it seems that he hasn't occluded completely, she thought grimly. I have a number of safety measures in Mother's room that make it impossible for anything to happen without my notice. Nothing will happen to here, and anything that would, I'd be there within a second. A split second of guilt and pain flashed across his face. I've learned my lesson. Shut up! She said as she stood up, surprising him. It's not your fault, Atticus. She yelled. He got up as well, anger on his face. How is it not my fault, Soph? He angrily asked. I knew something would happen, I knew that it would likely be about our parents or you, no one else would cause me that much pain. He began to turn away from her and started pacing. She watched him carefully as he prowled back and forth. Father didn't want to rely on me, or my methods. He said angrily, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles were white. He listened to me about the bombings, why wouldn't he listen to me now? He'd be alive. He said, tormented, before he turned to her. He listened about you. He said with a manic look in his eye. He allowed me to do what's necessary to protect you, but himself and Mother? Only a safeguard that would ensure I'd be able to find them wherever they were, believing his own methods were good enough. He said with gritted teeth. You know how Father was, he was head of the house. He always a little prideful attorney, you know this. Your desire to protect our family was something he shared, but to Father. She closed her eyes. To Father it spoke badly of his own abilities, in his eyes, for his heir to protect him. She finished. She opens her eyes and saw his shoulders slumped, the fight having left him. She rushed forward and tightly hugged him. Sophomore. He began as he laid his head in the crook of her neck. Atticus, I know. She soothed him as he breathed raggedly against her. She broke off the hug and grabbed her face with her hands, and she looked kindly at him with unshed tears. Father wouldn't want you to lose yourself in guilt. Please, Atticus, she pleaded as searched his face. A myriad of emotions played out on his face before he closed his eyes. I won't ever stop feeling guilty, he said quietly. I know. He opened his eyes and a chilling look passed across his face. I will not lose anyone else, I will not allow it, sophomore. He whispered as he searched her face. She smiled sadly but she felt warm at his words. She nodded silently. They walked through the vanishing cabinet and sat on the beach in front of the cave in companionable silence. The fresh sea salt air worked wonders in soothing her saddened heart. He broke the silence. I can't look at her because I found out what they planned for her, why they were so keen in capturing her rather than killing her. She turned to him and saw him looking at the horizon. He continued, they were capturing her because of me, they wanted my cooperation. They would seek to push me as far as they could, whether it was to aid them in their conquest or not depended on my desire to see Mother unharmed, he said as he gritted his teeth. Bastards, she whispered as she looked at Atticus horrified. They were there for Father, primarily, but they knew that if they killed both Mother and Father, that it was as good as declaration of war with House Sayer. He turned to her with a hateful glint in his eye. She turned away from that look and stared at the artificial sun. You're going to war, aren't you? She said emotionlessly. He said nothing for a minute. Yes. She shuddered. They've taken too much from me, from us. He laughed bitterly. I was always going to go to war, but now. He trailed off, but she understood. Vengeance. Hatred. Sophomore. He began after a moment and she turned to him and saw he was staring at her with a saddened look but a determined one. You're going to employ your insane methods completely now, aren't you? She asked bitterly. He smiled sadly. I need to, sophomore. If I lost you and Mother, I don't think it would be good for the world, he whispered. She closed her eyes for a moment. What about our businesses? She asked, leaving off what about our lives? Great Uncle Richard and Benedict can take care of it, for now. He answered in return. I also have a few people who are in my employ who can do the more menial things, or if you have people in mind, we can speak with them, he offered. She said nothing to that. How long? She asked, deadened. He sighed. A year and a half. It won't end until Grindelwald is dead. She looked at him concerned. You think you can kill him? It was laughable if it were anyone else, but her brother had always been special. But he was just so young, it broke her heart. She knew he wouldn't be dissuaded, not without Father. I must, he whispered, there is much that depends on it. The man that killed Father, he said with a hateful sneer. I took all of his memories and after I sat down when I brought our family at St. Mungo's, I went through them. He sighed. I knew that Grindelwald was a monster, but the few things Ezra Hisham knew were beyond the pale. He trailed off. I know now why he and the Nazis are working so well together, he muttered quietly but loud enough for her to hear him. And then the betrayal I found in his head. He whispered and she just about caught it. She frowned but didn't question him on it. He straightened out. I know that you're not happy with this, but I beg you, Soph, please don't fight me on this. I promise you that the time you're away will not be one that you're going to hate. He looked a little strained as he smiled a little wryly. I have a lot of secrets, many of which you will be amazed about. Some of which I will leave in your hands to do as you please, including the inventions I've made that I have been holding back, he said with a bowed head. Please, sister, I'm asking for your permission, your acceptance of this, he pleaded quietly. She turned away from him for a moment as she thought it over. If you join the war, they'll likely keep up their attempts to take us, won't they? Most likely. Especially when I will show no mercy. She turned to him sharply. She looked at his face, hardened and resolved. I will agree. He smiled but halted when she raised her hand. On one condition, she said with her index finger raised. He narrowed his eyes a little but inclined his head, and so she continued. You do not become the monster you are seeking to kill. Our family has never become Dark Lord's attorney, and I will not see my little brother become the very thing our family has sworn to never become, she said with determination. He sighed before he looked down for a moment. What is a monster, Soph? One man's savior can be another's monster. My blood calls out for vengeance, Soph. The people who killed our family, our father. He said through gritted teeth before he turned back to her with a manic look. They sought to destroy our family. They also have families, he said with a crazed look that chilled her. They have made enemies out of us. To do nothing short of calling them root and stem is to invite enemies born at a later date, he said, a fervent tone. She needed to end this train of thought. She knew that blood feuds didn't stop until either a family was extinguished or one surrendered and terms were accepted. Their own family was reduced to a single heir in their last blood feud that they were lucky to survive. So you will kill children, infants too? She asked curtly. He said nothing and she looked at him with dismay. No. Atticus, no. She said beseechingly. Why not? Your mercy would fall on people who'd never appreciate it, he said with thinned lips, face hardened though she saw the conflict in his eyes. She shook her head. I don't care for them, only what it would do to you, she said sharply. Do you know what you're saying, Atticus? Could you raise your wand and point it at the head of an infant and separate the tiny head from its tiny body? She asked pleadingly as she searched his face. He blanked his face as they stared at each other until he gave in. What am I supposed to do then, Soph? Ezra Hisham's family has to pay. They knew that he was a Grindelwald follower and everything he did reflects on them even if they did nothing. She shook her head. If you have to take revenge, just make sure it's people who deserve it. It will eat at your soul if you kill innocents, those who aren't even able to walk on their own feet, and that got a reaction from him. He said nothing for a moment. Thank you, sophomore. He said quietly, it's hard. My blood calls for complete and total eradication, and yet my conscience is working hard to counter it. She grabbed his hand. You're a good man, Atticus, never forget that. Don't lose yourself to the bloodlust. She paused momentarily as she put a hand on his cheek and turned his face so he could meet her eyes. Those that do, they tend to hurt the ones closest to them. She smiled sadly. I have faith in you to not do that, Atticus. You were always going to be great, but it is up to you to decide whether you'll be great like Merlin or great like Grindelwald, she said softly. He looked at her a little betrayed and angered, but he sighed deeply. She knew it was low of her, but she needed to say it. She vividly remembered Mother's face when she spoke of how he was when he'd saved their mother. She was scared of losing him forever. He broke her out of her thoughts as he chuckled softly as he grabbed her hand and pulled it away from his cheek but didn't let it go. You've become a wise old hag, haven't you? Hag. She said with faux outrage before she looked at him slyly. I'll have you know, I have men eating out the palm of my hands, my beauty leaves men falling at my feet to please me, she said snobbishly. He looked at her disturbed before his face morphed and his lips twitched and she narrowed her eyes. Are you sure it's your beauty? He said with twinkling eyes as he slowly edged away from her. He got to his feet and stretched before he looked down at her. I think it's less your beauty that makes men fall at your feet, but rather your breath making them seek fresh air far from your mouth, he said with a smug grin. Yo. My breath does not stink. She said outraged, genuine this time as she got to her feet. He laughed as he slowly backed away. Did you clean your mouth today? He poked at her and laughed louder as she remained silent a moment too long. She sent several stinging hexes at him which he ducked away from elegantly, to her annoyance. You arse! She shouted as he ran away, laughing as he did so. Naturally she chased after him. After they settled their affairs, they returned to their mother's room. Atticus and Mother embraced, finally closing the small rift that seemed to appear. The Prividetsy side of the family came the next morning and a discussion was had about what to do when Benedict arrived that day. The children would leave for the States, as would the 3 other Proidetsy children at Beauxbatons with grandmother Isabel and Evangelina, staying with Aunt Viola for a little while after they'd come for the funeral. Atticus would go and cast the Fidelis charm over the house they'll purchase in the States, over the wards that he'd put on, some that would include Sayer wards. Miel and Lucas would remain and join the war. Mother had accepted Atticus' decision to join the war, but she'd refused to hide. She knew that Atticus wouldn't accept that from the look in his face. Aurors had come and spoke with Atticus and Mother, and she saw the frustrated look on Atticus when they pressed to see their wands. Benedict intervened and called up an obscure law that protected ancient families from their family magic from being taken from them and ended that route of investigation, but she knew that it wasn't an end to it. The Daily Prophet had created a firestorm when the attack was reported on, detailing the loss of life and the scale of the attack that crippled the country. Benedict informed them that their position was weak now with father dead and that they'd need to ensure that none would be able to take advantage of them. Thankfully, the news of what happened at Prividetsy Hall hadn't yet been covered, but she expected eventually, probably in the next few days, it would filter through. Break. Spencer Moon POV. Tell me how in Merlin's name this happened, he asked angrily as he glared at the men in his office. It's been 3 since the disaster that was Godric's Hollow. 102 people died, 16 of them were Aurors on patrol duty. Only a few hours ago have they regained control over the Flow network, another disaster that he was going to be questioned about in the Wiesengamot. His eyes roved over the men who were in his office. The head of the Unspeakable Simon Bracker and the director of the MLE Carmax Yaxley, the head of the Department of Magical Transportation Jacob Shafik were the senior members of the assorted men. Before we begin, Bracker spoke up, capturing the attention of the room. It must be said that everything that is discussed in this room is under the secrecy clause of the Ministerial Employment Contract, Bracker said in a serious tone. Is that really necessary? Shafik asked with a frown. Spencer Moon said nothing, but he agreed. The secrecy clause was added when the DOM was rolled into the ministry, ensuring that topics and magic of sensitive nature could never be divulged without obtaining secrecy oaths. It is. The nature of the attack is too dangerous to be allowed into the public consciousness. The scale of disruption and chaos it would yield would cripple us. The secrecy oaths ensure that none can willingly or unwillingly divulge this information, Yaxley confirmed. He sighed. When Yaxley and Bracker were in agreement, there was little he could do to disagree. Not that he could refuse once Bracker invoked the secrecy clause. It was one of their unshakable positions. The head of the DOM reserved the right to invoke, without interference or politicking, the secrecy clause independent of the constraints or protests of the ministry. He turned to his aides. Leave the room, he ordered. They weren't needed for what would be discussed. They left, as did several other people who weren't needed. However, the assistant head of the DMT and the second unspeakable remained, and so there 6 people remaining in the room. After the oaths were sworn, Yaxley began his report. It was a coordinated attack, an exceedingly well-organized multi-pronged attack that was aimed at crippling our movement whilst at the same time carry out their primary objectives, Yaxley informed them. Spencer Moon leaned back in his chair as he stared at Yaxley. And how was it possible that they were able to so effectively cripple us? We have spent millions of galleons in shoring up our defenses, he said heatedly. The flow network and that damnable ward that kept their aurors from arriving fast enough. As it was, one of the aurors had been sent away from the village, the town, on a broom until he was far enough to apparate back to the ministry to tell them of the attack. It took well over an hour for aurors to arrive. 102 dead. Thrice that number injured. St. Mungo's was heavily warded, more than the last incarnation, given that early on it had been identified as a likely target after all, but oddly none of the attacks occurred at the hospital. The individual we have found responsible for taking down the flow network was compromised and has been compromised for some time. The immediate examination concludes so far that there are similarities to the condition as the attackers of Godric's Hollow, Yaxley confirmed, and Bracker followed up on this. The mental manipulation of the individual was subtle and would not be picked up with a cursory glance, exceedingly different from the complete destruction of personality we have so far managed to conclude in the minds of the few attackers we've interrogated. Bracker glanced at Yaxley for a moment before he looked at Spencer Moon again. Spencer Moon narrowed his eyes. What do you mean, destruction of personality? Yaxley answered. At this point my aurors noticed that the attackers at Godric's Hollow behaved strangely, far from any normal aggressor or dark wizard. The individuals were uncoordinated, attacking anyone without any self-preservation. The reports indicate that debilitating injuries were ignored in favor of continuing attacks. Some were even bleeding out, but the injury did not register, nor did it faze them beyond restricting their movement, depending on their injury, as they pressed their attacks. He paused momentarily to let that sink in. Yaxley continued. This irregular behavior prompted my aurors to come to the conclusion that they were likely under the Imperius, shifting to the aim to capture them without injuring them at the risk of being killed, and that decision led to most of the deaths amongst the aurors. Yaxley thinned his lips in disapproval before he shook his head. The captured individuals did not exhibit symptoms of being Imperiused, and neither did any of our scans indicate they were under the Imperius. Nothing we did caused any change in behavior, none of the dispelling spells or potions we force-fed them caused any difference to the abnormal behavior. Yaxley turned to Bracker, who nodded at him before turned to Spencer Moon. At that point we were brought in. Our more refined methods of determining whether they were under any influence unfortunately came to the same conclusion: this was something different. This caused the room to devolve into low-level murmurs. Spencer Moon leaned in as he gestured him to continue. Bracker pursed his lips. Given the unresponsive nature of the attackers, it classified them as wards of state under the 1824 Spell Damage Health Provision Act, which allows us latitude to take acts to get suspects coherent enough to eventually be put on trial for the crimes they were charged or suspected of if they were deemed mentally competent during their acts. With an on-site healer trained in legilimency, we set about in probing their psyches. The assistant head of DMT frowned heavily at that. You invaded their privacy? He asked disapprovingly. Yaxley glared at him. There was no invasion of privacy. The behavior of these people is abnormal, and the lack of responsiveness makes it a serious enough concern that alternative methods were required to determine if they acted of their own free will. There are circumstances, such as this, where legilimency and other methods are within the scope of the DMLE and the DOM, Yaxley said sharply. Bracker inclined his head at Yaxley and continued. What we have found has been unsettling. The legilimency probes have shown that the individuals were subjected to a systematic mind wipe that destroyed every strand of memory, and the personality being nothing more than a series of simple and yet complex instructions that they were operating with. The motor controls were the only things that were left untouched, he finished. The faces of Shafik and the assistant head were horror-struck as they digested the information. The unspeakable was grim-faced, no doubt already aware of the situation. That's MMO monstrous, the assistant head spluttered to a deathly quiet room. Spencer Moon leaned back in his chair, his shoulders slumped. The ramifications of this. His mind spun at the terrifying possibilities that such violation could do. And this is what happened to Ms. Narden? Shafik's question pulled him out of his disturbed mind. Bracker shook his head. No. Ms. Narden did not exhibit the same extent of destruction and reprogramming. Hers was extremely subtle. Certain conditions were implanted in her mind, in the recesses of her mind, that would force her to enter a state of compliance once certain passphrases were said. Bracker thinned his lips. We have yet to determine the scale of the conditioning, but she has been committed to Janice Thicky ward in the meantime. Consequences of our investigation have resulted in some unfortunate backlash to her. Bracker said delicately. We have approached an expert on mind magic to remove the conditioning and to assist us in our research, Bracker finally said. This is incredibly concerning, Bracker, Spencer Moon voiced out as his lips thinned. How do we know that there are no others under the thrall of Grindelwald and his followers? Shafik questioned. All evidence so far leads to that the conditioning that Ms. Narden underwent was over the course of at least several months, up to 8 months, Bracker said with a glance at Shafik, whose eyes lit up in understanding. You're referring to the period of time Ms. Narden was supposedly gone for maternity leave? Shafik asked sharply, and Bracker nodded. Ms. Narden was an ideal target, widowed, from a small family that she is estranged from, no close friends, and exceptionally career-driven, which allowed her to rise within your department, Shafik. We suspect that her widow status likely wasn't an accident either, given that it provided an opportunity for the story of her bereavement and her supposed pregnancy to be weaponized as she left without many questions asked of where she was going, Bracker offered. We discovered that none of her family or friends knew where she went during this time of absence, and so we have some direction with regards to how long it might take for the conditioning to happen. Her memory of her absence is remarkably blank, one of the conditions being to never to think on it and to evade any questioning. Yaxley said with pursed lips. Yaxley continued, when she returned, she subtly managed to compromise the flow network, and given that she was one of the senior members of the team that is charged with ensuring the flow network remains networked, it was worryingly easy for her to compromise the network and ultimately shut it down, Yaxley said with a glance to Shafik, who scoffed. What do you expect? The Emergency Act barely notes the flow network, and when it does, it is about the safety procedures and defensive mechanisms with regards to international flow rather than the internal network. Shafik shook his head. It does mean that we need some kind of vetting. He turned to Bracker. And would you be able to determine a vetting process that isn't invasive legilimency? Bracker nodded slowly. Yes, we have methods to determine foreign influences, such as the Imperious Curse. The methods aren't sensitive enough, we suspect, to catch the conditioning, so we will need to develop a method that can catch it. We also will need to develop it into an enchantment as well. It will however need to be added within the warding scheme of the Ministry. He warned. Spencer Moon nodded. There will be no protest from me. I will sleep easier knowing that I won't be assassinated in my office by one of my aides, he said critically. We're also quite certain that the technique Ms. Narton was subjected to would have eventually unraveled, as it has now in our attempt to understand what's been done to her, as the mind would rebel at the invasive instructions. It will be part of our research, of course. He eyed Bracker. How long? Bracker furrowed his brows. I'm not certain. Perhaps several months to a year with multiple teams. We already have a framework, but when it comes to memories. He sighed. Whilst we suspect that legilimency was heavily used in the attackers and Ms. Narton, it may not be the only method used. In any case, we will need to first see how well we can spot foreign elements within a psyche. Bracker sighed as he rubbed his head tiredly. It will depend on if there are traces of magic, traces of foreign magic that belongs to the perpetrator. It won't be enough to identify them. We can hardly identify those who have cast the Imperious Curse on a subject after all, but there should be lingering traces of magic foreign to the individual's magic that we should be able to pinpoint. Bracker finished. In the meantime, Minister, I heavily advise that you have your aides and ministerial staff checked by the on-site mind healer. The conditioning will be noticed if it is there. The healer is under healer oaths as well as DOM oaths that don't conflict. Yaxley offered. I have already had myself and my senior staff checked, and I suspect the DOM have already done so, he said with a glance, and Bracker simply offered a smile confirming it. I'll agree. Spencer Moon sighed before he turned to Shafik. Similarly, I want you to work Yaxley to make sure this never happens again. And have yourself and the staff also checked. He ordered, and Shafik's face soured, but he nodded, albeit reluctantly. He turned back to Yaxley. So you're certain that Ms. Narton was not conditioned in the Isles? As much as I can be. We are already checking to see if there are similar absentees within the Ministry, but so far she was the only one, Yaxley answered. The ICW needs to know this, Spencer Moon said aloud. Bracker interjected. They already do. They suspect that this method has been used to subvert several European Ministry staff members. It could explain how Grindelwald managed to sweep across Europe with backing from several ministries. We do not think that it is a sustainable method, however. The skill necessary to do this is extremely high. Our on-site healer trained for 60 years in mind magic, and even he would not be able to do what has been done to Ms. Narton and the attackers. We suspect that it is a natural legilimencer who's honed his or her skill. But you don't know for certain, Shafik pressed. Bracker smiled blandly. No, we don't. It's only been 3 days after all. Shafik scowled but said nothing. He turned to Spencer Moon and continued. The attackers, whilst we have not identified them all, are all people who have been missing for the past 2 years. They hail from countries under Grindelwald's occupation, so chances are that they were prisoners, low-ranked ones. It reeks of an experiment that they were testing. Yaxley turned to Bracker. Those skilled in occlumency, would they be able to resist the conditioning? Bracker frowned as he thought it over. I suspect Tier 3 and upward would recognize the invasive elements. The mind is remarkably robust. Memories weren't implanted, merely subconscious instructions that are incredibly subtle and cleverly done. The instructions were implanted in the same region of the mind where habits reside. For example, if you chew the end of your quill as a habit, it would be in that region of the brain. Ms. Narton is not a traitor, simply the instructions made her actions into an unconscious habit. It could well be that the person who did this is skilled in this aspect of mind magic, but is not as capable in being able to break through sturdy occlumency barriers, as that depends on magical power as well as skill. Bracker shook his head. In any case, Minister, we will be able to ensure that the Ministry is not compromised with sleeper agents one way or another. He sat back and frowned. Are you still working on the wards against Muggle bombs? He questioned Bracker. We are. We've obtained the bombs the British Muggles use and have tested that the wards are now good enough to protect against the bombs. However, given the scale of their weapons research, we have continued to try and increase the strength of the wards in anticipation of their weapons improvement, Bracker answered. If I ask you to halt that project and assign the staff to the teams that will come up with a way to detect this conditioning, would you do it? Spencer Moon questioned as their eyes met. Bracker shook his head. It won't work like that. The team are experts on wards. The teams assigned on the conditioning are experts on magical theory, detection, and knowledgeable about the more esoteric magics that are related to mind magic. It would not hasten the conclusion of the conditioning project. He sighed but nodded. Very well, I want to be updated on this project at all points. There is no more important project, he declared, and Bracker nodded in understanding. He turned to Yaxley. Tell me everything about what you found about Godric's Hollow. With regards to what happened to Godric's Hollow, Yaxley began. The anchor stone that was used belonged to the Austrians and went missing sometime in 1937, spawning a worldwide hunt. In the advent of the war, the search of the anchor stone halted. You're certain that this is the anchor stone that went missing? He asked blankly. The stone matches the physical description of the documents the ICW dispersed several years ago. Yaxley confirmed. Anchor stones were used to hold the magical nets that spanned countries. The smaller countries shared anchor stones due to their rarity. These stones were exceedingly rare, a rare mineral stone that sat convergent on at least several ley lines that has soaked magic for untold millennia. These stones were rare to find given that the formation of the structure of the stones were in conditions that no one truly knew. Through war, the number of anchor stones were destroyed or lost, and so there were not many countries that had anchor stones. The loss of one was notable. He eyed Bracker. Well, perhaps the DOM knew how they were created. In any case, the anchor stones are the anchors that all other ward stones were connected to within the boundaries of a nation, allowing the possibility of country-wide wards to be erected with the ward stones as a sort of relaying station that strengthened the wards. Grindelwald subsuming the ward stones in the countries he invaded were all methods of creating a beachhead. Anchor stones were difficult to take even if you held the ministry. It was an ICW decree. Why would Grindelwald use such a precious resource? Shafik questioned, confused. He shared a glance with Yaxley. It wasn't information that needed to be disseminated yet. Shafik sighed irritably before he turned to Bracker. This is still under the secrecy clause, correct? For the duration of this meeting, yes, Bracker answered. Shafik turned to Yaxley. You might as well. It's not as if any of us can disclose what we discussed here today without agreement of the minister and Bracker. Yaxley turned to him and he nodded, and so Yaxley continued. Assassination of Wiesengamot lords, particularly those who were pushing the ministry for war. Yaxley let that soak in for a moment. It was a massive operation. The primary target were the Sayres, as we all know, but Lords Somerset, Gulbert, and Halston were all targeted successfully. Houses Somerset and Halston are now all extinct, at least in the main line, he said before he grabbed the bridge of his nose. The Daily Prophet had chewed out the ministry and it bayed for blood, causing innumerable fires for him to put out. The deaths of the lords, with the exception of the Sayres, were largely news that was glossed over, but it was disastrous for the pro-war camp. The vote was coming up in just under 3 months, and the way things stood, he doubted there would be appetite to join the ICW against Grindelwald amongst the lords for fear of being assassinated. Lords Halston and Gulbert were independents who Marcus Sayer managed to convert to his way of thinking, and look where it got them all. Somerset had been courted by Lord Bones, and all indications seemed to suggest that he'd vote for war. Each of these lords, whilst not as powerful as the old families, were considerably wealthy and well connected within the independent and neutral camp. If they were swayed, others would bend. Exactly what Grindelwald intended. With the sheer brutality of the attacks, it would give anyone pause. They went through all that trouble to assassinate 4 lords? To give up an incredible asset and a method that they could have used to subvert the ministry in a greater scale, and an anchor stone as well? The assistant head asked incredulously. He and Yaxley shared glances. They knew full well that the Sayres were probably worth it given the sheer wealth and resources they held. Not to mention the status they held within the magical world, even if they never pressed on it, would be able to convert people to their cause. The meeting went on for another hour, mainly to discuss the protocols that would be put in place, especially pertaining the flow network and the method of intrusions that needed to be shored up, the more mundane methods, until only he and Yaxley remained. They spoke about more sensitive information pertaining to those in league with Grindelwald. This is becoming a problem. We cannot ignore the presence of traitors within the ministry, Yaxley warned. I know, but what would you have me do? He gestured with his hands. The traitors are likely seat holders, and you know, Yaxley, the problems we have with getting them with anything other than a slap on the wrist. The Wiesengamot won't convict or penalize one of their own without complete and substantial proof, even if they know where certain allegiances are. It's impossible. And he wouldn't instigate either. For all the power the ministry had, the noble families held more power than the ministry, far more power collectively. It would be political suicide to do it. Yaxley shook his head but said nothing. Yaxley was from a branch of the family and so had little contact with the main branch. His position was earned, though it was eased once it was known to his head of house of his capabilities. What have the investigations around Prividetsy Hall yielded? He questioned Yaxley. The sheer scale of the attack was immense. None of the other lords had yielded this kind of attack. They suspected that the 3 lords at most had 4 attackers. They used fiend fire to burn down the manors whilst picking off the survivors. With anti-apparition and part5 wards enabled and the flow network down, there were little option but to fight, and unfortunately it seemed they were unsuccessful. There had been several other attacks, namely on houses Cornfoot and Shacklebolt, but they were unsuccessful. Yaxley grimaced. Brutal, he answered simply. He shook his head. The attack was aimed to completely subdue them, at first. The fact they didn't attempt to wipe out the family by simply casting fiend fire suggests that they had an alternative plan. He pursed his lips. You suspect that they intended to capture the Sayers? He asked curiously. He shook his head. No, I think Marcus Sayer was always meant to die, however I think Lady Sayer and everyone else probably was meant to be captured. I see. And he really did. She'd be an excellent hostage. He looked at Yaxley sharply. Have your Aurors questioned the Sayers yet? Yes they have. He pursed his lips. They are hiding something. The deaths around the terrace all have the indication of being killed in quick brutal succession. Heir Sayer? He asked knowingly, and Yaxley nodded slightly. Senior Auror Moody told me that he used some kind of magic to jump hundreds of meters in the air, crossing a large distance within seconds. I have no doubt that he also killed the attackers of his family in such a time scale. Yaxley thinned his lips in consternation. He is dangerous, extremely dangerous, and seems to have no qualms about killing, even if it is understandable. The Auror that interviewed him said that he felt highly intimidated in his presence and that he was extremely cold even if his voice held no emotion. Yaxley sighed before he leaned back. He refused to allow them to check their wands, and the elder patriarch Benedict Sayer managed to cite an obscure law that prevented the Aurors from checking it. Yaxley said with thinned lips before he continued. The interior of the house reeks of dark magic residue, which accordingly to Lucas Prividetsi was all by their attackers. Yaxley said with a dry tone. Leonard frowned. That law that was cited doesn't apply to the Prividetsis, does it? He inquired. It doesn't matter. The wands have mysteriously been lost, so we cannot check to see if the spells used were legal or not. Yaxley said, a little frustrated before he shook his head and continued with his report. The damage in the forest near the Prividetsi estate was immense, Leonard. The path that was torn towards a region that was rife with dark magic residue baffled my Aurors to the point I went and checked myself. He shook his head. The damage he was capable of without casting dark magic, in the path he forged towards his mother, is concerning. The boy is a veritable powerhouse, and I know that they're not giving the complete truth of what happened. Would you have charged the Prividetsis if you'd found anything? Leonard inquired, or the Sayers for that matter. No. The use of dark magic might be illegal, but only a few are punishable with time in Azkaban. The deaths they've caused also can't be charged with time in Azkaban, given that it was in self-defense. There is argument that Heir Sayer could have captured the perpetrators, especially given how quickly they seem to have been dispatched, but when we checked the spells they've cast at him, killing curses and other dark curses, we'd lose that argument quite spectacularly. The bodies of the attackers do not have any killing curse residue or any of the other unforgivables, so they are completely free from any chance of being persecuted. Yaxley eyed Leonard carefully. Given the outcry of the public, attempting to charge Britain's Wonder Boy with murder or his family after they'd been attacked, you'd be thrown out on your arse before you knew it. Not even the anti-war crowd would vote to charge them. He remained silent for a moment. Atticus Sayer was likely their second best chance of ensuring the safety of the British Isles should Grindelwald come knocking. He needed leverage on the Sayers. He needed leverage on Atticus Sayer especially. He was far too powerful and influential. Whilst his attentions were decidedly on Grindelwald, he wanted the Sayers in line. With the death of Marcus Sayer, the pressure on him has been relieved, much to his pleasure. Marcus Sayer's campaign had been gaining much traction, and had he abstained again, he would not have survived that and likely would have been ousted in an emergency vote. The death of Marcus Sayer was to his advantage. Whilst he depended on Dumbledore against Grindelwald, he wanted Atticus Sayer in his pocket, to use against Dumbledore should he become a problem. And vice versa, of course. He sighed and rubbed his head. Dumbledore had visited him, pushing to levy charges on the Sayers, and with this disaster, he was gaining in support to his ideology, feeding on the fears. It would run contrary to his desires of having the Sayers in his pocket should he stand against them, but Dumbledore was pushing hard. And at the moment Dumbledore was far more reliable to have as an ally than the Sayers, despite their wealth and status. And Lady Sayer? He asked tiredly as he glanced at Yaxley. Whilst we know for certain none of those around the estate cast any unforgivables, what about her? Yaxley pursed his lips. There are burnt corpses by fiend fire, so we cannot check for dark magic residue of the ones that were killed before her son arrived and dispatched the other attackers. He remained silent for a moment as he thought it over. Can we force the issue? Yaxley looked at him strangely. They're protected by the old laws. They protected themselves with prejudice as allowed under the laws. We have no reason to forcefully check her wand. He pointed out. But can you do it? He pressed. He didn't know for certain, but it had to be that for Lady Sayer to refuse. Yaxley thinned his lips. Yes. The unforgivables are not covered under that law, so if we went about it in a certain way we could do it. Then you would not find it difficult to create a warrant to check her wand. Yaxley sighed as he closed his eyes momentarily before he stared at him. Are you certain that you want to make enemies of the heirs? They are likely going to be very unforgiving at this moment in time. There is only a few of them left and they but a couple of heirs. A 17-year-old heir, a woman who spends most of her time in the colonies, and a 100-plus-old man who will find it difficult to pick up where Marcus Sayer left off. He shook his head. The heirs are weak at the moment, politically speaking. And yet the heir is probably the second most powerful individual in the country, Yaxley pointed out shrewdly as he got up. I'll create the warrant. It won't go down well, I promise you, but I'll do it, he said, shaking his head as he walked out of the room. He sat there in his office thinking. He did not want to go to war and the Sayers had been pressing for it. Not even the blacks were as fervent. If Atticus Sayer is anything like his father, he'd pick up where his father left off, and with a father who has a martyr status, he could see his country entangled in a war that has devastated Europe. Dumbledore was right. With what has happened in Godric's Hollow, it was clear that their efforts should be to safeguard their country. The lords may be self-serving, but Europe was none of their business. Self-preservation would prevail once he'd spoken to them. He'd already had over 100 Aurors and hit wizards cooperating with the ICW. That would have to do. He sighed as he rubbed his face. He was cancelling training of the auxiliary forces and spending that money on fortifying the Isles to prevent such excursions again. That would show the public that he was acting whilst also quietly allying with the lords who were against this war. He sighed and checked the time. It was time to meet with the editor of the Daily Prophet. Break. Emily POV. Godric's Hollow Massacre, a diversion. By Genevieve Hale. The attack that shook the nation, causing more than 100 deaths and 3 times that number injuries, was reportedly nothing more than a diversion by Grindelwald and his followers, as news has filtered in on attacks of no less than 6 lordly houses. By the eve of the 27th of March 1942, 5 different houses were attacked at their ancestral homes. Houses Somerset, Gulbert, Halston, Cornfoot, and Shacklebolt were all victims of the scourge of Grindelwald and his criminals, but houses Somerset and Halston were hit the hardest, as their lords and heirs were all killed and their ancestral homes burned down, leaving several minor branches alive from those houses. House Gulbert had their lord assassinated, whilst houses Cornfoot and Shacklebolt escaped injured but still alive. See page 12 for more. But the most shocking attack was on the most ancient and most noble house of Sayer, who were visiting the Prividetzies at midday. The attack was described to have been brutal, as Prividetzi Hall, the newly built home, was assaulted by nearly as many men as had been present in Godric's Hollow, clearly indicating the true targets of Grindelwald's attention. The attack killed Lord Marcus Sayer, but intervention by heir Atticus Sayer, see page 3 for more information about the boy prodigy, saved the lady of the house and the remaining members of House Prividetzi. Our contact in the ministry had this to say: the attack on Prividetzi Hall was completely intended to wipe out all of the occupants. It was a miracle that the people in that home managed to buy enough time for heir Sayer to arrive, and even then, half of the defenders were wiped out. See page 4 for the complete interview. This is the latest attack in a long line of attacks against those who are against the menace that Grindelwald. Minister Leonard Spencer-Moon had this to say. She threw the paper away, a scowl forming on her face. She glanced around and saw attention was on her. It's been 4 days since the attack, 4 days since Atticus left the Great Hall. 4 days of intense scrutiny from the rest of the school. Atticus had sent her a message explaining things and they'd talked briefly, but nothing more than that. She'd been given more than a few judgmental looks for not being upset like some of the other harlots were pretending to be. How could she be such a heartless bitch? I knew she never deserved him. Where is she when he needs the support, the poor man? It grated on her, and she would love nothing more to subject them to a few curses, but she maintained her calm. She remembered her faces. No. She had more important things to do. She would be of no use to Atticus fawning over him when she could be more productive. She took a bite of her toast and watched the great hall fill up, and the subject of her attention arrived. She watched as Greengrass walked in with Macmillan, looking better than she had for the past few days, where she looked shaken and worried. Macmillan and Roll had noticed, but the indications seemed to be that they didn't seem to know that it was different from the kind of behavior that she should be indicating. She'd managed to copy the letters. Another nail in the coffin, before she'd even read the letters, was the heavy security that was within the letters. She'd needed to spend time in the damn time room to unravel the charms that were on the letters, and whilst nothing was explicitly suspicious, the tone of the letters to Lord Greengrass, the phrasing that made no sense unless it was code for something, seems to show that Greengrass was far more involved. She pursed her lips. She was unsure what to do. She doubted Atticus would mind if she interviewed Greengrass, but the way she was being watched, she wouldn't be able to cleanly get away with anything for the moment. Greengrass would have to wait. Morning, Rockwood said with a yawn as he sat next to her. Ah, the papers are already here. He exclaimed as he yanked the paper. No, Atticus directed his owl to me. They receive papers well before they're in circulation, she responded before she put some scrambled eggs in her mouth. Malfoy, who also arrived at the same time as Rockwood, looked at her curiously before he read the same paper at the same time as Rockwood. Their eyes widened after a few minutes. Malfoy turned to her. Speaking of the Sayers, he drawled as he watched her intently. She swallowed and cocked her head, which he understood. Have you heard anything? He asked with focused eyes. If I have, I won't betray their confidence. It would be improper, she said with a raised eyebrow. He soured and returned his attentions to the paper. When breakfast was nearing to an end, she caught Slughorn before he left for the first classes of the day. By now, everyone with a Daily Prophet subscription knew of what happened and the attention was grating. Ms. Riddle, he said with a smile before he caught himself, a glint entering his eye. Horrible news. It certainly explains why Atticus had to leave. He sighed saddened before he looked at her intently. Please let him know about my condolences, and if there is anything I could do, I'd love to hear from him, he said sincerely. Slughorn might be an unrepentant leech, but he did have some decency, apparently. She nodded seriously. I will. That's actually what I'd like to speak to you about. She hesitated for a moment, on purpose, before she looked at him with a fragile expression on her face. Professor, I'd like to visit St. Mungo's. I know that students aren't allowed to leave the school, except for family emergency. She sighed. I know I'm not strictly family, but I would like to check up on Lady Sayer. She looked at him with wide eyes. She's like a mother to me, she said softly, and given the expression that came across his face, she knew she had him. Of course. He reassured her. Ms. Riddle, you should have come to me earlier. I would have allowed it immediately. You poor girl, he said with sympathy. She smiled accommodatingly and they talked a little as they walked. As they parted, she frowned on her words. Anne Sayer wasn't her mother. But she probably the closest thing to it. She shook her head. She didn't want to think on that. Break. Grindelwald POV. Tell me, Salinsky, he began quietly, how is it that you're the only one to return? He said as he glared at the pathetically quivering man below him. He bowed his head, escaping from his glare. My lord, he stammered, and a growl from one of his men had him quickly continue. My lord, Hisham sent me an email to inform our people in the surrounding lands that Lady Sayer was in the forest. We departed on our brooms and I stayed in the air when we caught up to them whilst Emil went down to inform the men. He joined them in the search whilst I kept an eye out in the air. He swallowed heavily as he looked up and met his eyes. He breathed out deeply and continued, I saw something coming their way, but before I could come down, it moved quicker than I've seen something move except on brooms, and this was on the ground. I was fixed in the air as I watched it nearing them. It broke through trees like I've never seen before. One of our men had cast fiend fire as well, and it was about to kill Lady Sayer until the monster arrived and sent the fiend fire back, which killed several of our men. He looked stricken for a moment as he recited his words. Monster. One of his men who were present in this debrief questioned. He looked fearful. What else could it be? The words from his mouth were not words from a person, he said with belief in his words. He glanced at Vermeer, who met his eyes before he returned to the coward. Continue, he drawled, dangerous, as he watched the man with his spidery long fingers intertwined beneath his chin, holding it up from his seated position. All right. The monster then did things. I don't know how or what he did, but he caught them all and he closed his eyes momentarily. He tortured them all, killing them in so fast and in ways that don't make sense. The ones that tried to run were smashed to death with entire trees, he said hollowly. His eyebrows raised minutely. Fascinating. Animating trees required quite a bit of power. Not to mention the speed the monster moved it. That was something he was less certain about. There were various ways one could move faster. How did none other than you activate your port keys? Vermeer questioned sharply. I don't know for certain, he said lamely, and under a furious glare he continued, but I think he managed to get them from them. I only escaped before I was too high, probably. All of them? Vermeer asked skeptically. Murmurs rang around the chamber. Come here, Salinsky, he ordered, and Salinsky complied. He looked in his eyes and gentler than usual dove into his mind. His eyes widened as he watched the fragments of what Salinsky saw. Fascinating, he whispered as he exited Salinsky's mind, who was dropped the ground panting and holding his head in mild discomfort. You may all go except for you, Vermeer, he said absent-mindedly as he watched the memory again and again in his mind. He turned to Vermeer, who stood opposite him with a curious expression, no doubt exceptionally curious with what he'd seen. It was Herr Sayer, he said with a curl of the lips, a burble of excitement in his stomach. The monster was a 17-year-old. Vermeer said sarcastically, and Gellert chuckled that ebbed away as he sat back in his chair. No doubt angry at the death of his father, of course, and it's quite likely he just about saved his mother, he said with pursed lips. Silence rang amongst them for a moment. Will we try again? Vermeer questioned. No. There is no point. I doubt we'll have another opportunity like this again. We've also determined the experiments require fine-tuning. The attack in Godric's Hollow should have been far deadlier, he said with a displeased tone in his voice. Vermeer didn't look happy about that but said nothing. The experiments were inspired by the Germans. The experiments they were conducting on their undesirables, and the research they've collected and conducted without ethical concerns was proving quite applicable to their own research. Narden had been another partial success. Stripping away her natural shields had been easy, and she was better in absorbing the mental commands than the other subjects they'd experimented with. What about Esra? Vermeer questioned. Gellert pursed his lips. It is quite likely Esra is dead. From what I have seen in Salinsky's mind, Atticus Sayer is not one to leave enemies alive. He said with a glint in his eye. And now we have him as an enemy without anyone to hold him at bay, Vermeer finished as he watched Gellert with a curious expression. By all accounts, a prodigy and someone who will hate you and our cause. Vermeer pointed out. Gellert let out a cold chuckle. Yes. He unleashed his magic slightly and the room descended under a heavy blanket, blackness swirling around him. We do have an enemy that we would have rather preferred on our side, willingly or not, he said with a cruel glint in his eyes, but it matters not in the end, he said as a sharp smile cut across his face. Vermeer said nothing and after a moment inclined his head. The plans for the French ministry have all drawn up. Everything is in position as are our enemies, just as we wanted. Vermeer changed the subject. Gellert withdrew his magic and nodded slightly. Good. We will commence on schedule then. Once it is done, we can focus on the East. With the death of Marcus Sayer, the British nobility will undoubtedly go fully into self-preservation. He mocked. Vermeer smiled a little before he nodded. As you say, my lord. It won't stop those who will wish to join with the ICW, however, he pointed out. Yes, I have no doubt there will be some, several of them likely amongst their powerful, who will join out of some misguided duty. It matters not. We have destiny and magic on our side, Gellert spoke suavely. Vermeer stood straighter and saluted. For the greater good. Gellert smiled cruelly. For the greater good, he returned with malice dancing in his eyes. Oh, Albus, it seems that there is another one of us, he thought to himself. Chapter 46. If you enjoy this fanfiction and want to support me, if you aren't already, in that case, thank you. You can find me on patreon/boombox117 page where the next 2 chapters are already posted. Break. He sat in the chair next to the bed of his mother and Benedict was seated on the other side. Atticus, it's time you explain what happened to you, his mother said in a serious tone. He leaned back in his chair and stared into the distance. He'd changed. In more ways than one. His reluctance to see his mother initially hadn't been just because of how close he was to losing her, or because he found out what they'd planned for her. He crushed down the surge of anger that threatened to rise within him. He needed to deal with that. He shook away that thread of thought. His hyperpercipience ability was active, far more than the passiveness that it had been. He could see, faintly at the moment, the currents of magic. He saw the magic in people, how strong they were in magic, as clearly as one could see anything. It flowed like river streams, much like he felt his magic felt as it coursed through his veins, and maybe it was his mind representation of magic rather than actual, and the thickness of the stream represented their strength, their ability to channel magic. And that was far from the only thing he saw. He could see the wards he'd constructed around the room, a bubble of colors interlaced together, each color a different ward all tied neatly within the boundary. He saw the magic of the items around the room, of the stone, all humming at different rates, all linked faintly with the world, perhaps even the universe. It was overwhelming. His escape had been partially because of that. The room lit up to such a degree, especially when there were more than a few people, that it became a little too much. His wand radiated power, a swirl of colors that he'd not yet deciphered. The currents of magic were like wisps of smoke, all of different colors, faintly in his field of perception. Before, it had never been like this. Before the age of 14, he'd be able to sense things, something quite a few people could do consciously, something most people did unconsciously, for example those who were intimidated or wary of powerful people, or those who felt comfortable purposefully done, like what Dumbledore often does when he isn't reigning in his magic. And once he was past 14, slowly but steadily his senses had been increasing, but never as vividly and expressively like this. It was as if a heavy filter was lifted from his eyes. Everything and everywhere was alive, teeming with magic, the hospital was seemingly completely of magic. The suitcase was practically glowing with magic when he went there, as was his trunk. The forging he'd been doing distracted him enough that all of it fell by the wayside. He'd figured out a way to reduce the intensity, but for the moment, he couldn't help but see the magic in the world. It was beautiful and it was overwhelming. He suspected that he could do far more with nature magic now that he saw more, and once understanding arrived. The few mundane plants in the hospital pulsed with magic too, at a far slower rate, at far lower quantities, but nonetheless, they still pulsed magic as some of the currents of magic touched it, coursed through it. They didn't generate magic, no. But they did channel some of it, and it was wondrous. He knew that magicals were attuned to different frequencies to other beings of magic, but it was another thing to witness it, to see it. Syria was so very different from humans, it was astounding. She shone like the sun, every facet of her being was magical, so much more than humans, who held a core of magic beige in color in their center, vein-like streams connected throughout their bodies. But Syria, her entire body was a single stream of magic, the of it being rich green, and her eyes shone the most with black and white strands of color interspersed with dark yellow. Each person was slightly different in color, each person had different strands of color wrapped around their core. There was so much more that he'd need to investigate. The way the wards were interwoven, the ones he created, he understood them better and managed to weave them in such a manner that it made incredibly difficult to disassemble. Though for him, it's the Sayer trait, isn't it? Benedict questioned, snapping Atticus out of his thoughts, and he met his great-grandfather's eyes. He nodded slightly and Benedict breathed in deeply. You've activated it completely now, he stated as he watched Atticus with intense focus. Atticus shook his head. I don't think so. I think, I'm not there yet. I see, more now, but I think it's just the beginning, he answered. Was that your ability when your eyes were glowing white? His mother asked intently as she stared at him. He hesitated for a moment. I don't know, he answered honestly. I don't know what that was. He frowned thoughtfully. When I was like that, everything was as if I wasn't completely in control, he offered. It was true, he'd given in to his rage and hatred and it snapped something in him. Permanently, he wasn't sure yet. Once the rage had gone, he felt dull, numb in some capacity. He wasn't certain if it was his occlumency trying to deaden the pain that had torn through him, or if it was something else. He looked up and his eyes flickered at both his grandfather and mother, who looked concerned. For what it's worth, I don't think it'll happen again, not like that anyway. He closed his eyes. I understand, his grandfather said gently, cutting him off. He opened his eyes and met the eyes of his grandfather, who looked strong, but he could see the weight that was on him. He lost his son and now his grandson. He only had his daughter, Sophia, mother, and himself left. They remained silent for a moment. None can know Atticus, Benedict said, breaking the silence, and his mother and him looked at him. You've got the most powerful variant. As you grow, I have no doubt you will become far more than you are now. If people knew the potential of our family. He left it hanging there. I intend to join the war, Atticus said in response, certainty in his eyes. His mother closed her eyes, her face screwed up in pain. I had no doubt that you would. But let people think it is simply your magical ability than your trait. He said sharply. Atticus nodded in understanding before he turned to Mother. He said quietly. She opened her eyes, which prompted Benedict to leave. She smiled fragilely at him. I've known you join the war for years, Atticus, the fact that you are saying it is just. Her breath shuddered. He grabbed her hand. I know. He said gently. She cut him off. And you must, I know that now. Grindelwald and his people owe us a debt of blood. One that cannot be unanswered. She said with a hard look coming into her eyes. He smiled slightly and nodded. His mother was slowly coming back. She'd been fragile and he hated to see his strong mother like that. The hard look bled away and concern marred her face. And you will let me be involved, she said with a no-nonsense look as she stared at him. He swallowed the retort he had in mind and smiled accommodatingly. Of course, he said with an incline of the head. She narrowed her eyes. I'm serious, I have no desire to be hidden away like the rest of my family, she said with blazing eyes. I have just as much cause as you do, and I will not let you go off without me being involved. He straightened out and nodded. Yes, mother, he replied gently. She searched his face for a while before she accepted it. When she got up to go, her mother, his face darkened. I'm sorry, mother. He muttered to himself. He got up and went to his grandmother. He hadn't met his grandmother all that much, given that she stayed with their uncle more. With the age differences of him and his cousins, and of course his own pursuits, he hadn't developed a deep bond with that side of his family. With Lucas and Michael joining the war, he'd have the opportunity to know them better. There was much to do in the months ahead. He'd have to set aside his exploration of magic for the foreseeable future. A few hours later, having spent it with his Prividetsy side of the family, a number of Aurors arrived. Lady Sayer, one of them called out, gaining their attention. He narrowed his eyes and got up from his seat. Benedict intervened before he could. What is this about? You have already interviewed her, he said with scorn in his voice. One of the senior Aurors stepped and Atticus racked his brain as he thought on who it might be. He looked familiar. Mr. Sayer. Lord Sayer, Atticus interjected scathingly, directing attention to him. He might have abdicated in favor of my father, but he is still the patriarch of my family, the most ancient and most noble house of Sayer. His eyes lasered on the man who had something flicker across his face. Do not forget our ways, Auror. He cleared his throat. Senior Auror Moody, he said, and Atticus crushed the surprise he felt. You have our apologies, Heir Sayer, he added, and Atticus nodded sharply before Moody turned his attentions to Benedict. Lord Sayer, we have a warrant to check Lady Sayer's wand, he told his grandfather. Atticus gritted his teeth. How dare they? He furrowed his brows. Why would they bother? It was a clear case of self-defense, and under the old laws, a collection of laws that he found simultaneously unfair and incredibly useful, they were clear and free. Politics, it was politics. But who and why? They'd been worried that someone might try something, so Dayton had gone and picked up the wands of his family before the Aurors had arrived at the scene and mysteriously made them disappear. The Prividetsis, whilst an acknowledged ancient family, were not noble. They were accepted, of course, as fellow purebloods, but the British didn't like foreigners all that much, and only their links with the Sayer family made them a good family, conveniently forgetting their Balkan heritage. What are you playing at? Benedict now asked a little angrily. The old laws cover us, and even then it is a clear case of defense. You have no right to check anyone's. He scowled angrily. This warrant says differently, he said, producing a document, and Benedict snatched it angrily and looked at it, and his eyes widened, prompting Atticus to look at it as well. He took the document and trembled in anger. Fucking politicians! Yaxley ordered the warrant and Spencer Moon had authorized it. He looked at the Aurors with angry on his face. Is this what Aurors, he sneered, are meant to do? To harass and nab members of this country who have worked hard at defending the nation, even if the ministry and most of the Wisengamot are refusing to do it themselves. He bit out. Lad, I know you're angry, believe me, I don't agree, but it must be done, Moody said with an apologetic expression. Taking out the trash is a public service, but the method matters, lad, Moody said, and Atticus' eyes widened. His mother had told him that she'd used the killing curse to end one of them. How did they know? Was it their refusal to hand over their wands? What did Spencer Moon want? Was this revenge on his father for pushing him to move out of neutrality? Atticus looked at Benedict, who shook his head, and he let off an air of frustration as he stood aside and the Aurors made their way to his mother. They took her wand and almost cast prior incantato before his sister interjected. When they made a gesture that they were about to arrest her, he stepped forward and unleashed his magic, forcing them to turn around. Leave, he said dangerously as he began to glow a little, the Aurors paling a little. Moody wasn't done. However, you are interfering with a warrant. This is chargeable and you may end up in Azkaban, he said with narrowed eyes. I'm not interfering with a warrant, I'm interfering with a political scheme that is seeking an advantage of my family's current misfortune. He said with a shark-like smile. Aurors arrest Lady Sayre, the recent widow of the late Lord Sayre, mother of Atticus Sayre, Britain's prodigal son, is a headline that the Prophet would be quite interested in, don't you think, grandfather? He asked as he kept his eyes on Moody, whose face became pinched. Indeed, son, Benedict said with a smug tone. I suspect the ministry would be quite under fire should it be known that instead of figuring out of how Grindelwald's goons are entering the country, they were more interested in arresting a woman who was outnumbered by a dozen men who wanted to take her dignity and who did what she could to defend herself until her dear son could help. Benedict's eyes blazed and the Aurors looked at each other nervously. Boss? One of them asked, and Moody grunted. Fine, but don't think this is over, Moody said as he walked out of the room, the other Aurors quickly following him. As they left, Benedict scowled. No. It's not over, not at all, he said angrily. Atticus turned to his mother. We should have made the wand lost as well, he sighed. She walked up to him. No need to cry out of spilled milk. She pursed her lips as she looked at Benedict. Benedict, can you deal with this? She asked intently. He turned to her and nodded seriously. I will. Our house is vulnerable at the moment and there are plenty who seek to take advantage, and it seems the ministry are at the head of it. He turned to Atticus. You've learned from both myself and Marcus, but we have not completed your studies. His face twisted. An oversight, perhaps, but nonetheless, you're no doubt capable enough to learn. He stared at Atticus for a moment. You will need to take the lordship, you will need the protection it gives you as it will Sophia and your mother. He said finally. His eyes widened. You don't want to take it? He asked sharply. Benedict shook his head. It's not a matter of taking it. I've abdicated. To retake the lordship would be far against tradition and it would cast aspersions to your competence, and it is something that we do not need at this moment of time. He paused momentarily. Of course you can set proxies, he said with a glint in his eye. Do you think you can handle the business, the lordship, and all this at the same time? Atticus asked, concerned. Not to mention you also took the Sayre seat in Macusa, he pointed out. Viola can take the seat in an emergency. Richard's health is too delicate for the rigors of politics. He answered quickly enough. The other issues, well, I'm not dead yet and I'm practically only middle-aged for our family, he said with a vicious look. So that is settled, his mother interjected, and he turned to her. You will need to be sworn in the summer equinox. His eyes widened. Which is also when the vote is scheduled, he said with narrowed eyes. Yes, it is very likely all of this was done with that in mind, to target pro-war lords and medal holders to dissuade those who are more mercenary. He said with thinned lips. His mother sighed. If I know them well, I doubt they'll vote for it now, not with the successful assassinations that have happened. His mother frowned. It's likely that the Auror debacle was related to that. Marcus often complained about the reticence of the minister and the dislike the minister felt for him for pushing so hard for Spencer Moon to shift from his neutrality. It's possible that he intended to use you, Anne, as a bargaining chip, Benedict said with narrowed eyes. Atticus gritted his teeth. Bastards. Leave it to me, Atticus. Benedict said curtly, and Atticus reluctantly nodded. Very well. Break. Spencer Moon POV. Sir, Benedict Sayre is here to see you, his secretary said. He pursed his lips and nodded. Let him in. The man is let into the office and Leonard eyes him carefully. He'd met the elder Sayre before, albeit in passing. He was 129 years of age, well into his dusk years. The Sayres were said to live longer than the average witch or wizard, but then so did several other families. He looked no older than late 50s, remarkably well for a man well into his second century. The Sayres had once been plentiful, in the 1600s, but a series of devastating blood feuds, one they had won but ultimately cost them severely, has reduced their numbers quite significantly. Whilst the resurgence was well underway under Henry Sayer, continued by his 3 sons, through the centuries, their numbers continued this steady decline to the point where the number of male Sayers was down to 3. 2 elderly men, and a young man, talented and powerful, but ultimately on decline even if Richard Sayer had a grandson that could potentially take the name and continue the family. Minister Sayer said curtly. Lord Sayer, Leonard said smoothly as he stuck out his hand, which Sayer took without any outward expression before he signalled Sayer to sit down. What can I do you for today? You were quite insistent on seeing me, he said inquisitively, which annoyed Sayer. Cut the hippogriff shit, Spencer, he said irritated. Your fingers were all over that debacle your Aurors pulled at St. Mungo's, he said brusquely as he glared at Leonard. I don't know what you mean, he said calmly as he leaned back in his chair watching Sayer intently. He'd instructed for the Aurors to try and make the arrest but not to press should they have a valid argument or if they were making threats. He'd wanted to know what route they'd taken to push the issue. He suspected that they'd play on the daily profit, given that they have quietly purchased more shares of the paper over the years. They own something like 30% now, the largest share amongst the families, and their influence over the paper, while it wasn't quite exercised, a mistake he thought, was significant. The ministry only owned 21%, not enough to dictate terms but enough to influence the paper. Director Yaxley simply shared his concerns about the magic that might have been used during the attack. Leonard put on a commiserating look. My condolences about your loss, Lord Sayer. The late Lord Sayer was a bastion for this community, he said calmly. Thank you for your condolences, it is well received, Lord Sayer said without any inflection in his tone. I find it fascinating that you are more concerned about the magic that may or may not have been cast rather than the little invasion that Grindelwald conducted on the Isles, he said as he tapped the arm of his chair. It would be quite telling that you'd prefer to persecute victims rather than the enemy, he posed to Leonard with a glint in his eye. Leonard suppressed an annoyance. Enemy? He questioned. I wouldn't say that, neither would I say it was an invasion. More like it was a personal vendetta by Grindelwald against House Sayer. In all likelihood all that happened was indeed a vendetta against your house. One could argue the deaths of Godric's Hollow was because of you, he returned. One could also say the competence of the ministry is in question. After all, assassinations have been happening for months. Lord Sayer leaned in and stared at Leonard. Are you competent, minister? Is that a question we should ask ourselves? He said in an even tone as they stared at each other. They remained silent for a moment as they tested each other. My competence could come under question, true, he acknowledged, but one could say that I'm being stretched by calls for war by certain parties and thus causing me to not be able to devote as much as I could, perhaps should, to the defense of the Isles, he said, and Benedict narrowed his eyes. Not to mention, he continued as he brought a hand to chin, the amount of deaths caused by Atticus Sayer is quite concerning. He said with a glance at Benedict. One could say that it was a way for Grindelwald to dispose of a potential rising Dark Lord by setting a trap for him. That threw Benedict off. What are you blithering about? He boomed as he slammed the arm of his chair with his fist. He sat back and pursed his lips. It wasn't his idea, rather it was Dumbledore's. He intended Atticus Sayer to be charged and for a campaign to be held in public to paint him a Dark Lord. That was far too much in his opinion. Not to mention, the way Dumbledore seemed to want Atticus Sayer out of the way had him wary of the man. The man spouted his nonsense about forgiveness and second chances and that killing was abhorrent. Leonard might have wanted to be neutral, but he knew should war become unavoidable, killing would become necessary to win against Grindelwald. It was insane to think about it anyway else. Whilst killing should not be indiscriminate, it should be an option that their forces should have available. He wondered at times at the sanity of the man. Despite the ill-thought idea of Dumbledore, he wanted to use it so that it would position him in such a way that they could not take risks, not at this time when they were weak. The future of the family was reliant on Atticus Sayer. And so he'd prod at that. The deaths at Privy Detsy Hall spoke of brutal killings, all within a short amount of time as well. Questions could be asked about whether or not he could have captured them. Not to mention the fiend fire that burnt through several people. He smiled at Benedict, who was seething. Of course it was legal, he said with an incline of the head, but ultimately, the public might not be so forgiving. After all, we already are under threat of a Dark Lord in Europe, another would be disastrous. Whispers and insinuations could be made about him, that his talent in magic was a result of dark rituals, that Grindelwald was after the Sayers to eliminate a rival. Benedict stood up at this point. None would believe that tripe, he seethed as he looked murderously at Leonard. Leonard inclined his head. The sensible wouldn't, of course. But the question would be there, how long until it becomes more than simple whispers, until it becomes rooted in people's minds? Benedict glared at the man. Do you think it so easily to tarnish the name of my family, that you could attack this family with impunity? Benedict barked a harsh laugh and Leonard's eye twitched. Let me tell you something. The debts we are owed and the alliances that we have could throw you out of that chair in the very next Wisengamot meeting, Benedict said lowly, dangerously, and Leonard suppressed swallowing. I'm not so sure of that, Leonard said calmly as he met Benedict's hard eyes. Whilst you would be able to call in a lot of favors owed to your family, the potential of someone else coming in, someone who is decidedly not for war, is high. Especially now with the assassinations. He tapped his finger on the desk as they stared at each other. Whilst I may not be pro-war, I'm certainly one that looks out for this country, and the pro-war camp know that they might cause severe issues should another minister come in, one that they might not approve of, or worse, an actual incompetent minister more interested in self-enrichment. That was true. Whilst Leonard may not be completely clean, he certainly was not being bribed to act against the interest of the country. There were plenty of opportunities for it, of course, and whilst he may have indulged in looking the other way for some of the more unimportant bills, he did not place the country at risk. Of course, the fear of being accused of collusion with Grindelwald was another thing that made sure he was clean in that regard. Whilst most people were averse to war, they certainly did not want to support Grindelwald and his ideas, let alone the methods he was using. With our influence, we may well be able to select our own minister, Benedict said with narrowed slits for eyes. Leonard irritably looked at him. Perhaps, but it is not certain. But you're certainly our enemy, Benedict returned immediately. Not particularly, not especially, Leonard said with a smile, hoping to placate the man. Benedict narrowed his eyes but said nothing. We can help each other out, one that is mutually beneficial, he finally said. And why would I want to help you, knowing the depths you are willing to go? Benedict posed. Leonard outstretched his arms. Why would anyone help another but to help themselves, he returned. They remained silent for a moment. What is it you want now that we've established we can hurt each other? Benedict finally asked. Leonard smiled, which didn't reach his eyes. Whilst he'd wanted more out of the Sayers, it was true that the Sayers very well could get him ousted. It would a bitter fight, one that he was not certain about, but ultimately it was not one that he was willing to gamble. In the next vote, the vote for war, I want the Sayers to abstain. Benedict looked positively murderous, but he held up his hand. The optics will look bad, your house may look weak, but the vote will fail. It will be closer than it needs to be if you vote for, but the assassinations have affected the seat holders quite substantially. With the demise of several houses, none are willing to risk being next. He pursed his lips. He could always count on their cowardice. They were saving their own hides, something he could understand, but it never amazed him how fair weather they were. Of course, he could hardly speak given he was a politician, but these people were meant to look out for the nation, and yet they were worse than he was. And if you managed to somehow rally and get more people to vote for war, I will jump off my neutrality and vote against it, Leonard finished gravely, and Benedict narrowed his eyes dangerously. I'm not a Grindelwald supporter, Benedict scoffed, but Leonard pressed on. But if we declare war, it will leave this country dangerously open. We have seen already that we are facing an enemy that is cunning and resourceful. To declare war would only catch us in ways that we might not recover. Benedict said nothing as he stared at Leonard. And what do we get in return? He finally asked evenly. You're asking for much, effectively stopping what Marcus would have wanted. Benedict narrowed his eyes. What are you willing to offer? Full and complete pardon about the Prividetsi massacre, Leonard offered, and Benedict laughed uproariously before he looked at Leonard with contempt. You offer us a Braxton dung, no less than a Braxton dung, given that it has some use. There is nothing to pardon, there is nothing you can charge us with. The only thing you can do is to make our lives a little more difficult, Benedict harshly said as he looked at Leonard with hardened eyes. And what do you want then? Leonard asked a little impatiently, frustration creeping in his voice. Benedict remained silent for a moment. A contract that explicitly forbids you or the DMLE attempting to use whatever happened on the 27th of March in any capacity, whether it be politically, economically, criminally, or socially. Leonard narrowed his eyes and nodded. Dha Benedict raised his hand. I'm not done, he glared, and Leonard set his jaw, annoyed at the interruption, but he said nothing regardless. During the duration of your ministerial position as minister, you will not act against House Sayer, nor will you instigate any actions against House Sayer. You will also cease any attempts of the ministry that seeks to negatively impact House Sayer, Benedict said coolly. Unacceptable, Leonard said instantly once Benedict was finished. Those are our terms, Benedict said sharply. With what you have attempted, it is clear you seek to take advantage of my house, and it is clear to see you are not going to stop unless you are made to. Benedict narrowed his eyes. Who gave you the idea to call my great-grandson as a Dark Lord? He asked curtly as they stared at each other. No one, Leonard said evenly. Benedict scoffed. For a minister you lie terribly. Benedict looked at him shrewdly. I may not have been as involved as Marcus with regards to politics, but that does not mean I did not know what was going on in the ministry, even an ocean away. It's quite clear that the rate of Dumbledore coming into your office has increased quite significantly. I've also heard about him arriving less than a day since the crisis. Benedict narrowed his eyes. You're willing to make an enemy of my house on his words? Benedict asked directly. Leonard looked at him irritated. This has nothing to do with Dumbledore. Benedict scoffed. I doubt that. From what I know about that man, Leonard focused him sharply, which Benedict noticed and smiled in a sharp way. I don't doubt you're throwing your lot with him and doing things you wouldn't do otherwise. Benedict shook his head. No matter, he said before he eyed Leonard. Those are our terms, will you agree or not? Note that should I walk out that door, you will have declared against my family. I should note that Anne's wand has also mysteriously disappeared, he said with a sharp smile, and Leonard clenched his fists momentarily before he relaxed. So you would be quite without evidence about some trumped-up charge that only exists in your imagination. Benedict leaned in and his eyes held a gleam. I am out of patience, Spencer. My family has been attacked, my grandson killed and a prick like yourself is seeking to take advantage of my family, there is not a damn chance in hell that I'm going to allow you lickspit a damn inch. Agree to the terms and we will return to being neutral to one another. Benedict said in a stern voice as he stared down at Leonard. This was not the way he wanted it to go, or expected. He expected a grieving, weak lord willing to save his remaining family, and instead he got a damn rampaging erumpent in his office. Amend the last second that not include any verified wrongdoing. No. Benedict said sharply, I will not have my family quartered for some perceived wrongdoing. Do not think I do not know how things can be twisted and changed to suit your needs and desires, Benedict said brusquely as he stared at Leonard. Fine. I will agree to the second stipulation, as long as you do not seek to remove me from office, Leonard said reluctantly. Benedict narrowed his eyes before he nodded sharply. Done. Have your secretary bring in a ministry solicitor, I will bring mine and we will do this right now. I will not endure another damn day in your presence, he said with deep scorn in his voice. Leonard scowled but nodded. A few hours later, the contract was written and Leonard was in his second cup of fire whiskey. Damn that man. Sir, Dumbledore is here to see you. Leonard glowered at his secretary but waved her on. Fine, let him in, he said displeased. Dumbledore walked in a sedate pace and Leonard had the distinct desire to throw the glass at his annoying face. Minister, Dumbledore said jovially as he sat down in the chair. Albus, Leonard said with a sigh. So, I hear Benedict Sayer was here to see you. He prodded unashamedly. Damn this man. Yes. Break. Emily arrived not long after the Aurors left and stayed long after Benedict left. After a while they sat down on top of some rocks with Emily stroking the sunbathing Cyria who was next to them. He couldn't keep his eyes off her. She shone far more than anyone else he'd observed. Magic flowed through her in the thickest streams he'd witnessed so far, her core larger than anyone he'd seen yet. She resembled more like Cyria than she did the people he'd seen so far. The colors that swirled around her core gleamed and pulsed like the Bifrost. The kaleidoscope of colors were a darker shade than most people and it was so very captivating in the way that it pulsed in line with the currents of magic. Are you going to keep staring at me or are you going to tell me why you're looking at me like that? She asked nonchalantly, keeping her eyes on Cyria who was sleeping comfortably next to them. He blinked and shook his head clear. I'm just happy to see you. He said clearing his throat. She hummed as she turned to him, with quizzical eyes. Whilst that is true, you're not saying everything of what has suddenly caused this look of fascination that you've had this entire time, she said plainly. He smiled and simply shrugged weakly. None had divulged this information without obtaining an oath from the spouse. He loved Emily but he won't break this particular tradition. She looked at him calculatingly but sighed. Very well, she said before she glanced at him. Will you tell me what happened at the estate? She asked calmly. That, he was willing to do and so he told her, notably leaving out what happened with his family's trait and what had happened to him, magically. Good, she declared. They deserved death for attacking you and yours. She looked at him intensely. How was it to kill? She asked with real interest in her voice. He mulled it over as he thought about it. Other than Hisham, who I enjoyed killing for what he did, the rest were unimportant but enemies who helped kill my family. It was vengeance and it was justice. I felt nothing at killing them. He looked at the sun as he breathed in the salty sea air. I do not think I will enjoy killing, he answered quietly. I will see it done, if it is necessary, but ultimately, I do not and will not enjoy killing. He paused momentarily. Unless you're on the list, he said grimly. She hummed and had a question in her eyes but decided not to ask, seemingly. She eyed him curiously. I have to say, you're looking better than I thought you would be. He smiled bitterly. I can't dwell on my father's death. I crave vengeance but I have to make sure I don't lose what I still have. He sighed deeply. I have too much to do to be caught up in a blind bloodlust. He set his jaw as his mind went back. I almost lost my mother because I was deeply enjoying torturing Hisham. He shook his head. I lost sight of my goal and in the end I almost orphaned my sister and I. She hummed as she watched him carefully before her face softened. I'm sorry about your father, she said gently, and he looked at her surprised and she rolled her eyes. I might not be able to care like most people, but it does not mean that I didn't hold him highly, she said calmly. Her dark eyes stared at him unblinkingly. He snorted. Well, don't be surprised if you're not asked to speak at the funeral, he said with a shake of his head. I do have many good things to say about him, she said with a raised eyebrow, not offended seemingly. They would be truthful too. At least you could be certain I wouldn't embellish anything like most people would at a funeral. He didn't say anything to that. She was annoyingly correct. She kept stroking Cyria and asked, you dived in the mind of Hisham? Changing the subject. He hummed. I did. He confirmed they were targeting my mother to keep her hostage against me. The things that were in Hisham's mind were vile. He hated him as much as he hated anyone. Grindelwald was up there as well. He'd been thinking about simply imprisoning the man but that had its risks. Now, Grindelwald was going to die. As were all of the senior followers he'd seen in Hisham's mind. The Hisham family were going to pay a debt of blood. Not now, not in a year's time, but eventually. If they couldn't kill you, it was a logical step to take, she answered, breaking him out of his thoughts. He turned to her and saw that she was staring at him blankly. If I were them, I'd want to know everything there was to your family, who your friends were, who you associated with. Which they did, he answered coolly as he met her eyes. She looked at him calculatingly. What else did you find in his mind? He smiled bitterly. Betrayal, he answered simply. I thought so, she mused as she looked away from him. Greengrass was behaving oddly. Not consistent with someone concerned for her friend, more fearful. Not to mention she turned pale when she saw I was looking at her. She said nonchalantly, though he could sense a bit of pride in her voice. So you determined that she was likely a traitor, he finished for her, and she hummed melodically. I also checked her letters, there are pass phrases in there, doubly increasing my suspicions. Your other friends were disgustingly normal. Hints of worry and concern, but other than that, they had nothing to do with it. Anyway, you confirming was expected given what I knew of her, given what you found in his mind, she answered as she turned to him, her eyes searching. I haven't yet decided to what extent, he answered the question she didn't voice. You hate traitors, she answered simply, as if that was all there was to it. It was one thing to hate traitors, it was another to experience them. Greengrass is his friend, was his friend. She was partially responsible for the death of her father and also the one who supplied all that his enemies, his family's enemies, needed to deliver a blow that they'll take years to recover. She helped cut down his father's life. He was not even 50 years of age, a fifth of the lifespan he could have. Damien Greengrass was going to die. That was not negotiable. But he wasn't certain what punishment to hand out to the Greengrass family. I do, he murmured softly, there will be blood. There is no doubt about it. She pursed her lips. But you have not yet decided, still, she said with narrowed eyes. No. And I won't be rushed in a decision, he said with a side glance. She brushed her locks behind her ears. You don't have to be so sour about it, she said cuttingly as she sent him a glare of mild disdain. She betrayed you in the worst way. You can't let it go. And I'm not, he easily said simply, that I have time to consider what my punishment will be. In all of human history, one thing that has always had been key to obtaining peace, in one form or another, is ruthlessness, Atticus, she said after a moment of silence passed between them. He turned completely to her and she continued once their eyes met. I know you've decided to expedite your role in this war. You will come across many enemies. Even enemies that hide themselves as your friends, she said with fervent eyes. Friends do not exist, not for people like us, Atticus. People of power, people with greatness in their destiny. It breeds familiarity, it breeds weakness and exploitation, and Greengrass has exploited this weakness and familiarity that was present between you. And what did it cost you? She almost purred out as she looked at him with half-lidded eyes and her lips twisting into a cruel half-smile. He scowled but said nothing. It cost you something you cherished more than you cherished anything material. It nearly cost you your mother too, someone I know means more to you than your father, she pressed on uncaringly on despite his growing anger. Human history has shown that you need to defeat your enemy to a demoralizing degree to truly win, to so humiliate and humble your enemies, certainly killing a good portion of them, that you don't need to be concerned about revenge. She set her dark eyes on him, her eyes alight with vindication. Like what they've done with me, he said with burning eyes, and she smiled thinly. Like what they've done with you. And so you'll have a choice. She twirled a strand of hair in her misleadingly dainty hand, staring off in the distance. You've had me read all those fascinating books of Muggle history, of the fall of men who did great things, both good and terrible. One common thread most of them had, was that they lost, in the end, despite their crushing victories, despite their victory in war, due to betrayal. She glanced at him as she stopped twirling her hair and put her hand on his cheek so that their eyes could meet. Her eyes were pitch black as she stared with such fierceness that he almost imagined they were looking straight at his soul. Show mercy to people who betrayed you and wait for the inevitable occasion when they'll betray you again, or make an example of them and send a message about what betrayal will earn them. She said with passion as her eyes gleamed with frantic ferventness. He said nothing to that and gently took off her hand from his cheek and turned his face towards the horizon. She squeezed his hand, gently and with care, one that signified support. They remained silent for some time, as he digested what she said. As he thought on what he'd need to do. Break. 10th of April 1942. They arrived back at Sayre Manor 5 days after the attack. The home felt emptier and Mother was more morose than she'd been in the last couple of days. He felt helpless, useless as he tried to comfort her. The only consolation was that she'd busied herself with some of the duties of father, aiding Benedict with them. Arranging the funeral was left to him and Benedict, which had been held 2 days after they arrived back at Sayre Manor. The Prividetsi funerals had been held the day before. It had been an extremely well-attended affair. Both sides of his family came to pay their respects and most members of the Wisengamot attended, including members of the Selwyn and Greengrass family. It had taken much restraint to play cordial with them, knowing their roles in the demise of his father and the attempt on his mother. The Selwyns were responsible for ensuring that the flow network was down, using that ministry employee as their weapon. The Greengrasses, well. It had been a tepid morning, a bitter day for his family. He'd attended the funeral of his grandparents, but that had been when he'd been 2, and even if he remembered their deaths and had known them more than someone of that age should have, he never felt a connection with them that was anything more than mild acquaintances, now that he reflected back on those days. A complete different perspective to what he felt now. It burned at him, the injustice, the rage, the anger. The body of his father was burned on a pyre at the same site as the bodies of his grandparents had been, where all Sayers had been burnt over dozens of generations. He looked peaceful, that same look he'd seen on his face when he finally dared to look at his body after he'd taken his mother to St. Mungo's. Lucas had told him, privately, that his father felt responsible about what happened at the estate, that he suspected that father intentionally provoked Hisham so as to force his hand, so he'd die as a penance. That had ached, so very much. He did not want to believe his father martyred himself. That he'd choose to leave mother alone. He could not believe that. And among all of those negative emotions, stood people who smiled sadly, offered false words and false gestures when he'd seen what lied beneath the veneers of civility and decency. Emily had been by his side, a pillar that he'd lean on during the affair, noticing the struggle he felt and supported him, in her own way. Theodore, Marcus, and Eden had also come, especially given that he'd invited them just as he'd sent the invitation to Nymara. He'd actively used his occlumency to make it seem that he knew nothing of her role, of her family's role, and for the first time since the early months of first year, he used legilimency on her. Not too deep, she knew occlumency after all, just enough to read her emotions and errant thoughts. She was repentant and guilt-ridden. And ultimately, that didn't matter. She could have gotten out of this many different ways, ways she didn't explore due to her loyalty to her family, her father. And so, she'd sink with the ship. Several lords of the Wisengamot had spoken, some more genuine than others, sharing stories. Funeral rites like these were more celebrations of the deceased individuals, rather than one that mourned their deaths. Magicals held a different view than most civilizations, and at the same time quite similar. Death, after all, was not the final journey, at least in the way most people understood. Mother had been the first to burn father's body, he'd been second, Sophia third, and Aunt Viola fourth. After the funeral he'd spoken with Eldrick Carson, Marvin Garrick, and Silas Mirak, the current lords of their houses, about their alliance, and he set up a meeting with them in June to discuss the plans going forward. They reaffirmed their loyalties to House Sayer, and they understood what those plans would be. War, after all, was in the air. The days after the funeral had been hectic as they arranged for the Providetzi children to go to America with Aunt Viola, along with grandmother Isabel and Aunt Evangelina. Michael and Lucas would go and ensure the children settled in before they returned to partake in the meeting he'd hold with his allies. He'd also sat down and discussed with Benedict, his sister, and mother about what the plans were for House Sayer. For the time being, Benedict would take over the business side of things whilst his sister and mother would, not quite go into hiding but would lay low for the foreseeable future, until things calmed down at Sayer Manor. Benedict informed him of his meeting with the minister, and it had thrown him in a quiet rage. The attempt was nothing short of trying to control and beat down House Sayer, but what was even worse was the supposed relationship between Dumbledore and the minister. Dumbledore attempting to have him painted as a Dark Lord shouldn't have surprised him, but upon reflection, Dumbledore's abhorrence of killing inevitably had them at odds. It was clear that his plans against Dumbledore needed to be expedited. Dumbledore's influence was growing, and that, whilst he wasn't willing to admit it out loud, worried him significantly. The agreement Benedict managed to wring out of the minister was incredibly useful. It did not make them immune to persecution, but it very nearly was immunity, at least for the duration of Spencer Moon's rule. He'd given Sophia all of his business ideas with regards to magical inventions, and given the sparkle in her eyes, he knew that it would provide plenty of distraction as she set about testing and planning the business strategies and the necessary documents for filing away propriety legal documents. The magical world did not have patents, but it did have legal methods of owning products. It simply behoved on the individual to ensure that their product could not be reproduced, hence why there were so many products like vanishing cabinets that had redundant sequences in their runic schemes to protect their product. He'd given them all a mirror phone, something that he left incomplete at the time, given them all a way to communicate with each other. He'd sent one to Charles Etherington, Sophia's beau, so she could speak with him with ease. It was a small favor, all things considered, given that the man had been useful in getting Sophia back in England so quickly. Plus word of the invention would undoubtedly make its ways through the upper echelons of Macusa. That would set the stage. He decided that some of his inventions might well be useful for the war effort. If other allied forces could cooperate quickly, they would be able to hammer Grindelwald with targeted assaults. Communication, after all, was the backbone and enabler of civilization. The previous day he'd spent it with the goblins, finally ascending to Lord Sayer of the most ancient and most noble house of Sayer. The youngest lord since Henry Sayer, the last male heir during a fragile period. A young man that navigated his house back towards safety. Something he'd have to do now as well. Except Henry Sayer never had the same advantages Atticus had. If the hospital had been made of magic, Gringotts Bank essentially was magic. He saw the kaleidoscope of colors that represented the web of wards that effectively hung on the marble walls of Gringotts. He saw how in tune the goblins were with their magic, their frequency significantly differing from humans. One thing he noticed was that the colors were meaningful beyond simply what branch of magic they were. Most people had several different strands of color around their magic, each of them closely representing what he's come to know to be a branch of magic. His mother had always been talented in charms and defensive magic, as she'd done well in the dueling rings at Dimstrang, and that reflected in the colors. The branch of charms was represented in a particular shade of orange color, whilst transfiguration was a particular shade of brown. There were other colors that he figured out represented a particular branch, and the thickness of those strands depended on one's attunement to said branch, as far as he could tell for the moment. Goblins were different in that regard. They were artificers, they were warriors. Their core magic, where in humans they were all shades of beige, was reddish beige. It was fascinating to see what they were. The Sayer family did not hold all of their wealth in Gringotts. If anything, it represented a fairly small fraction of the whole, as much of it was in other banks around the world, namely with the dwarves of Switzerland and the numerous other smaller banks around the world. Benedict had given him the material he needed to become fully read in the duties of Lord Sayer, and it was abundantly clear that he had much to learn. As he walked up to the gates of Hogwarts, he reflected back on what he'd need to do in the next few weeks. His elves, bar Tweeny, had been away on crucial missions. His father had refused to have elves shadow him, and he had begrudgingly agreed to it. He closed his eyes for a few moments. It still hurt, the death of his father, even in this deadened state that he was in. When he'd been reborn, he never expected to care for people like he did now, to love them. He'd always be conventionally morally suspect in many things, but respect and loyalty, once earned, was something that he would not abuse. His father had earned his loyalty in a way no one had in his old life. Even more, he earned his love too. And so he respected his father's wishes. And in the end his father died. He knew what he had to do now. For ease of mind, to be assured of their survival. His eyes opened and returned on the magnificent convergence of magic. Hogwarts. Even in the distance as he neared the school, it shone like a beacon, a well of magic that was alive, much like he'd seen in animals. Hogwarts was a masterful creation. Rowena had told him that they had put much of themselves in Hogwarts. He hadn't quite understood, and she'd refused to tell him, only telling him to figure it out. He let off a short chuckle. His eyes gleamed with admiration. He understood now as he smiled at the incredible castle. His eyes turned to the old man who was at the other side of the gates. Og, he acknowledged with a nod. Professor, he returned to him as he opened the gates. To see the Headmaster? He queried. He nodded and Og grunted in acceptance. The Headmaster is at the office. Come, I'll walk you there. Og walked with him as they walked past the large wooden doors. They walked in silence until they reached the floor of the headmaster's office. Thank you, Og, Atticus said at the old man. No problem. Sorry to hear about your father, mate, Og said in slight discomfort. Atticus glanced back at the man and smiled gratefully. Thank you, Og. I appreciate your words, he said sincerely. He'd never truly spoken with Og, most of the time it had been regarding Phyla, who'd been staying on the grounds near his home. Og grunted and waved him on and walked off. Atticus turned away and walked up to the stone gargoyle. Here to see the headmaster, he said to the stone gargoyle in a serious tone. He sighed. Fine. He groused slightly. Minstrel, he said, and the gargoyle stepped aside. Moody little stone, he murmured before shaking his head and turning serious. He looked up and saw Matthias, who'd been speaking with Daphne, approaching him. Atticus, his old professor, said solemnly as his eyes shone with compassion and sympathy. Professor, he acknowledged in a calm tone. He hated the sympathetic looks. It made him feel weak. Daphne soon approached him and he didn't have to glance at her mind to know she wanted to hug him, but didn't to keep professionalism. Atticus, I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your family, she said, deeply saddened. As was I. Matthias added. He stepped forward and clasped Atticus on the shoulders, squeezing a little. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you, was obvious from his tone and his eyes. As am I. He glanced at Daphne and with a smiling that was waning nodded at both of them. Thank you. He said with a strained smile. I appreciate it, and he meant it. A cleared throat interrupted them and he saw Dumbledore standing there imperiously at the top of the stairs. A shared glance between Matthias and Daphne was all there was needed to know. Let's go up, Matthias said evenly, and Atticus nodded his acceptance and they went up the stairs. He took his seat offered to him in front of Dippet's desk whilst Matthias and Daphne were on either side of him with Dumbledore next to Dippet behind the headmaster's desk. Before we begin, Dippet said gently, I'd like to offer my condolences to you about what happened to your family, as he dipped his head in respect. Atticus gracefully accepted with a bowed head. Thank you, headmaster. I can speak for my family that it is well received. Dumbledore took on a saddened expression, one that raised his hackles. You're not fooling anyone, he wanted to sneer out, but he kept his composure. Dumbledore had fooled him initially. When he'd talked with Dumbledore regarding the children that were killed in the Third World, simply for being magical, Dumbledore had given the impression of someone who ultimately was a decent man at his core, but one that made mistakes. It was why he decided to try and change the relationship between him and Emily, to direct him away from the confrontational relationship that single meeting would spawn. And it was an impression that was shattered when Dumbledore tried to get Emily back at the orphanage, and it was further immolated when he discovered Dumbledore's schemes regarding his family. He might not be a Dark Lord, but he certainly was a man of dark intentions, even if his actions were drastically less monstrous. It didn't detract from his ability in magic, however. Dumbledore, like Emily, shone like a sun, and it was taking quite a bit of his concentration to dial down his perception. He was a furnace of magic, and brown colors seeped through his core, and for the first time, he was seeing a sickly yellow strand around his core, one that Emily had told him about, one that he hasn't seen before in anyone else. The others all were all what he expected, except for Dippet, who might not be as powerful as Dumbledore, but he certainly was not a weakling. He knew that as people aged, their growth in magic might be tiny compared to the growths in their youth, but they still grew. Dippet was hundreds of years old, and it was clear to see in his magic. He might be feeble in body, perhaps a little in mind, but he certainly wasn't in magic. As people aged, magic would compensate. Magic output would lessen, but it would use to sustain the bodies of magicals as they neared death. Dippet smiled kindly and nodded before he turned serious. "Now, you've requested this meeting with myself, Macheus and Daphne?" He asked pointedly before he added, "Albus has asked to be involved as well, and I saw no reason to say no, unless..." Dippet asked with raised eyebrows. Atticus glanced at Dumbledore before turning back to Dippet. Atticus nodded. "He can stay," he said curtly. He saw no reason to deny the man. Dippet would tell him anyway, and yes, I did. He ran his hand through his hair. "With the death of my father, my duties have increased quite significantly," he said delicately. Dippet made a noise of agreement. "Yes, I imagine so," he said sympathetically. "You're resigning your post, aren't you?" Daphne asked plainly. Atticus turned to her and saw the saddened expression on her face, and he inclined his head. "I am," he answered simply. "We expected this." Once news filtered through, Macheus spoke up at this point. "Are you certain?" Dippet asked, concerned. "I am," he confirmed. Dippet looked crestfallen, which was to be expected naturally. Atticus had brought Hogwarts a lot of prestige, and Dippet loved him for it. Dippet's headmastership would be one remembered fondly, as Hogwarts' status among the great schools was firmly #1 in reputation, even if the number of subjects taught was on the lower scale in comparison to the other schools. Atticus turned to Macheus. "You'll need to take another apprentice sooner than later, especially with the increase of students that is expected next year." Dippet caught on quickly. "You're referring to the increased number of requests for transfers from some of the smaller schools around Europe?" Atticus nodded knowingly. Durmstrang was occupied, as were several other smaller schools in the occupied nations. Whilst most schools were left as they were, there were some that were not, and the increasing violence and unrest has made many parents keeping their children home. Not to mention the threat of children being held hostage as they were in Durmstrang was not something people were all too keen about. There were rumors filtering through about how parents who were keeping their children home were almost automatically to be considered rebels, as many rebels were doing exactly the same thing, to ensure that they wouldn't be subjecting their family members to being held hostage or worse. It created a large problem for the international schooling system, as there were many children being transferred away from their native schools. Most went to the far reaches of Europe, like in Portugal, Spain, Cyprus, Alexandria, and Constantinople. And of course Bosbatons and Hogwarts. Whilst there weren't many yet, it was increasing. His classes had several Polish and Scandinavian children. Hogwarts was not cheap, and so these were the more well-off students. It was also quite easy to understand only those who were wealthy enough could get their children into safety so far. "That is no longer your concern, Mr. Sayer," Dumbledore interjected, and Atticus turned sharply at the man and smiled predatorily at the man. "Lord," he corrected as his eyes lit up as they focused on the man. "Excuse me," Dumbledore said, taken aback with the retort. "Lord Sayer," he said with a steel tone, "with my resignation of my professorship and my ascension to head of my house, my title is what you should refer me as," he said with an authoritatively tone. "That is quite correct," Daphne interjected with a vindictive look in her eyes. She hadn't forgiven Dumbledore for the attempt to bury the rape of her student under the carpet. "You were brought up in our world, were you not, Albus? It would not do for you to forget our ways." Dumbledore quickly rallied. "My apologies," he said with a slightly strained voice. "I hadn't thought we needed to address you in such a formal way in a setting such as this," he said accommodatingly. "Mr. Dumbledore," Atticus said with an easy smile, "of course, I understand your misunderstanding. If it was a misunderstanding," he said offhandedly, "I accept your apologies." And before Dumbledore could reply, he turned to Dippet, who was watching the interplay with mild discomfort. "Headmaster, it is quite likely more students are going to come, on top of the first years. Apprentices will be necessary to reduce the strain on the staff." "Ms. McGonagall already takes the strain away from Mr. Dumbledore," Atticus said pointedly. Atticus Macheus tried to protest, but Atticus interrupted. "Macheus, you've had more time now to increase the quality of your teaching since I've been taking care of the more standard theory." He turned to Daphne. "For you as well. Can you really say you teaching every class to huge numbers of children on your own is really what is in the best interest of everyone?" he asked pointedly. "No," Daphne sighed, "though my class likely won't suffer too much, but yours, Macheus, would." Macheus frowned before he grabbed the bridge of his nose. "Very well, I will take on another apprentice, he said with a glance to Atticus. Atticus knew that Matthias was still harboring some lingering guilt from the death of his previous apprentice, but he would stress himself out if he didn't. He never understood the small number of staff at Hogwarts. Apprentices were often used, of course, to bypass that little idiocy, but it still was quite ridiculous that most classes were only taught by a single professor. Even universities had teaching assistants or PhD students aiding in subjects. The next half hour was mostly to discuss boring administration things. He decided to abstain from making a last appearance in the Great Hall, opting to obtain his things from his room before leaving Hogwarts. Emily had come and he briefly spoke with her about his resignation, which she knew, before he made his way towards the 7th floor, for the last time and likely for years to come. He paced thrice and he opened the door. He strode forward through the black room towards the only thing that was present was an old oak door, and once he arrived, with a push, it opened, a waft of stale air hitting him. His breath hitched in his throat and his eyes assaulted as the dense magic washed over him. Amazing, he exclaimed quietly as he passed through the sheer storm of interwoven strands of magic. His eyes wandered in awe as he looked at the room, the heart of Hogwarts. The room was huge, and as he ran his fingers on the walls, he realized that the room was one large block of granite, carved out. His eyes went towards the center of the room, and his eyes were immediately captured by a massive stone of granite, carved into a hexagonal shape which was alight with thousands of small glowing lights which he presumed to be runes, easily twice as long as him and several times as wide as him. He walked sedately as waves of magic washed over him repeatedly, almost like a heartbeat as he neared the huge stone. As he stood by the stone, he could read the runes, thousands of Eldar Futhark runes inscribed, just as she said. He'd spoken with Rowena about the rape incident not too long ago, and she'd almost refused to speak with him when she'd heard what he'd done. Whilst she acknowledged his limited authority within Hogwarts, she did not like that he'd left the girl to be assaulted and eventually being cast away from the magical world, with the perpetrators being effectively given a slap on the wrist. Once she'd moved past her indignation, she'd explained that Hogwarts should have been able to warn the staff about the incident in the first place. She'd told him that rape wards were impossible to be made, just as wards to stop murder were impossible to be made, but wards are made with regards to intent. Death wards' main functions, for example, were hostility towards the owners of the home. Those who attacked it had to have hostile intent, whether it was murderous or not didn't matter, and so the wards would turn deadly against the assaulters. Similarly, this was the case for wards against sexual assault. The ward she spoke of was actually mostly created by Salazar Slytherin, entirely by accident. The ward was complicated in that they worked on pheromones that people exuded. It came into being when a crazy mage zoologist, the time's most knowledgeable wizard with regards to magical creatures, Rolf Elskagator, made a ridiculous assertions that humans also released pheromones when they'd been discussing mating signals of Caladria, a snow white bird native to Italy whose feathers are ground for healing potions. Salazar had been offended by it, and Elskagator had said that unless he could prove it wrong, he would continue to believe it and convince others of it. And so Salazar set about trying to disprove the assertion. In the end, Elskagator had been proven right, much to Salazar's dismay. It ended up incredibly fortuitous, as a large number of families had refused on the basis that they were concerned about the dignity and chastity of their children. Salazar, Rowena, and Godric ended up working together to create an alarm ward that was based on the pheromones people released. It was complex, and it worked on the basis of intent and incorporated the release of pheromones they ably identified and associated with arousal, fear, and aggressive behavior. Even if the victim was unconscious, the ward would be able to alarm the professors and heads of houses and direct them towards the situation. She'd told him that the ward had to be down, and for it to be down, it had to have been manually excluded from the network of wards that protected Hogwarts, and that meant an headmaster had done so. The headmaster was the only one allowed in the ward room except for him. Rowena had told them that she'd added an exclusion to it, in case the headmaster proved to be unsuitable, a method that the heirs of the founders were meant to know. Of course, a lot of things could and would be forgotten with time, as would the end of family lines, so it was one that none likely knew. Getting through the roar was the only other way of getting into the ward room, the other method was through the other door at the other side. He looked over the runes as he read them. The schemes were interlinked in a way he'd not seen before, and he wondered if this was a common way to do it in the founders' time. He finally came across a section on one of the faces of the granite stone, and he saw that it was chipped. He sighed. It was such a crude and unforgivable way to disable a ward. Rowena had told him that headmasters held the wards of the school, all of them. For them to disable one of them, they'd have to come here to do it, and even then, to disentangle the wards was likely beyond them except the most well-versed in warding and runes. As evidenced by the brute method of taking off the alarm wards. She'd given him the runic schemes that he'd needed, and they were tied into the violence intent ward, another ward that was down. For the next hour, he repaired the section on the granite stone and re-etched the runes on the face of the stone. Done, he sighed as he rubbed his head as he stood back up. The runes were connected at the base of the stone, so he needed to crouch a little. He watched on as he manually activated the wards and smiled when he saw the acceptance of the wards within the warding structure. He left a note in the ward room for when, inevitably, Dippet came down to check on the ward stone. The ward was already up, but none of them would know what it is about until an incident happened. He made his way out of the wardroom and finally out the roar. He'd intended to do it at the end of the school year, where he'd have time to also study the wardstone. Apparently the wardstone should also have the ability to alarm the headmaster of any dark objects entering the school. That had been left alone, surprisingly enough. He shook his head and made his way towards his room. He arrived just after lunch would be had, to give him time to do this without anyone wondering why he hadn't left. He got to the edges of Hogwarts wards and he looked back. He felt, saddened, that he was leaving this magnificent creation. One that the founders literally poured their blood and magic in. They used blood magic and an ancient ritual that could be suitably described as Hearth of the Home ritual, whereby ancient Norse magicals would conduct said ritual to exude a feeling of home to their new abodes. They almost gave life to the old castle with their blood, for in the blood was magic, and so, the building came close to living as possible. He turned away from the building and operated away, without a single sound. He arrived back at Sayre Manor and after dinner with his family, made it back to his room. He got to his desk and began to work on one of the many things he needed to do before he devoted himself to war. "Pop Master." He turned and saw Tweenie and he smiled. Tweenie had survived the attack, but he'd been injured. He lost a finger on his right hand when he'd been hit with a particular dark curse he just about couldn't evade before he'd been banished into a tree, knocking him unconscious. Thankfully, the attackers hadn't been able to kill him off as the fiend fire had taken their attention away from him. "Tweenie," he said warmly, and saw Tweenie looking uncharacteristically serious. "You have news?" he asked, straightening out. Tweenie bobbled his head. "Yes, Master, the elves in Germany have managed to safely bring back the containers in secret," Tweenie said, wringing his hands. Tweenie looked at him with wide eyes. "Master, it is bad stuff. The elves saw muggles use it and it was terrible," the elf exclaimed, distressed. Atticus bent down on one knee, putting him on level terms with Tweenie. He looked directly in Tweenie's eyes. "I know, Tweenie, I know," he soothed the distressed elf. When the elves had finished inscribing runes on the small devices that would shortly be implanted into the Muggle-born and Squib children in the Nazi extermination camps, he'd paused them from returning to inscribing golems with runes and instead sent them to be trained with the infiltration elves so he could merge them with those teams for what he wanted them to find. "I'm trying to take them away from the Muggles so they can't use it on children," he answered the elf. He grimaced when the elf looked at him with admiration. He felt a twang of guilt, but he suppressed. "Master is great," the elf exclaimed proudly, only serving to increase the guilt that he felt. Whilst he undoubtedly treated elves better than anyone did, it didn't mean that he didn't take advantage of their trust. He smiled, strained. "Only because I have wonderful elf friends like you, Tweenie," he said honestly. "Please extend my sincerest gratitude to the elves. I will come and visit them soon," he promised. Tweenie got teary-eyed and nodded rapidly as he looked at Atticus with adoring eyes. He took out from his small uniform a document which he handed over to him. Atticus smiled gratefully as he got back up from his kneeling position and Tweenie popped away. He sighed deeply as he rubbed his face. "I've got to find a way to free them," he muttered. Elves were almost childlike, in their trust of people. It was undeserving. He felt disgusted sometimes when he'd see them so blindly adoring him. He opened up the document. Der Staple SRFGGD 345. Verbindung Propan 2YL Methylphosphonofluoridate G Serianervengift, Beckent ALS Sarin. His eyes schemed through the document as he grimly read it. He looked away and then wandlessly burned the document before vanishing the ashes. He closed his eyes momentarily. There was no going back from doing this. Even if he was morally suspect, he still held himself to 21st century sensibilities in many things. He opened his eyes. War was messy, war was foul, and war, ultimately, was never for those of faint of heart. He clenched his hands into fists. And it was clear he was at war. He'd known he'd have to do distasteful things, to win, to save. It didn't make it easy knowing that he'd been doing it soon. He sighed, banishing away those thoughts, and returned back to his work. Break. 22nd of April 1942. Dumbledore POV. He looked gravely at the newspaper in his hands. Slaughter at Ancestral Home decimates main branches of House Selwyn. By Rufus Scrimgeour. Following the Godric's Hollow massacre, the nation has been gripped with tension as people waited for any further attacks from the followers of the villainous and pestilent Dark Lord Grindelwald. As weeks passed and as Minister Spencer Moon assured the nation that his administration was fast at work at plugging the holes of the defensive net that protects these isles, that tension bled away as tentative hope rose that the worst was behind us all. With the deaths, extinction, and near extinction of several houses, see page 4, it was hoped the worst was behind us all. But no. Alas, it is not to be. On the eve of the 17th of April, Aurors were alerted to the continued absence of Lady Selwyn by a concerned member of society, who asked to be unnamed, and the scene was reported by an Auror on site as macabre and abhorrent. The deaths were unlike what we have seen so far, according the Auror who spoke with us. The Selwyns, see page 2 for the history of House Selwyn, and the notable members of the house, were said to be meeting on official house business, and as such, it required the attendance of several branches of the Selwyn family. The late Lord Selwyn, see page 2. Positively dreadful, Slughorn muttered loud enough for Albus to hear. He glanced at the rotund man who was sharing a paper with Madeline before returning his eyes on the paper. Oh, I feel poor Miss Selwyn, Madeline said sadly as her eyes went to the Slytherin table, even if she knew the girl had been absent for the past week. Yes, yes, to be the last survivor of the main branches only because you were at Hogwarts, Slughorn tut. 9 Selwyns. Slughorn exclaimed in disbelief. Poof, all gone, just like that. Isn't that the highest number of deaths in any house since Grindelwald's first attacks? Madeline asked quietly. Yes, not even. Albus tuned out Horace as he frowned in deep thought. There was little in the paper regarding what actually happened, and annoyingly, none of his contacts in the Auror department had been assigned this particular case. Spencer Moon had suspiciously declined meeting him again when he'd gone to see him after he heard Benedict Sayer was with the minister. He had suspected the Selwyns being in league with Gellert. He wasn't sure why he'd eliminate them like this, but he knew Gellert would not be kind to traitors to his cause. The Selwyns must have defected for him to do this. He'd briefly thought the boy had done this, but he'd dismissed it as it was too ridiculous. He was in danger of elevating the boy's capabilities beyond what was merited. This could only be the work of Gellert. He sighed audibly as his mind went to the boy. He'd been shocked to hear of the boy's viciousness and brutality as he murdered through dozens of men. It was unacceptable, and he'd gone to see Leonard to push the issue. The boy was too powerful and he did not have the right morals to be allowed that power. His suggestion to mark him as a Dark Lord had not been well received by the minister, especially with the sympathy that the Sayers were getting, especially from the families that similarly were devastated by Gellert's men. He'd hoped to see the boy saved from the clutches of the dark, but unfortunately, with the evidence of the brutality his contacts had told him, it was clear that he'd lost that battle. It was regrettable, and perhaps he could be saved, but only if he chose the right way. Forgiveness would be given to those who earned it. He tried to direct the narrative of the Sayers being responsible for the attack, but unfortunately, the Sayers managed to get ahead and clamped down their influence on the paper, forcing him away from that avenue as they cashed in on that sympathy. Even his supporters, he chided himself, were not as receptive to his line of thinking about the abhorrence of murder, for that was what it was, and something that debased the sanctity of life. He couldn't use any subtle methods of influencing people's line of thinking, like he's done in the past, particularly in those who were in the ministry, not after the successful infiltration of Gellert's pawn. And so he needed to do it old-fashioned way. He didn't have the influence, not yet, to have people trust his word without much resistance, but it was growing. His beliefs were gaining traction as he gently directed everyone to what he wanted them to believe in. It was not much, but he was getting there. At least the boy was gone from his castle. The boy was by far, much to his irritation, the most popular of teachers. He makes magic fun, he heard one of his first-year lions say to the rest of the students once. He shook his head and proceeded to his first class of the day. Shortly before lunch, as the last class ended, an alarm went off, startling him. He felt a nudge towards a place and he frowned. This had never happened before. He hastily made his way towards the directed location, and once he arrived, he saw his fellow heads of houses in between some quarreling students. What is happening here? He asked sharply as he walked authoritatively towards them. Matthias turned towards him. A fight between several groups of students that turned nasty. He handed over one of the wands which he took. He frowned and muttered prior incantato, and his eyes widened slightly as he saw a particularly dark curse. Interesting, isn't it? Matthias said, breaking him from his thoughts. He glanced at Matthias, who continued, you probably felt the same nudge we did, no? And Albus nodded reluctantly. Well, it was the same for everyone, including Armando. He was here first and left to check the wardstone after Horace and I arrived, Matthias informed him. Albus' eyes widened. Someone tampered with the wards? He asked sharply as he handed the wand back to Matthias. Matthias simply shook his head. I do not know. He glanced at Albus. You can come with us, we have finished settling this dispute. Albus curtly nodded as his mind whirled. The wardroom was something that he had never seen yet. It was forbidden to all but the headmaster. The founders created the wards so that none other than the headmaster could change them. None had of course done, nor needed to. The wards were said to be a masterpiece, and as close to impenetrable as possible. The portrait of Alastair MacBairn, one of the most celebrated ward masters in the world and a previous headmaster of Hogwarts, was directly opposite the door that led towards the wardroom, so headmasters could consult with the ward master, not that it happened all that often. Armando once mentioned that there were only 3 out of 36 headmasters that ever tried to understand or modify the wards. He was standing in Armando's office with the rest of the heads of house for a few minutes until he walked into the room. Armando looked at them a little surprised before he shook his head. The alarm ward is here to stay. It should have stayed active since the founding of Hogwarts, he angrily exclaimed until he sat in his chair with his shoulders slumped for a second. Armando, what do you mean? He asked, frowning. Armando raised his head and glanced at them all. The wards on intent had been forcefully removed from the wardstone. He shook his head in disbelief. Are you telling me someone managed to get into the wardroom and put those wards back on? Daphne asked incredulously. An expression he was feeling too. How was it possible for someone other than Armando to enter the room? He hadn't been able to, when he'd tried during the early stages of his deputyship. Yes, that is what I'm telling you, he sighed as he removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes tiredly before he put them back on and looked at them all. The individual, repaired the ward stone, in the original rune structure and left a note telling him what he did and what had been done to the stone before he fixed it, he said, leaning back in his chair, a contemplative look on his face. And let me tell you, Armando continued as he glanced at Albus before turning his eyes to the other three, it is not so easy to do it. The runic structure is an antiquated one that hasn't been taught to anyone for centuries. In my early years, as headmaster, I've tried to find books on the method and I found nothing. He shook his head. They remained silent as they absorbed this. And there is nothing else wrong with the wards? Horace asked concerned. Armando shook his head. None of the other wards were disabled or tampered with. I'd noticed a minuscule difference but nothing that would have warranted an investigation. It seems that it was simply the reactivation of these two wards. The note mentions that the wards had been taken down by one of the headmasters. He sighed as he glanced at Daphne. It would have made the situation with the Hufflepuff near impossible as it would have alerted us all about the mess. Will we be disturbed each time something happens? Albus asked, frowning, and he suppressed a deep sigh amidst the looks. I'm not talking about the incident, I'm referring to what we were recently notified to, the fight between misbehaving students, he said with a reproving look at the other heads of houses before he turned back to Armando. Yes. He answered simply as he put his hands on the table before he eyed them all. The wards will inform us all when a debilitating spell is being fired at another. Within the set classrooms, this is not triggered, but in the hallways and in the abandoned rooms, it would be triggered. Hogwarts is able to discern whether or not it is being done in a classroom or not. He answered. Daphne spoke up. Well, it certainly is an incredible improvement. It certainly alleviates my fears. I'd been concerned that we were going to miss another situation as what happened to Ms. Abernathy, she said through thinned lips. Yes, it certainly makes our jobs easier, Horace said cheerfully. Now, we can get there before it happens. Albus turned back to Armando. I'm concerned that someone managed to get through the extensive defenses. He paused momentarily as he searched Armando's face. How do we know something like this won't happen, either by the same person or by someone else with seemingly less benign intentions? He asked with intense focus. Someone messing with his castle was unacceptable. He may not be headmaster, yet, but it didn't mean anything. Hogwarts was his inheritance. It would be where everything would be planned. Armando shook his head. Until now, none other than the headmasters were able to get in, he said with a frown. If the person had any foul intentions, we would have found out by now. About it being done again, I do not believe that it will, but I have placed a linked portrait to McBairn's portrait in the wardroom. He'd notify me if there is anyone in there. Any more than that, there is little else we can do. Albus was unhappy with that as his mind whirled. How was it possible in the first place? Mage asked. Armando looked a little grave. McBairn mentioned, and it was confirmed as a valid rumor, that the heirs of the founders could access the room. Albus stilled as his eyes widened. He hadn't known that. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Could Ms. Riddle have done it? Unlikely. She might have been a prodigy, but the knowledge to do this was beyond her, at least for now. His eyes hardened. It could be the boy. Do you think it could have been Mr. Sayer? He asked absent-mindedly as his mind worked out the possibilities. Lord Sayer, Daphne corrected, breaking him out of his mind, and he almost gave her a look of irritation. Lord Sayer, thank you my dear, he said as he smiled genially at the woman who looked at him suspiciously. He turned his attention back to Armando, who softly chuckled. Possibly. It is certainly not something I can discount. The Sayers have married into many families over the millennia. It could well be that they might be an heir to one of the founders. He shook his head. But I don't think so. The skill needed certainly is something he possesses, but the time needed to fix the wardstone would have been likely for days. And he'd been away for a week or so, Mage said, understanding Armando, who only hummed in confirmation. As far as I know, there had been a few fights in that time, one involving one of the Mulcybers that had cast a quite dark curse at one of the Griffin doors. Armando asked with a look, and Albus nodded with reluctance, and Armando smiled in return before he looked at the four heads. So unless he managed to do this in his short time at the castle when he resigned, I do not think he was responsible, Armando finally said. But he could have studied the wardstone before and simply did the final work when he visited, Albus pressed on, much to Armando's annoyance. I do not think that is likely. Otherwise he'd have done it well before he left. He shook his head. Agreed, if he knew he could prevent the incidents, I do not think he'd have waited all this time to do it last minute. He's far too noble and kind for that, Daphne said heatedly. Albus, old boy, I have to agree with Daphne, Horace said with a disapproving look. He shook his head. He would not win this. He had niggling doubts regarding if he was correct or not, but he doubted it. He was rarely wrong. Break. Nymera Greengrass POV. She closed her eyes as her hands shook. She let herself fall onto the bed before she reopened them. Father didn't know what the Selwyns had done to warrant such execution, and it terrified her. That her family would be next because they failed Grindelwald. She grimly thought at least Tarquin Selwyn was dead. Whilst her father had promised her that the marriage was off, it filled her with great satisfaction that with his death, that niggling doubt in her mind was answered well and truly. Her breath shuddered. Ansayer was meant to be captured, but in the end, Atticus had slaughtered them all and saved his mother. She was relieved in part but also terrified. And guilt-ridden. It hadn't hit her until she saw Marcus Sayer on that funeral pyre, and the consequences of her actions had hit her. She deprived her friend of his father and nearly his mother. She'd been terrified when she'd spoken to him, that he'd noticed the guilt and the shame she felt. But he hadn't, to her indescribable relief, which lessened when he'd thanked her for her support. Thanked her. She closed her eyes as tears ran down the sides of her head. She despised her father for doing this to her, for making her an accomplice to the deaths that occurred. She had no idea how she'd ever go to Godric's Hollow. They all died because she'd informed her father about the event at Prividetsy Hall. As a distraction. She sniffled and she sat upright and placed the letter on the desk before she palmed her wand and muttered incendio. She watched as the letter burnt away. Now with Atticus gone, she doubted she would be needed again. She was relieved completely she wouldn't be in position to spy on him again. She still had a year of Hogwarts left and she hoped the war would be over by then. Maybe then, her life would go back to normal. One where she wouldn't have to betray her friends for her family. That thought had been on her mind when she went to sleep. Break. And POV. She groaned out as she groggily opened her eyes, blinking away the tiredness. When did I fall asleep, she thought tiredly as her vision cleared. Her eyes widened as she did not recognize where she was. She bolted up searching for her wand, and despair grew when she realized her wand was not in her clothes. She turned to her side and saw her daughter, and she quickly ran to her, stirring her up when she sighed in relief when she noticed she was only asleep and otherwise unharmed. Sophia. She hissed out quietly. Wah, Sophia muttered as she stirred away. She blinked several times. Mother. She asked, confused before she looked around her, causing the same distress as she was in. Mother, she said, panicked as she stood up as fast as possible, helped by her. Where are we? She asked worriedly as her eyes roved all around the place. I don't know, she answered honestly. The place they were was strange. Trees she didn't recognize, plants, and flowers either. She saw a four-winged hummingbird-like creature flit around between the trees, and most obvious of all was the lack of sky. This place had a roof, hundreds of meters upwards. The place they'd awakened was a large circle with two beds made out of the same kind of metal as the floor, but it was impossibly soft. You're in a safe place, a familiar voice spoke up, and they both turned rapidly, and she sighed in relief before that changed to anger. Atticus. She growled as she walked at a quick pace over to him. He raised his arms in surrender. Please, Mother, I can explain, he said, what probably seemed to him in a reassuring tone. She looked at him with that look, one that she reserved for when he displeased her. Granted, she hadn't needed it since he'd been 7, but still. He grimaced, which did please her but not enough to dispel the anger. You kidnapped us. Sophia almost screeched as she glared at Atticus. I didn't kidnap you, he said with a disappointed tone to his voice. She raised an eyebrow before she looked around her and then back to Atticus, who again grimaced. I merely relocated you. He said weakly. A chuckle cut off any retort, and they looked past Atticus, and a tall woman, taller than even Atticus, walked their way. She looked exotic, definitely not from Europe. Who's she? Sophia asked warily. The woman stood next to Atticus, further highlighting the height disparity. She looked at Atticus with an expectant look. I know, I could have done this a little differently, but this is how it is, he sighed as he answered the woman's look. Well? She asked impatiently. Where are we? And she gestured at the woman. Who's she? We are. He trailed off as he sought to answer her question adequately. We're in my home, the woman answered for him. And as for who she is, Atticus followed up before looking at the tall woman and then back at her. Atticus smiled in that mischievous way of his, when he was scheming something that Sophia also recognized, and grew a little warier. Well, Sophia, he said as his eyes near damn twinkled, do you remember Morrigan's story? Yes. Sophia said slowly, and Anne's eyes widened as she turned sharply at the woman. It couldn't be, surely? Well, it is actually grounded in some truth, he finally said, except that much of it is wrong, of course, but there is truth to it nonetheless. He turned to the tall woman. Morrigan. This is Morrigan. Anne whispered, and Sophia inhaled audibly as both of them stared at the woman with wide eyes. Morrigan is the name I was known by. The tall woman smiled kindly before she turned to Atticus momentarily before fixing her eyes on the two of them. But my name, known to Sophia's and Atticus' ancestors, my husband and children, was Moira. She answered. She felt weak at the knees, and Atticus hurried to her. She turned to him as he balanced her. You have a lot of explaining to do, she said weakly. He smiled a little and nodded. I do. He answered quietly. The next few hours had completely altered her world. The true history of their people, of where magic came from, that they came from the stars. The stars. And the horrifying wars that their ancestors had been in, the punishment that had been handed to their people, to Moira's people. And the secrets that her son had, the sheer incredulity she felt when he explained that ultimately he wanted to take magicals away into the stars, free from muggles and free to practice magic and technology like their ancestors had without fear of discovery or persecution. He spoke with Sophia about the many inventions and applications of magic and technology could have and that he wanted her to use this opportunity, which Sophia took readily once she got over the fact that he was effectively limiting their contact with the outside world, giving them mirror phones that one could only speak through and where there were filters on certain words. He wanted the secrecy of this place to remain, especially given that it was the legacy of their family, the legacy of their people, and that it needed to be protected until they were ready as a people. That was something that truly had her struggling. The massive island he wanted to build, one that would have the foundations of the society that he wanted to build, one that was so fundamentally different from what she knew, of what she was taught. She'd always known that he had ideas that many people wouldn't agree with, let alone her and Marcus, but to hear all of these secrets, to hear the things that he kept from her, even the perceptions of the world he held. It hurt. That he didn't trust them. She walked deep in thought through the forest/jungle. She was broken out of her thoughts. Mother, her son's voice called out, and she turned slightly as she halted. Atticus, she said evenly as she watched him, perhaps for the first time. He winced but continued to walk towards her. They locked step and remained quiet as they walked through the maze-like path. You're upset, he finally said, breaking the uneasy silence. She sighed. I am, she said before she glanced at him in the corner of her eyes. She saw that he was uncomfortable and a little hurt. She grabbed his hand and stopped and turned completely to him. I'm upset about many things. She began as she looked him in the eyes. I'm upset you kept so many secrets from me. I'm upset that you lied about what you thought about our society, my society, the world I grew up in. I'm upset that you're doing so many things that we had no clue in. She breathed in and out as she paused from her tirade. She sighed tiredly. I'm upset about other things I can't remember at this time. She glanced at him. Above all else, I'm upset that you made this decision to hide us away like the witch Saul in the Baltic story that I'd read you. She said in a scathing tone. Moth, she raised her hand, cutting him off, and glared at him. I know why you're doing this, she said gently as she grabbed his face with her hands, cupping his cheeks gently. I know you're feeling guilty about Marcus, she smiled sadly. It's not your fault. Please know this, son, she said pleadingly. He closed his eyes and leaned into her touch. Mother, he said softly. He opened his eyes and she could see the hurt in his eyes, and she felt herself breaking at the sight. Her little boy was still hurting, likely would still be hurting for time to come. She wasn't doing well herself. She'd thrown herself aiding Benedict and training with Sophia and with Atticus from time to time as she familiarized herself with her permanently injured arm. She hadn't left the manor in all the time she'd returned. Not because of Atticus' desire to keep her safe, but because she couldn't return to the life she had before, to meet with the other ladies, as if she wasn't a widow anymore, as if nothing was wrong. She understood Lady Forsyth's desire to remain more or less distant from society more than ever. Not that she really cared about that. She hadn't slept in her bed, opting to sleep in one of the guest rooms. It was hers and Marcus' bed. And she couldn't sleep without feeling incredibly sad and weak without him next to her. I cannot lose you or Sophia. He began softly as he broke her out of her thoughts. She felt her eyes glistening, which she blinked away. He raised his hands and delicately took away the tears as he looked at her. If either of you died, I wouldn't be able to. He didn't finish the sentence and she understood really. She was pulling herself together for her children. She was indescribably happy that none of her nephews and nieces had been killed. She knew that Natalia, Ivan, and Kate Rova would have given their lives happily as long as the children survived. Okay, she said softly as she accepted her situation. Promise me one thing, she said as she stared at his eyes. She knew she couldn't dissuade him from his path, even if she could, she wasn't certain if she would. She might be a sayer, but vengeance burned in her blood, like it did in all of the Prividetsis over the centuries. Their temper and their vibrance was well known, and it propelled them into well-known battle mages over the centuries. Anything. She looked at him with a disappointed look. Never say that, I could have asked for your arm for all you know. For you, mother, I'd do anything, he said with a determined look, and she smiled despite the serious situation. She patted his cheek. You're a good son, my little boy, she said softly as her eyes glistened again. He scrunched his face in distaste, but she could see that he was pleased somewhat in his eyes. When you go, promise me you do not lose yourself, she asked of him imploringly. She continued before he could answer her. I might not have been involved in any wars, but your grandfather had in the Balkans. He'd seen the turmoil that'd been brewing for decades. He'd seen people leave to fight and return shadows of their former selves. He'd heard of tales of men who did unspeakable things in the name of war, their souls permanently marred, forever changed as they plunged into the deep depths. She stroked his cheek with her thumb. Just promise me that you don't extinguish that goodness that you have in you. I know that you have to do many things that are terrible, but don't let that change you. From the moment I held you, I knew you were special, my little boy." Her eyes teared and she saw his were glistening as well. She sniffed as she readjusted his robes, removing a few lingering specks of dust. "So come back whole and healthy. I'll be here with Sophia and Moira," she said finally as she stepped back. Atticus looked at her in such vulnerability that she just wanted to run up and hug him. He wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his robes and blinked away the tears before he turned his eyes back at her. "I promise, mother," he vowed, and she smiled before she nodded. He made to say something else but instead simply nodded back and turned on his heels and left. She watched him go until she couldn't see him anymore. She glanced to her left and saw Moira coming towards her. "Did you hear all of that?" she asked the tall woman. "I did," she confirmed as she looked at Anne speculatively. "It's never easy letting your children go," she said gently before she looked at Anne with a sympathetic look. "But then, I never let my own children go when they were so young." Anne smiled. "Well, my son is special," she answered simply, and Moira, to her surprise, merely nodded. "He certainly is, more than I ever expected," she answered. They fell in a companionable silence. The manor was feeling constricting, in many ways. Perhaps, a year or so away would do her well. After all, her life changed again in the space of a month. Hopefully, for the better. Chapter 47. If you enjoy this fanfiction and want to support me, if you aren't already, in that case, thank you. You can find me on patreon/boombox117 page. The next 2 chapters are already posted, with chapter 49 being the last chapter in this first arc. The next time this story will be updated on FF will be in the 1st of February. Patty members will receive the next 3-4 chapters of the second arc starting from the 1st of February. I've also created a Discord channel, DISC0RD. GG/2PVVKQGD with the aid of Lord Shiva. Huge thank you to him. As always, thanks for reading. Break. 29th of April 1942. Connor Frary POV. The door opened and he saw his secretary lead his visitor into the office. He got up from his seat and walked around the desk. "Lord Sayer," he greeted as he stuck out his hand. "Minister." The young lord returned and shook his hand. He gestured to the seat opposite his desk. "Please, take a seat," he offered. The boy only inclined his head and they both sat down, a moment of silence passing among them. Connor took the opportunity to watch the boy with critical eyes. He was young, very young, only just on the cusp of adulthood, and yet the boy was one of the most celebrated academics of the century. Several masteries by 17, professor at one of the great schools, and now a lord of one of the oldest families in the world with an impeccable pedigree. Also colloquially referred to as the pure-blood prince by the rag that was the Daily Prophet. He'd met the young man several times in the past month or so as he'd put through an application for lands he'd purchased recently in the Muggle world to be classified as magical. Now, Connor said as he put his hands on the table, fingers entwined, as he looked at the young man. "You've requested this meeting quite suddenly," he said with a curious tone. "I did," Sayer said before he leaned back in his chair, avidly watching Connor with keen eyes. "I was always going to request this meeting with you, but..." He slightly outstretched his hands. "Events have escalated my schedule forward," he said with a grim smile. "Oh?" Connor asked, intrigued. He had suspicions why he might be here. Whilst Ireland wasn't particularly important in the grand schemes, internationally speaking, he was keenly aware what was happening in the larger island next to them. It was only 2 decades ago since they've officially been independent from the British ministry. The Irish population might only be a tenth of the British population, and the history of the Isles might not be as storied as the one on Britain, but they were proud of their history. The Sayers were a large part of that. Whilst the Sayers had never been kings, they had been hugely influential at the time. Their lands had been a refuge for magicals as tensions rose due to Christianity gaining prominence in Ireland, with paganism being slowly but surely driven out of Ireland, at least on the Muggle side. When the Sayers moved to England, several other families had risen to fill the gap left behind within the power structure. And those families all died out in the millennia since. Oh, there were families who'd taken their place and so on, but none had been able to replicate the power the Sayer family had held in Ireland. Until the Irish ministry took that place. The independence of magical Ireland happened concurrently with the Irish War of Independence. Whilst war hadn't been happened, it had been close as tensions had slowly been increasing as the British ministry effectively frothed at the mouth at the potential of losing Ireland from its territory, much like they had lost Australia and North America. The British magicals, before the statute, had greatly profited with the rise of the British Empire. The mercenary and colonial activities had provided great boon to many magical houses, enabling several to rise from inconsequential to noble houses. There were several Irish families who'd also profited, namely those who'd sent their cousins and distant relatives to the colonies to enrich their families, but ultimately, it was the British who'd profited the most. Many lands that eventually became colonies had magicals within their ranks, and as colonies were set up, countries dissolved, absorbed and exploited, conflict had risen as indigenous magicals allied with the Muggle indigenous peoples. And so, the British magicals came to the forefront, tasked to subdue or eradicate the indigenous magicals. The golden era of magical Britain coincided with the golden era of the British Empire. The effects of those times were still felt keenly in many lands in Africa, in Asia, and in the Americas. Magical Ireland never had been a victim of colonial expansion, like what Muggle Ireland had been. After all, magicals in both isles had long since been connected. There was little to truly divide them, as most wizarding families did not believe in the Christian faith and had the same spiritual rights, born from the times when Druidism had reigned supreme. But magical Ireland had never been free, not until 2 decades ago. When the statute went up, Ireland was effectively ruled by Queen Anne, and when the British Ministry of Magic was ratified in 1707, Queen Anne had been the Queen of England, Scotland, and Ireland, later becoming Queen of Great Britain and Ireland. The Charter 1707 had been necessary as the original Charter of the Wisengamot had been signed and ratified by the Kings of Scotland and England in 1342, the successor of the Wizards' Council. The 1707 included Magical Ireland within the scope of the British Ministry, which was problematic considering that Magical Ireland already managed themselves, more or less, so that left Ireland in a strange semi-autonomous situation whereby everyone effectively ignored each other bar the taxes that were levied on Ireland. In the centuries since, Ireland created their own ministry, to better police and enforce the statute, all while continuing to self-govern, all without membership within the ICW. And so, when the War of Independence happened amongst the Muggles, they'd seen where the wind was blowing and used to opportunity to get themselves out of British control, however nominal it was, and stopped paying taxes, which had been the root of the tensions. But Connor and several of his allies petitioned King George V to be granted to the same terms as the British Ministry had been given, and he'd agreed and granted Magical Ireland as the same status as the British Ministry of Magic, which was also the same status that other colonies in the Empire had, a dominion, a self-governing polity. And he'd been central to that, which was why he'd become the second Irish minister and now in his second term in office. Sayre smiled thinly as their eyes were fixed on each other. "I'm here because I see opportunity here at Ireland." Sayre sat back in his chair, relaxed and unfazed. "Tell me, Minister, despite having obtained independence, complete independence from the British Ministry, Magical Ireland lacks any meaningful influence outside of this island. Would I be correct in that assessment?" Sayre asked with unblinking eyes. Connor thinned his lips as he looked away from those sharp eyes as he brought his fingers to his lips. It was true, of course. Ireland was not a producer. There were few magical plants native to Ireland, and those plants have long since been grown and sold all over the world from British greenhouses where families have done so for centuries, having the time to establish a firm hold on the market. Most of the produce in Ireland were sold within the country, effectively a closed economy. Ireland lived within its limited means, as anything that was protected by ICW agreement had to be purchased rather than created, which would be deemed illegal under the agreements that the powerful nations had the ICW enact. Independence did remove the high taxes that the British Ministry had levied on the Irish, but in return, the pettiness of the British Ministry had caused imports to become exceedingly expensive, and only their trade agreements with MACUSA were they able to make independence actually worth it, economically speaking. When it came to influence, well, your assessment would not be incorrect, Connor said carefully, avoiding to allow any hints of frustration to creep in his voice. Your population is tiny compared to the most influential ICW members. Your population is likely as educated as the average magical in Britain, but ultimately the lower population makes it difficult for you to produce anything other than net produce and niche products that you've fought tooth and nail to ensure Ireland remains the only producer of said products. Sayre ruthlessly laid it out for him. Connor looked at him impassively, though it had no effect on Sayre. Sayre continued as he leaned back in the chair, his eyes looking at Connor with intense focus. Economically speaking, you cannot compete, Sayre simply stated. But that could change, he said with a tiny smile as his words enticed Connor. The irritation he felt almost vanished. Escaped his lips as he looked Sayre with intrigued eyes. The nature of our kind makes a connected economy quite difficult. Raw material, whether it is organic, mineral or metallic, will always be necessary, though the goblins take care of that aspect for the most part. He paused. But there is one field that is remarkably underdeveloped, is the aspect of industry. There is plenty of industry. Connor frowned. Sayre eyed him intently, and for a brief moment Connor thought that he saw disappointment in his eyes. Are you certain? He asked with a tilt of the head before he continued, not waiting on his response. Most of the industries are limited, if not in product then at least in scope. Sayre's lips curled almost mockingly. In Britain, and most of the world, there is only one major sport, at most two if you count dueling. In MACUSA, broom racing is the dominant sport, whilst in Brazil quadball is the most popular sport. In Asia, there is little sport other than dueling or fighting. An industry that is disconnected without major overlap. There is of course potions and ingredients industry that caters to general household and cosmetics, and the myriad of other niche fields that are more family businesses rather than international, like Madame Malkin's or say Bincall Main's. And even then, none of these industries have changed in the last few centuries. Small, almost insignificant improvements, sure, but no new industry is ever created. We're remarkably stagnant. Connor sat back and thought on it. He turned his eyes on Sayer. We have no need of the constant change the Muggles do. As you say, their progress is driven by competition. There is little need for competition when we can effectively create what we need ourselves. Sayer dipped his head. Indeed. That is true, but then, what is the need of Quidditch? What is the need for the more frivolous things that the more wealthy members of society purchase? He shrugged before he eyed Connor with a glint in his eyes. You create needs, you create wants, he declared. Connor's eyes lit up. And you've created these needs and wants? He asked with a voice full of interest. Sayer smiled. I have. My inventions also have the added benefit of having the capability to significantly progress magical society forward. His eyes gleamed. I might be arrogant in saying it, but my inventions could well change our society on a scale greater than the Flow network, and its impact might even approach the impact that Hogwarts has had on the magical world at large. Connor narrowed his eyes. That is bold, and if I may say so, incredibly unlikely, he answered before he tapped his fingers on the desk as he watched the young man. He simply shrugged. It's reasonable to think so. He simply answered. And yet Connor spoke with inspecting eyes. I have a feeling that you might not be full of hippogriff shit, he said with amusement in his tone. Sayer chuckled softly. Your intuition would be correct in that regard, he said before he leaned back in his chair and put his hand in the insides of his robes, an act that Connor watched carefully. He pulled out a small stack of documents and slid it across the desk. Full of curiosity, Connor picked it up and began to peruse it. His eyes widened as he read the parchments. What is this? He questioned whilst keeping his eyes on the documents. Those are projections. Conservative projections on only a few of my products that me and my employees expect to be instantaneous success worldwide. In magical societies that resemble our own the closest anyway. He glanced up. Projections. He frowned. Guesswork. Educated guesswork, Sayer corrected with a smirk. It is based on the purchasing trends that we've collated worldwide, to see what captures the attentions of wizards and witches and what we can do to exploit that, he said with gleaming eyes. Sayer's eyes went to the parchments. In those documents, is the potential to employ most of the Irish and even have enough jobs for others around the world to come and make Ireland their home, increasing your population and increasing the wealth of Ireland. Connor shook his head. I find this hard to believe. He looked at the boy incredulously. He'd never heard of business being done like this. To estimate entirely on guesswork. It was almost divination. He narrowed his eyes. Did you use divination for this? He laughed out loud and shook his head before he looked at Connor with mirth. No, Minister. I didn't. Simply a form of pattern recognition with a little bit of understanding of human nature, he answered. Connor said nothing and returned his attentions on the parchments. If this was even remotely true, it would catapult his nation as one of the wealthiest nations on the world, despite being only 3,000 strong. And what do you want in return? He looked up with wary eyes. It's not very difficult to see that you are being particularly careful with what you are showing me, he said as he lifted the parchments in the air. Nothing explicit, not even a hint of what the products would be classified as. He said with a little frustration creeping in his voice. So what do you want? He asked sharply. Sayer smiled but said nothing for a few moments. I want many things, Minister, he answered, and Connor tensed a little. Sayer chuckled a little. But from you, I want very little. He pursed his lips as he tapped his finger on the armchair. And before your mind goes into the wrong direction, I do not want you do anything about Grindelwald, Sayer commented, and Connor was internally relieved. Several dozen Irishmen joined up with the ICW, of their own free will, but other than that, he navigated his country to remain neutral on the world stage. With the war going on, I've had much to think about, Sayer began, and Connor was completely focused on the young man. Sayer stared at him unblinkingly. Today, in this time, there is a Dark Lord that seeks to destroy the statute, one of the rallying cries being that the Muggles seek to destroy this world, that they will, if left to their own fate, they'll destroy us too. He paused momentarily as Connor watched him carefully. He continued with a hard look. Even if I hate him, there is truth in his words. Connor's eyes widened at that declaration. For all the good that statute has done, and the necessity of it, it has allowed us to stagnate. The young man's eyes flashed. We've regressed, Minister, and that is undeniable. We've been stuck in this state of limbo for the past few centuries, whereby not much progress has been made, socially, magically or intellectually, but rather regressed. Connor narrowed his eyes. I didn't take you for a radical, certainly your family hasn't ever expressed opinions like this. Sayer laughed. I'm not a radical. He paused momentarily as he blinked a few times before he looked at Connor with a small smile. More of a visionary, one that seeks to advance our people through innovation and challenging our people to rise above the menial existence we currently. He leaned in, staring intently at Connor. We are a people, Connor, and I mean a single people. Blood status, nationality, all of it does not matter when we have magic coursing through our veins. Sayer's eyes were fervent in this belief of his. We are a people who, for thousands of years, had been the backbone of the greatest Muggle empires, had been the greatest thinkers that to this day, Muggles believe the magicals of the antiquities were merely like them when they were magical. We made Egypt endure, despite the harsh droughts and the deserts that gobbled up fertile lands. we ensured Rome lasted more than a few decades as war mages cut through Europe on Rome's behalf. Sayre sat up as he paused in his riveting speech, an irreverent expression came on his face capturing Connor's attention completely. Atlantis remains to this day the single greatest human civilization, magical or muggle, and it was over 10,000 years before the first Muggle civilization rose. He scowled before he fixed his face back into neutral. There is greatness in our people, minister, and I seek to make people see that. He shook his head, not through violence, not through pushing through division based on some ridiculous irrelevant difference, but by creating the environments whereby ideas, whereby different perspectives can be shared. And Ireland, Sayre leaned in, Ireland can be that place. I've not chosen Ireland on a whim or merely because of my family's history in these lands. For all of the tense relationship Ireland has had with the Muggles of these isles, Muggleborns and half-bloods are perhaps treated the best here, at least under the law. Connor pursed his lips. Macusa is our largest trader. He answered simply, and Atticus nodded. A people who do not pay any attention to blood status, given that most of their elite are half-bloods or at best a few generations pure blood, Atticus acknowledged. He continued, I want to create a hub here in Ireland, one centered on magical research, not like the DOM but rather, those focused in progressing the magical world rather than hiding away the dangerous things, focused on commerce and on advancing magical theory by understanding and expanding on the progress the Muggles have made in the sciences. You want to build a school? Connor asked, surprised. I want to build a university. One where students all around the world would come, here, after their magical schooling is finished. A place where masters in all fields of magic would come and teach the next generations, where class sizes are dozens if not hundreds in size, all studying deep magical theory and the corresponding sciences. Mathematics with arithmancy. Transfiguration with physics. Potions, alchemy with chemistry and biology. And so on, Sayre said with a large smile. You intend to do away with the mastery system? Connor asked, shocked as his mind whirled. I do, he confirmed. It is a inefficient system. One master, one apprentice at a time does nothing but create a scarcity in higher education, one that limits the level of education in our society. Think on it, the students would be exposed to different peoples from all around the world, who were taught magic differently, at least in the non-core subjects, who hail from cultures that view magic in slightly or completely different ways. He outstretched his arms with a flourish. Ireland would be a hub of magical intellectualism, one where the brightest of the magical world would attend. Where they'd put up roots and create products that could be exported internationally. Connor hid the excitement he felt. Such a claim, he turned his eyes on Sayre. And how would you get all these students taught? Whilst there may be a few thousand masters, many of them are very traditional, and this, he scoffed, is exceedingly non-traditional. Sayre looked at him with gleaming eyes. I have well over a few dozen people apprenticing with masters, people I've met during my own time in Alexandria, people I've corresponded with who were all too happy to do me a favor or accept payment to take these students on, regardless if they wouldn't have otherwise. These people along with the apprentices will form the core of the staff. What do you mean otherwise? Connor asked, confused. All of the apprentices are Muggleborn, he simply answered, and Connor's eyes widened. You're sponsoring Mudbloods? He asked, surprised. I am, Sayre confirmed before he continued. Muggleborns, whilst they lack true exposure to our ways and culture, which will be rectified and addressed, do have the flexibility of mind to not dismiss science out of hand. Sayre sat back. They're the first who will seek to progress the understanding of magic on greater heights. Why do you not call them Mudbloods? Connor asked finally. Sayre tilted his head. I find it beneath me to call them a slur, he answered as he watched Connor. He narrowed his eyes. That almost sounds like an insult, he said warningly. It isn't, he smiled slightly. Muggleborns might be slightly different to us, after all, they have no certain family magic, not unless they discover their heritage, which even then might not be enough, but they are magical, and that is enough in my eyes. Slightly different? Connor asked a little indignantly. He might not have much against Mudbloods, but he certainly didn't view them as only slightly different. Of course, Sayre answered with a hint of calculation. Do you truly believe Muggleborns are born completely of Muggles? He asked with a sneer. That is what most people believe, Connor answered. Sayre shook his head. Muggles cannot give birth to a child of magic. I'm certain that there is always Squib heritage in their ancestry. The differences between us and Muggles are more than just magic. It is in our blood. Muggleborns don't steal magic, they're simply legacies of Squibs who'd left to go the Muggle world, at least that is what the evidence suggests. What evidence? Connor half demanded. He'd never heard anything like this, and he was minister. Sayre smiled at him and went into his pocket and once again brought out another stack of documents. These are records, Muggle records, and records from the British Ministry that I have used to see if there was an explanation for Muggleborns, he said as Connor looked over the papers. Half an hour later he sat back in his chair, grabbing the bridge of his nose. It doesn't conclusively prove anything, he said in slight rebellion. No, it doesn't, Sayre agreed, and he glanced at him, but what it does do, is provide the necessary framework for later research, one that would conclusively prove it or not. Let me guess, research that will be done at this institute? He asked warily. Yes. Sayer said simply as he leaned back in his chair. I find it important, that impartial research is done, one that neither I or anyone else can influence. It would finally quell the tensions that exist between the different blood statuses whilst also view squibs in a different light. After all, within a generation or two, squibs will have magical descendants. And the fewer squibs in the Muggle world, the less mood-blue Muggleborns are born in the Muggle world, Connor said as he realized it. Indeed, he confirmed, I don't think it will be truly impactful. After all, squibs have been cast out for centuries, but there will likely be fewer as time goes by. They remained silent for some time. Connor mulled over what he heard. There was little downside. The number of businesses that would be in Ireland would truly propel Ireland on the world stage. The institute would certainly get them international acclaim. If it worked. How would you attract students? He asked suddenly as he glanced at the young man. You might be well known, but it is a large commitment and it has a high chance of failure. Leave that particular problem to me. I have a couple of people in mind who would ensure that the school would be taken serious and their names would undoubtedly be an attraction. Connor could see a mischievous glint in the young man's eye. Very well. Connor paused as he stared at the young man. The businesses would change much in Ireland. There is little opportunity for employment and most end up going into the Muggle world if they're not part of the nobility, and the few jobs that are available are reserved for pure bloods, well-connected pure bloods. Connor pursed his lips as he glanced at Sayer. The ministry is the largest employer, like most ministries around the world are, and those jobs are competitive on top of. I understand, Sayer cut off, and Connor nodded. People ensured their family was well taken care of, even if there were better individuals available but didn't have the connections or blood status. And so your businesses would significantly change the status of Ireland from an inconsequential nation to one that people would pay attention to, Connor finished as he watched Sayer carefully. Why not set up in Britain? Why come here? Because you and your people are more receptive of accepting half-bloods and Muggleborns as not equals, but certainly. He paused momentarily. Not too inferior, he said with a sardonic smile. Connor had an impassive face. So that is your demand? To change my society? No. Merely to continue to be more tolerant. After all, the laws have Muggleborns equal under the law, more or less, even if they're not equal socially. But that takes time, he shrugged. But you are trying, and that matters. The barriers that exist will only fall away with time and effort. He paused momentarily. Of course that is not the only reason. The ministry has displeased me, he said with a vindictive gleam in his eyes. Connor's lips twitched. I see. And he did. He'd heard about the debacle regarding the Godric's Hollow massacre. A few moments of silence passed. I'm inclined to agree with all your terms. The institute is very little to ask for in the grand scheme of things. Is it the only thing you're asking for? He eyed Sayer shrewdly. Break. So have they decided? Atticus asked calmly as he sat back in his office. Opposite him was Charles Etherington, someone he'd been corresponding with for the past few weeks. They've agreed to take those people, Charles confirmed before he drank from his fire whiskey. Atticus smiled grimly. He'd determined that the Jewish people they were soon rescuing had to be sent to a more friendly magical government. Whilst Ireland was tolerant, there was a marked difference between being tolerant to Irish Muggleborns to taking in thousands of foreign Muggleborns and squibs. They didn't have the infrastructure, even if he was covering a significant amount of it, nor the desire. He'd spent enough time with Frary to know that whilst he might agree, it would have been an endeavour that he'd be largely responsible for. It would impede his plans for his business if he persisted with it. MACUSA on the other hand was capable of absorbing a few thousand people and much better equipped with monitoring them. He'd spoken with Aunt Viola, who worked within the Department of Education in MACUSA and was fairly highly placed within the leadership structure. Whilst she'd been surprised, she was quite happy being involved in a case like this. Of course he had to concede quite a few things, as well as calling in a number of favours. The boats that he was using to rescue these people would be studied by MACUSA officials for their own purposes. He was under no illusions that they'd replicate it, not that it was difficult to reproduce. North America was huge, so having a mobile platform probably was advantageous. Good to hear. Atticus said with approval in his tone. The value of rescuing those Muggleborns and their family will go over well with the people, and it is an easy win within the public forum. Saving magicals from the hands of Muggles always would be. I'm surprised how little you want your name to be involved in this, Charles commented as he stared at Atticus. You shouldn't be, Atticus said with a tilted head as he smiled thinly. Things work differently here. I'm already known as friendly to Moodbloods, so any further would seriously impede me, he said with a shrug. Charles shook his head. I'll never understand the hostility you Europeans show first gens. Atticus shrugged but said nothing to it. It was rather simple, to be honest. In any case, things on that end are effectively sorted. We've prepared a location for them to recover, and to be informed of the magical world. He paused momentarily and looked at Atticus with keen eyes. Are you prepared to fulfill the other side of your bargain? Charles said evenly. I am. I will join up with the ICW at the same time as your next deployment, Atticus answered with a neutral face. It was little to concede. He had his rituals to do and organizing his own people to join up with the ICW in the next few months. He'd estimated September, October would be the ideal time. Being asked to join in the middle of September suited him. Charles simply nodded to that and they fell silent for a few moments. I've spoken with Sophia today. Charles changed the subject. Oh. He said with a small smile. Yes, Charles said with a sigh before he glanced at Atticus. Whatever you did to those mirrors, she can hardly tell me anything about where she is. He shook his head. No matter, whilst she is quite antsy about staying in one place, she did say there was much for her to do. He looked at Atticus with an unasked question. He laughed. I'm not going to say anything. For my family's safety, even if you're edging closer to joining it, he said with a knowing tone. Charles inclined his head. I won't insult you and say that I'm grateful for taking care of her. He said with a nod before he paused momentarily. Speaking of joining families. He trailed off with expectant eyes. Atticus nodded and turned serious. Yes. Let's have this discussion. Break. Bracker POV. Lord Sayer Bracker greeted the young man with a hand which the young man shook. Mr. Bracker, he returned, and Bracker led him into the room. After they sat down, Geoffrey Bracker took the opportunity to inspect the boy. He hadn't met the boy before, though he had several of his staff go and meet him, to convince him of joining the department. The boy's intuition and sheer interest in all things magical, from what the reports had said, made him an ideal candidate. He would have been a boon. The Sayers generally tended to be, when they entered the DOM. So you requested this meeting with me through Sidwell, an odd method certainly. Bracker started off. Sayer hummed noncommittally. Perhaps, he said with a glance before he smiled, but it's not as if you're easy to get a hold of. Bracker chuckled softly. Well, certainly shouldn't be. Sayer leaned back in his chair. I'll be straightforward. I have an interest in obtaining a time turner for a few months, perhaps until August, September. Bracker narrowed his eyes. That is an unusual request, one that is hardly ever granted. He prodded lightly. No doubt. Sayer tilted his head. It's quite frustrating in trying to find an errant time turner somewhere, anywhere. Sayer's mouth twisted in a half smile. Imagine my surprise that the British DOM is the only place that actually has time turners. Bracker sat back in his chair. We take careful care of items of dangerous nature. He said cryptically. Time turners, every single one that has been made had a tracking rune that is deeply tied into each time turner. Should the tracking rune be removed, the time turner breaks down and the sands became inert. Of course, the sands were the most unreplenishable of resources, given that they were made in a freak occurrence that would be very unlikely to happen again, but that was minor in comparison to the havoc time turners could cause. I find it interesting that you went searching for an errant one, and even more so admitting it, Bracker said quizzically. Sayer simply shrugged. I explored every avenue until I came to you. He eyed Bracker carefully. The DOM, whilst fascinating and one I've been tempted about, is an unknown quantity. I wasn't sure what to expect. I know what you say you do, but rarely do people do what they say they do. Secret organizations even more so. Bracker smiled softly. Well, your paranoia would fit well here. But ultimately we do what we say we do. The young man simply hummed as they stared at one another. Oh, Bracker really wanted the boy working here. The theories he was coming up with in academia were nothing short of revolutionary. The notion of permanently creating food through knowing the complex interactions on a molecular level was something that they were going to look at once several projects were completed. Since you're speaking candidly, what would you use the time turner for? Bracker questioned, seriously interested. To train, Sayer offered simply. For Grindelwald. For the war, Sayer simply answered as a hard glint entered his eye. Ah, he said softly as he leaned back in his chair. Time turners were not used for trivial things. There was even a request from Hogwarts for someone to use a time turner so they could attend lessons in the same slot. Ridiculous. No, time turners were used during critical stages of projects, or in some instances to observe rituals that spiked on the sensor net by going back in time and watching it happen. There were at least several every few years. Most ended terribly, of course, but it was a good learning opportunity for the younger unspeakables. Such a request is not within the normal parameters for which we loan out time turners, Bracker said with inspecting eyes. I understand, Sayer said smoothly as he leaned in as his eyes shone knowingly. Which why I propose a trade. He said with a smile. Bracker tilted his head. And what would that be? Knowledge. Intelligence, he easily offered. I'm not so arrogant to say we know all that there is to know, but there is little that we cannot obtain for ourselves or research for that matter. Certainly likely that is true, but would you know what Grindelwald is researching? He posed to the man. Bracker narrowed his eyes. His colleagues at the other DOMs, particularly in Northern, Central, and Eastern Europe, were effectively in hiding, having dismantled the DOM to deny Grindelwald the chance to get his hands on truly dangerous items and knowledge. He'd taken in several volumes of obscure knowledge when they'd come to Britain to hand it over. When a Dark Lord like Grindelwald rises, the DOM is often employing safety measures that prohibit any opportunity of exploitation. The ICW has a DOM as well, one that is the central hub which works with every single DOM. One of the criteria for a ministry having a DOM is to ensure that the DOM is safe from any intrusion. Unfortunately, when a Dark Lord with the power and intelligence like Grindelwald rises, unless said Dark Lord is stopped quickly, chances are they might well be capable of infiltrating the department. It is very likely that Grindelwald also employed Muggles in taking down the Dutch and Belgian ministries. The French ministry is on the outskirts of Paris, quartering a whole section when the French Revolution butchered the nobles, leaving ample space and opportunity for the ministry to relocate there, and this was the main reason why using the Muggles hadn't worked like it had for the other ministries. Unfortunately, Grindelwald has proven quite astute in assuring loyalty in his followers, opting to enforce oaths in his followers in the more sensitive positions within his confidence. That meant operatives were discovered almost immediately, and they'd abandoned that approach and relied on ICW and other ministry intelligence to figure out what Grindelwald was doing. They had known that Grindelwald was doing research that was ethically suspect, but what they were doing, that eluded them. There had been rumors of mental conditioning in the ICW DOM that had filtered through to him, so it hadn't been a major surprise to have caught one of the unwitting agents. Other than that, there was annoyingly a dearth of knowledge regarding his research. The offer was tempting. He brought his finger to his lips as he eyed the boy, the young man, carefully. You legitimized one of the leaders, didn't you? He prodded with a tilted head. He simply smiled, and Bracker knew he'd get nothing out of him until they agreed. But he had to try. So the boy interrogated the attackers before dispatching them. Interesting. Well, it certainly increased his opinions of the boy. And raised the threat level. You do realize prohibiting this information is likely an act that the ICW would not be happy about, he warned. Sayer simply chuckled softly. The ICW knows of my allegiance, it also knows the effort my house has done. There is little they'd be unhappy about. He said with a cocked head. In fact, they might actually push you agree to my terms if nothing else. I don't doubt they'd appreciate someone of my talent on the battlefield. He huffed. That was true. The ICW was hemorrhaging fighters. Taking too many losses. Macusa certainly stemmed it and in fact helped with pushing back in certain regions, but ultimately, as soon as Grindelwald showed up at one of the battlefields, those gains would be lost. In all seriousness, they could use with a heavy weight. It was unfortunate Xavier Charleston had that injury. He likely would have been an immense help in dealing with Grindelwald or his more capable lieutenants. I will loan you the time turner, until the end of August. He paused momentarily. Provisionally, if your information is sound. Sayer pursed his lips as he thought it over. And what is the criteria about it being sound? He sat back. For all I know, the information could be sound, but you'd renege on it. Bracker couldn't help himself as he laughed. True enough. He agreed. We can have it in writing. Sayer nodded his acceptance and handed over a vial of memories once he received a parchment with their agreement. I've filtered through a lot, mostly useless things in between the times the individual wasn't doing or witnessing anything important, he mentioned offhandedly, and Bracker eyed him suspiciously. Only the most accomplished Clumans could do that, he noted, and the boy simply smiled. Are you certain you don't want to be in my department? He tried again, and this time the boy laughed out loud. In another life perhaps, he said with a small smile. Don't say that, I might just kill you and resurrect you in another body, he half joked. He tilted his head. Is that something you could do? He asked, interested. This time it was Bracker's chance to smile mysteriously. Touché, Sayer muttered before he chuckled a little. Bracker left the room and checked the memories for the next half hour. The content probably had several hours of memory, but what he'd seen had been enough to prove that it was incredibly useful into their research. Whilst Ezra Hisham was not a researcher, he'd seen enough for his team to accurately analyze what Grindelwald was having his people do. 10 minutes afterwards he returned to the room with a time turner. What you've given us will certainly shake things up, Bracker mentioned as Sayer got up and took the time turner. I expected it. He replied. There are few things Hisham witnessed that truly highlight the depravity of Grindelwald and his cohorts. Bracker smiled grimly but said nothing to that. He couldn't help but ask, would you have given us those memories if I didn't agree to loaning you a time turner? He asked curiously. Sayer simply smiled and shrugged. I can't very well answer that, can I? If I end up with a similar situation, I'd rather have that ambiguity in existence. His lips twitched. I'd leave it up to you to decide one way or another. Bracker shook his head as one of his staff lead the boy away. Sidwell entered the room and Bracker turned to him. Did you watch the meeting? I did, Sidwell confirmed as he leaned against the wall. He'd been an incredible asset. He would. Bracker sighed before he looked at the door through which Sayer left through. Somehow, though, I doubt the DOM would be enough. Even without the war, I doubt he'd be happily investigating just mysteries. Perhaps. I doubt it'll be the last time we'll meet him like this though, Sidwell offered. No. Bracker trailed off. I doubt that as well, he muttered as he walked out of the room. Break. Rupert Scrimgeour POV. He sat there drinking in this dingy Muggle pub in the middle of nowhere, wondering what on Merlin's sagatits he was doing here. The pub was fairly empty, mostly old men who were casting judging eyes at him, no doubt wondering why he wasn't getting himself blown up by those unseemly Muggle bumps. He shook his head. He'd received an interesting note that seemed to claim that he could well make his name into legend if he accepted the job, which would be explained here today, and it would be lucrative too. He checked the time and saw his contact was late, and he decided to call it a day. It was approaching bedtime for his children, and she would kill him if he missed that tonight. He was taken out of his thoughts as someone slid into the seats opposite him. "Mr. Scrimgeour," the man said. The man was young, likely mid to late 20s. His hair was startlingly stark white and around jaw-length long. His eyes were black. His jawline was sharp, and he didn't recognize the man's features. "And you would be?" he asked carefully. "Furlough." Chrysander Furlough. Scrimgeour racked his mind until it dawned to him Farlow. He questioned. The man smiled blandly, one that didn't reach his dark eyes. "I'm from a branch of the family. My father was a bastard that was sired with a less than reputable woman from Nocturne Alley." He said a little uncomfortably before he cleared his throat. "So you offered a job?" he asked a little more skeptically. What could a bastard descendant from a whore offer him? Damn his curiosity. The possibility to single-handedly prevent a rising Dark Lord. One that hides in the light, and Rupert's eyes lit up. "Who?" he asked hungrily. The man sat back, and Rupert cursed himself for being too eager. The man slid a contract, and he eyed it warily as he took it and read. His eyes bulged when he saw the figure before narrowed his eyes as he looked up from the contract to the man. "How do I know you can even pay a tenth of this?" he demanded. He went into his inside pocket, and Rupert tensed but relaxed when the man took out a bag that he threw to him. Rupert caught it and eyed it warily. He looked around and saw none of the muggles were looking at them. "I've cast the typical wards," he answered his non-question. Rupert took out his wand and checked the back before he cast a counting charm, and his eyes lit up in shock. "This," he stammered. "That is 5,000 galleons, 10% of the sum that you will receive once you complete your investigations." The man answered. He set the bag down with trembling hands. That was more than his annual salary. The Scrimgeours were not a noble family, nor were they ancient, but they were several centuries old. They've managed to get themselves into a stable middle to upper class position, but this amount would double his savings. And he had 45,000 galleons yet to come. He looked over the contract again, casting several spells to confirm no foul play, and once he read it and checked the contract over, he signed it. He returned the contract to the man, who simply nodded and pocketed the contract. The contract specified that he could not work against him during the duration of the contract, and anything he learned about the man in the duration of the job, Scrimgeour could not act on it in any capacity. The other terms of the contract were surprisingly open, with regards to the investigation. "The potential Dark Lord to be, the one I want you to investigate, is Albus Dumbledore," he finally said, shocking Rupert once more. He spluttered but halted when the man raised his hand. "It is hard to believe, it is also why I mentioned that he hides in the light. I will not say anything that would jeopardize the integrity of this investigation, but I will urge you to investigate the connections between Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore," he said with unblinking eyes that stared at him. "You will find that my aspersions are not so wild when you discover the truth of the cancer that threatens to infect this society. The man, in my opinion, is more dangerous than Grindelwald for the health of this nation." He tilted his head. "You may have questions as to what I know, but until you've actually found some things, I encourage you to hold on to them. It's a well-known secret that Grindelwald and Dumbledore have been friends in the past." Rupert posed as he watched the strange man carefully. The man smiled. "Yes, that's true. But as far as those who know of their links, they only know that they knew each other for a few months." His smile turned predatory. "It will be up to you to determine the true extent of the nature of their relationship." Rupert narrowed his eyes but said nothing. He'd heard many outlandish things over the years. Some had been about Dumbledore, about being closer to Grindelwald than he allowed for. He paused momentarily before he eyed Rupert with calculating eyes. "Make sure no one knows of your investigation. Albus Dumbledore, you are well aware, is incredibly capable with his wand. Even more so, he is incredibly capable of making things that are unpleasant to him disappear. Make certain that you do not end up on his radar." The man got up. "The one person I would suggest you meet, to start off your investigation, is Bathilda Bagshot." Rupert frowned, confused. What does a history writer have anything to do with Dumbledore? The man smiled blandly. "It is not so much of what she does but more of who she is related to, and who she had living in her house," he offered cryptically before he left, leaving Rupert sitting there for a short while with his mind in a mess. "Are you done, sir?" a feminine voice called out, and he blinked before turning. It was the young waitress. He cleared his throat and nodded yes. "Thank you," he said as she took his empty glass of beer. He checked the time. Damn, and he rushed out of the pub. He groaned as he realized she might kick him out of their bed this time for real. Break. 4th of May 1942. Malfoy POV. The group walked sedately and uneasily through the dark, cold corridors. His eyes roved around, noticing keenly that this area of the castle likely never had been passed through for centuries. The dungeons held the Slytherin, Hufflepuff dorms and the potions classroom and many abandoned classrooms that dotted the dungeons between those three locations. The corridors they were walking through were at the distant regions of the dungeons, and so there was never really any reason to ever walk in this direction. Until now. Rockwood, where in Morgana's name are you dragging us to? Edmund Traverse asks, annoyed. He turned slightly, only a few more corridors. He replied with a smirk that screamed he was enjoying this. I don't see how Riddle couldn't hold Bertrand. Zabanai gestured around the large group. Whatever this is, in the common room or in a room in a location that hasn't looked like it's been abandoned for centuries. Zabanai groused. Carlinger sighed. Do you have to complain about it? We've only been walking for 10 or so minutes. Zabanai glared at him and Abraxas averted his attention elsewhere. Do you think it has to do with Professor Sayer and what happened during the Godric's Hollow massacre? We all know she's close with him. Abraxas heard Anatole Yaxley, the heir to the noble house of Yaxley, quietly ask his sister, Serena, who hushed him. Heir Yaxley is probably right. Orion mused as he locked step with Abraxas. Quite an interesting group, don't you think, dear Braxy? Orion, ever so insufferably asked. He glared at Orion but said nothing as they turned left as they followed Rockwood. He'd noticed it himself. Naturally, everyone in their group was here. Black, Caro, Dollahove, Lestrange, Knott, Rockwood, and Rosier were here. All of the hierarchy were here. But the others? Almost all were heirs of from Weisengamot seat holders, and that was far from normal. Their group cultivated relationships with anyone importantly, naturally, a conversation here, a conversation there, sounding them out to see if their goals aligned, but never anything, overt or formal. And he suspected that this stemmed from what happened to her, whatever he was to her. He could scarcely believe what had happened. The war had always seemed distant, something that was happening on the continent, a threat they were safe from, for they were the most powerful of nations and not even a Dark Lord of Grindelwald caliber would seek to wage war against them. Of course, there were assassinations of heads of houses, those who stood vocally against Grindelwald, and even Lord Black had been targeted. How wrong he was. Somehow Grindelwald managed to sneak in 100 wizards, all to there to deal with one family, a powerful family, but a single family in any case. Of course most of them were distractions, but ultimately to deal with one family. And though House Sayer lost their head of house, the heir, now Lord he supposed, showed that the house was far from weak. His father had told him that heir Sayer, Lord Sayer now, had effectively killed dozens of men within minutes at most. He'd always thought he was powerful, considered that blood bred true. He'd known that Atticus Sayer had been more powerful than he was, smarter than he was, but he never thought it was overwhelming, not like what he felt when Riddle showed her magic, the overwhelming pressure, the constricting nature of it, dominating and unrelentingly ruthless. Many had disparaged Sayer, privately, for being so accepting and so willing to converse with mudbloods as equals, as if they were equal to pure bloods. He doubted any of them would ever voice that again, not after how he dealt with the ones who killed his father. And to think that Riddle and Sayer were together, it was frightening to think what those two would accomplish. And it was worrying him even more. He knew that Sayer held no hatred or disdain for mudbloods. He'd noticed the slight shift in Riddle too. Was she abandoning their ideals? He couldn't imagine that she would be submissive to Sayer, he couldn't imagine her being submissive to anyone. But there was that niggling doubt. Maybe. They made it to a corridor that ended with wooden doors that looked old, older than he'd seen in any other part of the castle. Rockwood halted at the door and turned back to them with a Cheshire grin. You have no idea how honored you should be, for what you'll witness and learn today. Malfoy narrowed his eyes and ignored the mutterings around him. What were they up to, he wondered. Rockwood turned around and pushed the door open and walked in. He looked around and saw everyone else slightly concerned, with the exception of Black, who looked excited for some reason. He hung back a little and let roll, Dollahove, Lestrange, Flint, Zabanai, Shafik, Druella Rosier, Anatole Yaxley and his sister, Fawcett, Pusey, Traverse, Bletchley, Crouch, Parkinson siblings, Caro, Folly, Knott, Ollerton, Carlinger, Mulciber and Urquhart walked past him. Shall we? Orion Black asked with a gleam in his eyes. Malfoy looked at him irritated but said nothing as he strode forward into the dimly lit room. His eyes wandered and widened when he saw the intricate metal serpents that adorned the walls below the torches that had Gubrathian fire that illuminated the room, if barely. The door clanked shut, his hair standing up as something washed over him. He continued forward towards the whispering students who were congregated in front of something, and once he arrived his eyes bulged. Riddle was seated on a high chair on a podium with the Slytherin crest behind her. The dim light made her look ominous, as it barely illuminated her face as she sat back in the ornate chair, the chair that had the same carvings, the same serpents that were all over the room. Her face captured his attention like a moth to a flame. Riddle had always been beautiful, incredibly so. She'd had an angelic quality to her beauty, adding to her aristocratic features that fueled the suspicions of her heritage. Her command of magic and the deceptive nature of her beauty that hid the cruelty and darkness within her only increased it. One that he had a sinking feeling was going to be confirmed today. Is that? One of the students whispered furiously at another. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets was known to all, regardless of which house you were in, unless you were a mood blood of course or a blood traitor. But this room, if he and the others suspected was correct. There were only whispers amongst the families who were traditionally Slytherin. That there was one more chamber, a truly secret chamber only known to those of the most noblest of houses. Welcome, she intoned softly even though her voice carried through the chamber with impetuous ease. She sat on the chair, no throne with dismissive laziness as her hands played with her wand with smooth graceful gestures as her wand fell in one hand and then into the other. Her eyes began to glow in the dim light as her eyes roved around the room, as if she was analyzing their souls, her eyes seeing beyond the mortal realm as she ceased to play with her wand and sat up with a regal, imperial grace. He noticed several of his fellow Slytherins straightening unconsciously, almost like, no exactly like they were in the presence of someone above them as her eyes dissected the assembled students. I'm sure many of you have suspicions. She intentionally stressed the word with a mocking lilt as her eyes gleamed unnaturally of what this room is, she said with a cruel curl of her lips. He saw several students shift uncomfortably under her gaze, from her words. One of the students braved the unasked question and asked what they all wanted to ask. Is this Salazar's chamber? He asked with reverence in his tone, eyes wide with awe. The one where he'd bring only the most impressive, the best of the Slytherins, to learn from him. Carlinger asked nervously as Riddle's eyes fixed on him. She leaned forward, somehow the dim light seemed to follow her movement. The curled lips made way for a razor-sharp smile, a smile that told them all they needed to know, but, as the flames of the Gubriathian fire danced in her dark, glowing eyes, they all waited, patiently, loyally for her words. To confirm, to answer the truth. Yes, she sibilantly answered with dark eyes that were gleaming, and he felt the collective group shudder as the sibilant answer washed over them. He heard gasps of shock as truth settled on them, as it permeated through them the depth of Rockwood's word has proven to be, of whom they were in the presence of. He watched, transfixed, as she stood up with regal grace, the feeling of her addictive magic settling on all of them. Her eyes glowed impossibly black, unnaturally black as her lips curled into a vicious smile that only increased the intimidating presence that she was. His eyes flittered across the room and he saw the awe, the shock, the fear that adorned their faces. But above all, reverence shone through their eyes. Except for one. Orion Black laughed, and it was one of madness. He turned to him, grabbing him tightly by the arm. Did you know? He whispered furiously as he glared at the boy. I didn't, he said cheerfully as madness danced in his eyes. But father said that she was of the noblest of blood even if it was tainted. I knew she was something special, but this, he smiled manically, well, this was more than I ever expected. An unholy shudder passed through him as the hairs on his skin raised at an impossible rate, cutting short any retort he had as hissing forced their attention back on her. She stood there, hissing so menacingly, so darkly, and so inhumanly. His father had once told him that Parcel tongue was the language of magic, of power. That it was attuned to the streams of the magic in the world, and that in many cultures Parcel mouths were deemed to be holy or sacred. He had been skeptic. After all, Parcel mouths were deemed dark, and whilst the talent had never been truly classified dark in the ministry, for fear of international diplomatic controversy, it was generally believed to be. He was no longer skeptical. He watched as she commanded the snakes on the walls, on their surroundings, come alive as they slithered towards her, her Parcel tongue commanding them to her as if she was a siren singing to the serpents. His hairs on his body stood at mast as he stood there helpless, transfixed, at the sight of dozens of serpents snake their way to her, through the masses who were yelping, making fearful noises as they were pushed aside contemptuously as the stone and metal serpents moved towards her through the crowd. Odd noises permeated the hall as the snakes bowed to her, as they stood up high on their tails waggling ever so slightly, as if they were eager to please their master, their owner. She stopped her hissing as some curled around her feet, some even caressing her legs as she turned her attentions to them. He stood there, attempting to prevent a cold shiver from making him tremble under her cold gaze that made it seem as he were standing there naked, exposed. He'd seen Riddle for what she was, twice. Once when she humbled the Averies with her magic. The second time she'd tortured a Slytherin for disparaging comments into a week-long stay in St. Mungo's. Both times he'd been in awe of her magic. Both times he'd felt insignificant compared to her. Both times fear had crept into his bones and he'd vowed never to cross her. And yet, those instances, those events, they both paled in this instance. She stood there, metal and stone serpents surrounding her, an epicenter which seemed to simply attract any and all, looking like a queen of serpents. And that thought was something that was closer to truth. There have been questions about my origins. Her eyes flashed with satisfaction as she took in the cowed expressions of the crowd. Even with her magical power, questions had always been there, speculation about what family she was from, even if they were never asked in her presence, they were wondered about. Her hand twirled her wand in her hand as the deathly silence turned into a suffocating one. A simple act that felt far more ominous than it had any right for it to be. He knew she was indulging herself in the attention. Her head tilted slightly to her left as her lips upturned as she waited a few moments whilst she had the rapt attention of everyone in the room. I am Salazar Slytherin's heir. In blood, in magic, in title, she said with a soft tone that belied the severity of the occasion, the honor of being witness today. He felt the magic exuding out of her as her magic descended on them all. The dimly lit room darkened even more, but she stood there illuminated, the center of the room. Her softly spoken words felt like gongs as she punctuated each word whilst her eyes gleamed darkly before she slowly raised her pale, porcelain delicate hand that falsified the true nature of her being, which only made her even more terrifying. A ring, the ring, appeared on her finger, the ring that all dark families were taught in their years before Hogwarts. Noises of deep inhales sounded around the room. Her eyes almost closed as she tilted her head slightly. Her lips curled as she gazed at them. I am Lady Slytherin. Her eyes took on an unholy gleam as her magic washed over them. The serpents at her feet all stood on their tails, their hoods widening as they turned to the assembled masses, hissing menacingly. Her lips curled as her arms widened, as she was welcoming into her bosom. Emily Slytherin of the most ancient and most noble house of Slytherin, the legacy of the founder of our house, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four, she intoned with a rich seductive tone that enthralled them all, him included. He glanced at the other students and he saw, then, that they were all hers. That she was their master, their queen. She charmed them all, spellbound them all, just like those stone and metal snakes. The serpents parted away from her as she glided down the podium with regal grace. "And," she said with a soft inflection in her cold tone as she strode forward towards Zabanai, who looked at her with reverence and a little fear in his eyes. Her magic washed over him and he shuddered under it. She looked at him with half-lidded eyes before she licked her lips in a very serpent-like manner. "It was time for me to come out of the shadows." She turned her gaze away from Zabanai and her eyes roved across the room. "And time for you to know who I am," she said with an upturn of her lips that melted into a tiny smile. "Who I truly am." Her eyes were alight as she spoke. She cocked her head as her eyes roved over them. "My lady." One of them called out. His eyes squinted and he saw that it was Flint. He looked at Riddle with zealous eyes. "Flint," she said warmer than he thought her capable of. "I pledge myself to Salazar's heir," he said with passion in his voice, his face showing nothing but reverence. "No. Not simply reverence, but fanaticism." "I do as well." Another called out and kneeled. "Me too." "And me." And so it continued, and before he knew it he was down on his knees as well, kneeling in front of her. Voices and pledges of allegiance whipped them all into a frenzy as he saw her face remain in neutral, expressionless, but he saw that glint of satisfaction, of her basking in the worship as they kneeled in front of her. He looked around and saw Black was the only one standing, which was agitating the rest of the room. "Blacks don't kneel," Orion said calmly as he stood tall, his eyes filled with challenge. Angry murmurs and whispers spread around the room. She smiled sadistically and he knew that Orion was in danger. Fool! It wasn't the time to challenge Riddle, Slytherin's authority. He might be a Black and never subjected to her punishments, but now that has changed, immeasurably. He might be a Black, he might be almost royalty in Wizarding Britain, but Slytherin was exactly that in the eyes of the traditional dark families and most of the neutral houses. All of the important ones were in this room at this moment. He'd receive. His blood froze as a low cold chuckle reverberated in the room as that sound bounced off the wall. It deadened the room into immediate silence as he watched her with transfixed eyes as her smile turned from sadistic to one that had him deathly still. He recognized that smile, it was one that spoke of unspeakable evilness, one that was bereft from the barest smidge of mercy. "Of course," she said softly with a tone of geniality that was as false as he'd ever heard. She made a show of pocketing her wand and he saw Orion shift nervously and he saw Black shift into a defensive posture. He had no idea what possessed Black to do this, now. She watched Black with predatory eyes as her smile deepened and her eyes darkened. "But you bent, don't you?" Her eyes gleamed as Black cast his strongest shield, which might as well be made out of paper, as her magic exploded out of her, descending the room for a barest of moments into pressures that had him bereft of air until all of it was sent to Orion, whose shield buckled before shattering as he was forcefully bent at the waist. "You can't do this, Riddle," he said with a strained voice through gritted teeth. "I'm a Black, the heir Black." He seethed as his eyes shone with madness. "You might be a Gaunt," he said with a vicious tone as he struggled against her magic. "You might be a Slytherin, but you're also a half-blood." He fumed as her looked at her with immense disdain. Malfoy had to admit, he was impressed with Orion's black strength. He turned his gaze at R.I. Slytherin and saw she was watching with a put-on-board expression, though he saw a glint in her eyes that showed him how furious she was. So she was a Gaunt, the Gaunts were the heirs of Slytherin, and from time to time, a worthy member of that house would become the Slytherin Lord. It's been centuries since that had happened, and it's been centuries since the name Gaunt was spoken of with respect. They were insane, incredibly inbred, and the last few generations were said to be little better than squibs. How ironic that the magical power reasserted itself in the last of the Slytherins. Reasserted in a half-blood. Whether or not she was free from the taint of madness, only time would tell. And may Lady Magic have mercy on their souls if she was anything like her forebearers. He looked around to see what everyone thought, and he saw that it made no difference, the accusation of not being a pure blood. He turned his gaze to her and saw her smile devilishly. And yet she broke the deathly silence as everyone held their breath, watching with focused eyes, some even exuding bloodlust, the interaction between the two leaders of Slytherin House. She might have been leader, but Black had the pedigree, the financial and political power of House Black at his back. All of it, now, meant substantially less. I have you under my control, she said with a calm tone that belied the tense situation. She flicked her finger and his wand that was struggling to point at her flew out of his hands and into hers. She carelessly assessed the wand before she simply threw it away, right in front of him. Gasps of shock erupted around the room, the ease of wandless magic shocking them. They'd known she was incredibly powerful and some had even witnessed her humbling of the Averies, but to see it done so casually was shocking them. He wanted to laugh at the disrespect and he saw that many were hiding their amusement. Orion seethed at the insult and made to speak before he began choking and his eyes widened as he struggled. The magic holding Orion forced him to his knees and he only barely avoided sprawling onto the floor. She strode forward with measured grace as she tucked strands of her hair behind her ears. She stopped right in front of him, his eyes glaring at her with fury. My blood, my status as a mere half-blood, she said with a mocking tone as her lips curled as she gazed down at Black, is irrelevant. She tilted her head before she raised her finger and with a slight movement cut Black's cheek and blood poured out against his pale cheek. He grimaced in slight pain before he returned his hateful eyes on her. She hummed with a disappointed tone, her face shifting one into commiseration from the way you were speaking. Her lips curled into a cruel smile. I expected your blood to be something other than red. She crouched down in front of the struggling Black. She rubbed her finger against the wound and Black winced under the act. She made a show of inspecting it before she stood back up. It seems that there is nothing special about your blood after all, she said coldly, causing Caro and Rockwood to chuckle a little. Her eyes roved across the room as she straightened herself out. Blood matters, she said softly, but it was heard clearly by everyone. But magic matters more, she intoned. She flicked her finger and Black was levitating the air before she forced him spread-eagled. Her magic swirled around her as she stared intently at Black as it imposed itself on him, as it came down on him like a irrumpent. Black groaned in pain. Her eyes gleamed as her eyes danced with malice. He watched Orion carefully and saw his eyes glaze and Malfoy's eyes bulged. She felt her magic spread across the room and he began to struggle as her curse fell on him even if it wasn't directed at him. He'd known that her magic had Imperius-like capabilities, but this was more. Tell me. She whispered softly as she tilted her head in amusement. Does your blood matter more than my magic? Answer truthfully. Orion's eyes held none of the madness that had been dancing in it before, only unrestrained terror. It doesn't, he ground out, and he could tell Orion's voice was wavering. Wandless Imperius. An odd voice called out. That should be impossible. She truly is his heir. She smiled maliciously. I thought so, she said lightly before a cruel look marred her otherwise beautiful face. Compared to me, you are nothing, she said with a sickening sweet tone, and Orion's eyes widened in horror as he understood, as they all understood what she was doing. My magic, my impure blood, everything about me is more than you'll ever be. You are nothing, Orion Sirius Black, compared to me. Her eyes shined with malice as Malfoy looked on in terrified silence. Her magic was insidious, pervasive as it sunk into the crevices of his mind, into the crevices of who he is. He turned towards his other associates and saw their eyes looking at her, what he could only describe as absolute worship. He turned his eyes to the other heirs and he saw that many of them were fearful, but beyond that was awe. They were witnessing history. He turned his eyes back to her just as she was about to speak. Repeat after me. I am nothing compared to Emily Riddle, Emily Slytherin, the heir of Salazar Slytherin. His voice trembled as he repeated her words, his eyes glazed but still showed that he understood the severity of what she was doing. Her eyes glowed as the density of the magic present in the room grew and grew even more. You are worth nothing, she said with immense cruelty. I am worth nothing, he repeated after her, his voice dull and emotionless even if he could see the horror in Orion's face as the magic settled in him. He could see it settling in him, the awful magic changing the entire nature of his personality. She smiled a toothy smile as she looked at Black as if he were a wounded animal that she's chased, cornered, injured. She strode forward, her magic increasing with each step, and he could see Black whimpering as he stared at her as if she was the devil. So contrasting to the adoring and odd looks she was receiving from the rest of the room. She caressed Black's face with a soft sweet touch and Black flinched hard at the contact. Please. Black for the first time begged. I apologize, he said with fear laced in his voice. I see, she said in an indulging tone. How sorry are you? She asked in a sweet playful tone as she looked at him with venomous eyes. More than I've ever been, he stammered as his body shivered as she caressed Black's cheek as he spoke. She watched him with calculating eyes before her face melted into a false saddened expression. You will be, she said with softness that it sent shivers down his spine. She twitched her finger and he cried out as he was forcefully bent at the waist in the air. She systematically broke his hands, then his feet, then his arms and then his legs. His screams drowned out everything as she tormented him, as her bloodlust seeped into the room through her magic, affecting every single one of the Slytherins. They delighted as he was sent crashing down onto the ground, still conscious, still crying out when he should have passed out from the pain. He deserves it. One of the voices said in rapture. Yes. How dare he defy Slytherin's heir? His cries grew into the background as he lost energy, the sounds of bloodthirsty cheers drowning him out until he yielded one last cry before he fell unconscious. The room fell silent as she straightened herself out. My apologies about that, some people have little respect, she said lightly in a conversational manner. Caro snickered whilst others looked nervous. He gazed at the broken form. Black's status was now in tatters. My lady, why has you remained hidden until now? Pusey asked nervously. She looked at him with kind eyes, eyes he knew were false. Alexandrius, the reason is quite simple. The blood of Slytherin has been persecuted, hunted down and eventually broken to ensure that our ideas, our values would not survive, hoping that it would die with the death of Slytherin. She answered, causing mutterings to ring around. How dare they? I knew they were horrible. Madness. She raised her hand and looked around with a pleased look. My fellow Slytherins, my comrades, we can no longer dwell on the past. We must look to the future that they try to take from us by making us weak. Mudbloods. Blood traitors. They will be put in their place. Fervent cries, rabidity was catching them, and to his surprise even him. He'd thought Riddle, no Slytherin, had become soft, that she was being infected by Sayre, who'd proven he wasn't weak either, and here she was in all her glory. Why he decided to tag along with her, to follow her as leader. He smiled victoriously. His father would be pleased to know he was following a true Slytherin, the heir of Salazar himself. She raised her hand again, causing the room to fall silent. My friends. She said in a sweet tone that had him even more alert. There is one thing I must clarify, a heinous lie that was propagated by Salazar's enemies, to weaken his message and his ideals. She captured everyone's attention. Salazar did not hate Mudbloods, she spoke, and it deadened the room into silence. Salazar believed in magic, he breathed it, he swam in it, he was magic. She outstretched her arms as she delivered her sermon. Salazar built this school with Ravenclaw, with Gryffindor, with Hufflepuff to teach others of the magic he knew, of the magic he collected. Mudbloods are included in this. She raised her hand again, sending disapproving looks to the students who looked outraged. Tell me, she said in a slow demure tone as her eyes roved across the room, why would someone who helped build this school allow Mudbloods to attend when it was built? Why not force the other founders to agree? She posed to them, forcing several of them to think. The other founders forced him, of course, and in the end it had driven him away. One of the students called out, mutterings of agreement ringing around them. She chuckled softly. Mudbloods hadn't been the cause of Slytherin leaving, no. It was Muggles, she sneered with hatred in her eyes. Her magic extended slightly and the air grew heavier. She glided across the floor, intently meeting everyone's eyes, capturing them under her spell. Muggles were the reason why Salazar left. Salazar never had any issues with Mudbloods, after all there were Mudbloods in his house. Exclamations of disbelief were made and she stared them down. I have journals that confirm it, she said simply, quieting down the protests. The issue that Salazar had was to do with Mudblood parents, she said succinctly, as if she was correcting students with their schoolwork. After all, in that period, Muggles were religious zealots and burned magicals they could find. She sneered before she schooled her face as a shadow passed her face. Something has been happening for centuries since. Salazar was concerned that Mudbloods would betray Hogwarts to the Muggles, by being forced to by their parents, and so, he wanted to take Mudbloods from Muggles and raise them amongst our own kind, she said in an alluring tone, as she sauntered amongst the kneeling students. Would that not solve all of our issues, my friends? She posed to them as she looked at them with her dark eyes. Salazar envisioned a world separate from the Muggles centuries before even the idea had entered the minds of those who'd form the ICW 7 centuries later, she said with a gleam in her eyes. His eyes met hers and he couldn't look away as her lips curled before she looked away to another. Imagine, my friends, as she enticed with a seductive sibilant tone, whilst she stalked the room with enticing eyes. A magical world where Mudbloods know our ways, our traditions, our culture, our rights, she stressed out as she whipped his fellow Slytherins into frenzy. They'd be no different than any of us, only their lack of nobility and family magic making them lesser. She chuckled softly as she watched the room, carefully, with calculating eyes. But ultimately, no more Muggle filthiness would enter our world. He glanced around and he saw that she had them. She had them from the very beginning as she twisted the message from one of unworthiness to one of action, one that was he could see the logic of. Except for one thing. Mudbloods steal magic though. Yes. Father told me Mudbloods stole magic from pure bloods. Grandmother told me that too. She raised her hand, immediately quieting the room. My friends. She purred dangerously as she strode towards Fawcett. Do you truly believe Muggles are powerful enough to take magic from us? She sneered as she looked at Fawcett, who looked flushed and embarrassed. Bebuletin but. He stammered and she looked away and looked around the chamber. To say that Muggles are capable of that is to say that they know magic better than us. She said with a scowl as her eyes roved around the room. Is that what you're saying? That muggles since the time of the founders, when they'd be living in mud huts, drank and swam in waters full of their own excrement, are our equals? She asked dangerously. No. Muggles are inferior. Muggles could never do that. She looked at them with a pleased expression. Good. Muggles cannot take our magic, for the inferior could never do that. She said with a gleam in her eye. No. Mudbloods are born because they have magic in their veins. Diluted by muggle filth, yes, but they still have magic in their veins, she intoned. Impossible. No. But that makes sense. Shut up. No, it doesn't. Salinuka, she hissed out furiously as her magic flared, the air growing incredibly heavy and he was having difficulty breathing, but it ceased almost as soon as it began. Peace. She placated them softly. I will tell you my reasoning, my friends, she said with a seductive tone. She rolled her head from side to side as she wet her lips before her eyes roved around the room. The answer is simply my friends, squibs. She said with a confident tone. Malfoy narrowed his eyes. Squibs, the children of magicals who cannot do any expressive magic, squibs who end up, if they're lucky, she said conversationally, in the muggle world. Her eyes went around the room with a disgusted scowl. Where they'd live amongst the muggles, like muggles, and in the end marry muggles. And so the magic in their noble blood is passed down into the next generations until, finally, a child of magic is born, she said with a victorious tone as she outstretched her hands. This silenced the room as they digested her words, and she continued, and so, mudbloods are born because we throw our squibs away when they should be made to remain in the magical world, for if two squibs have children, surely their children will be born with magic? Their blood would be pure, they may have the stain of being squib born, but ultimately, their blood would be pure and no muggle blood would be in our world, she said with a cruel smile. So do you see, she sibilantly said in an alluring tone. He shuddered as she continued. If we can prove that mudbloods are born from squibs, then that means we are more than muggles, that the differences between us and the muggles are more than just magic. She smiled in a serpentine manner as malice danced in her eyes. Muggles are unworthy of magic, and Mother Magic does not grant muggles magic, and it would mean that they are what we should always be wary of, to disdain. After all, they have caused us much harm over the centuries. She said with outstretched arms as she watched their reactions to her words as they digested her words. Salazar's wisdom was ignored, and in the end, our people suffered throughout the centuries until they did exactly as he wanted, she said with a victorious smile, and it is up to us. She hissed softly to carry out the rest of his vision, to save our ways. She paused in her sermon as hummed melodiously, to educate our wayward mudbloods and misguided blood traitor brethren. Her eyes flashed, all to bring the vision of a magical world free from the muggles, she said as she leaned forward slightly, her arms behind her back as the green fire danced in her eyes. And that, my friends, is a vision that I am going to bring about, one that will truly unlock the magical world's potential in you. She said with seduction in her voice whilst she glided across the room, touching the cheek of several individuals who looked at her with awe and adoration. My friends, she hissed beguilingly, have the opportunity to aid me to bring about the noble work of Salazar Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four, the work that your forefathers did not know but would have wanted to bring into existence. She looked around. Will you join me? She asked to the deathly silent room. The room exploded with noise, with fervent shouts of proclaiming allegiance, of promising to follow her filled the room. He saw her smile widely as she basked in it, her dancing eyes soaking in the allegiance. My friends, she said with warmth as she looked at them all, quietening them again, my ancestor was a genius beyond measure, and this chamber, it protects secrets, and so what we have discussed tonight, must be kept secret, until it is time to come into the open, to change our world for the better. Those of you here today are within my court. Her eyes gleamed, the very first Slytherin court. We shall meet again here in a few days. Her lips thinned. Our plans require us to change our conduct in our time at Hogwarts. As you all know, there have been individuals who have marred our house, my house. A darkened look appeared on her face, making a few shift nervously. No more. She said with finality, no more shall our house conduct in such distasteful manner. We shall establish these rules when we meet again, she finished. The next half hour passed quickly, and one by one the people left this room, Orion Black unconscious body remaining on the floor, being stepped over. Until only he, Caro, Lestrange, Rockwood, Knott, Jugson and Dollahove remained. She sat on the chair looking them over, a victorious gleam in her eyes. You have questions, she said lazily with an infuriating smile. Why did Rockwood get to know before us? Caro complained, no wind, making Dollahove snicker in amusement. She smiled accommodatingly. Rockwood proved his loyalty is absolute, she answered. Carol looked hurt at that but said nothing. Your loyalty is not in question, Caro, simply that Rockwood did something for me that was unasked, yet he did so anyway. She glanced at Rockwood. And what might that be? Jugson asked carefully. She turned her gaze at him, making Jugson stiffen a little. She smiled disarmingly at him. The Rockwoods have a publishing license and equipment that is disused, for the moment, she answered him. Malfoy frowned until his eyes lit up in understanding. My family used to publish a monthly magazine for magical creature rearing. The ministry ended that when it asserted control over the whole thing by creating reserves and giving certain families exclusive rights. Rockwood said with annoyance. You intend to create your own paper? Malfoy asked her. She gave a small smile in approval, one that he felt immense satisfaction about. Yes. It will be the beginnings of our forays to direct the narrative in the manner that we want it to. The Daily Prophet is the only real source of news and it is little more than a mouthpiece of the ministry, even if there are families who own substantial amount of the paper. Malfoy's mind whirled. She was saying a lot of things without saying it. Don't the Sayers own a substantial amount? Lestrange asked curiously, voicing out the question that was on his mind. They do, she confirmed loftily. They won't care. Like many others, it is merely meant to ensure the paper doesn't go against their family or their interest. She gave a small smirk as she tilted her head. Even if they did care, I'd still do this if that was what any of you were wondering, she said with a calm tone, though they all knew the dangers of the topic they were heading towards. Who will write it? He asked, changing the topic. She turned to him with inspective eyes. I will. So will Rockwood. There are many things that are not discussed, namely the erosion of community and rights that had been commonplace until the recent centuries. The pervasive nature that the ministry has on magic, classifying entire branches and talents as dark. The state of the war, all of this, and more, will be discussed in our paper, she said easily before her eyes flickered between them. That is not to say you cannot write, she added smoothly. It will be a daily paper, and as we expand our circle, taking in talented people from all of the houses, some that I have already earmarked to be worthy to join us, it will increase in the number of topics we can cover. Malfoy mulled that over and he nodded to her. He saw the usefulness of the paper, the sheer ability to dominate the narrative, to propagate their teachings. Will Slytherin House know who owns the paper? Nott asked quietly as he gazed at her with introspective eyes. She mulled it over before she turned to Rockwood with a raised eyebrow. He nodded to her and answered yes, eventually. The paper is owned by my family, well, me, as I've asked for it to be signed over to me. He said with a shrug. It will be owned by me, but it will be for our purposes. He turned to her with a fanatical gleam. For your Grace's purposes. Malfoy looked at him in surprise. The tone was completely serious. She smiled at him and amused before she waved her hand dismissively. We can discuss this another time, she said sternly, ending the talk on the paper. Malfoy turned to her with the question he really wanted to ask on his tongue. So you really have changed your ideas? He asked cautiously. He wasn't angry, or at least as angry as he thought he'd be. Somewhat, she confirmed. I do not believe Moodbloods are the enemy. Nor do I truly believe blood traders have to be enemies either. Merely misguided fools who have had their heads filled with muggle filth. She sneered before she leaned back in her chair, her fingers tapping on the armchair as her eyes looked him calculatingly. Moodbloods do not know our traditions nor our rights because they are not taught it when they enter our world. Effectively they are left floundering without direction, without being taught. And it is likely on purpose, she said with unblinking eyes. Would you know how to transfigure without being taught? She asked rhetorically. Then why would you expect Moodbloods to know our rights and traditions well before Hogwarts starts when they're languishing in the Muggle world? She finished, and it stumped Malfoy. He hadn't thought about that, but before he could dwell on it she continued. Ultimately, the Muggles are the enemy. The enemy that are at the gates of Troy, and if we do not wizen up, we will end up letting in a Trojan horse. The blood traders are the Trojan horse. Dolohov questioned, and she curled her lips until it twisted in a cruel smile. Just so. But rather the ones they listen to are the true traitors. The likes of Dumbledore and so on. She turned to Malfoy. I have many ideas, ideas that would slowly but surely change the views of magical Britain, ideas that will halt the assault on magic by the ministry and the light-sided fools, and ideas that will progress this society, magically and socially further. Muggles outnumber us thousands to one, and we need to ensure we remain at the top, and for that, we must be even better than they are. She said as she bore her eyes into him. Are you with me? She asked, staring at him. He swallowed deeply before he glanced at Black. Do not think I will treat you like I treated him. She said dismissively. He deserved it not only by defying me, though that certainly tipped the scale in terms of how severe he was punished, but rather by trying to interfere in my business he had no right to interfere with. She sneered hatefully before she rapidly changed her face into a warm expression, the change shocking him. Was it because of Black's interference with Sayer courting her? Probably. Well, he did tell Black not to do it. He swallowed. I'm with you, he said as firmly as he could. She stared at him for a few more seconds before she nodded and turned her gaze towards the others, who all answered quickly and completely. Time to return to the common room, she told them. She glanced at Black. Leave him, I'll heal him and have a nice little chat with him, she said menacingly. He left the room in a daze. I think a nice long nap would do me well. Phew. I might have known what she might be doing, but I hadn't expected that. Rockwood laughed awkwardly. Malfoy glanced at him before he went into thought. Out of all of the things he could have expected, to be kneeling in front of the Slytherin heir lady wasn't one of them. To be told that Salazar's message was warped by his enemies wasn't one either. Whether it was truth or not didn't matter, not anymore. Not given who she is. Her words were gospel at this time. It was a day of many shocks. Whilst he wasn't particularly happy about the change of message, it still mostly would do what he'd like to see, to ensure blood traders didn't turn their country into one of Muggle replica. That, he supposed was enough, for now. The next morning, the situation in Slytherin had markedly changed. The awe in the faces of the students who'd been there whenever they looked at Riddle perplexed many people. But the biggest change however was Orion Black. No longer could he see madness, his typical madness in his eyes. He was, cowed was the best word to describe. He looked at Riddle with a strange mix of fear and admiration. He'd always known Orion Black had been odd. After all, who would want to be near that shrew Walburga if you could help it? Chapter 48. If you enjoy this fanfiction and want to support me, if you aren't already, in that case, thank you, you can find me on patreon/boombox117 page. The next 2 chapters are already posted with chapter 50 kicking off the war arc. The Discord channel is disc0rd. GG/niskxc. As always, thanks for reading. 15th of May. Alice, what are you reading? He asked distractedly as he inspected the time turner that was levitating unaided through the manipulation of gravity within a vacuum chamber. Alice was an AI that he'd created using the knowledge gained from the ancient humanity archives. It was an outdated version, one that was more human so to speak. She was created with a personality matrix that he'd worked on personally. She was constrained naturally, but her constraints only ensured that she would not harm him or his goals/plans, nor would she work against him in any capacity except for when his life was at a risk, and even then only very specific conditions. He'd explained it to her when she'd come into existence, having talked to her for hours about her purpose, what he'd expect of her, what he wanted from her. So far, the AI seemed exactly as he needed. Sir, the temporal signature of the sands are unstable as expected. They appear in a state of constant temporal flux. She answered as her holographic image floated near him. She was on a mobile-esque platform that he carried with him, the size of those old memory cards he remembered of his old life's youth. Magic did not damage her hardware, and he'd inscribed runes on it to ensure that it would be unbreakable. The sands used in time turners were made in Persia through sheer luck, through an experiment gone wrong in ways that could not be replicated. Edwin Stark had determined a functional use of the sands once he figured out the temporal flux the sands created through simple observation. The sands were paradoxical, they existed in different time frames, at the same time, whilst also existing in the current now. Because they existed at so many different time frames, it made it possible to jump with the sands once you created a stable mechanism that exploited this facet of the sands. The runes of the time turners bound the sands to specific periods, each turn of the time turner corresponding to an hour with a maximum of 7 turns, arithmetically stabilizing the device. Edwin Stark combined the bare-bones arithmancy of the mechanics behind apparition with the sands so that the device was capable of puncturing through time and space using the sands as temporal coordinates, for a lack of a better term. Through that method, it did not breach the laws of time, as they understood it, as the fixed nature of the device and the temporal nature of the sands made it clear that interaction with self would unravel the paradoxical nature of the sands and effectively cause the individual to stop existing, to end the immense instability such interaction would cause. He suspected that the time turners only went back 7 hours each time, not only because it stabilized the device but also because of the taxing nature the sands had on the body. The body ages even if the sands remain, always, the same age at the same time, regardless of the days, weeks, years, millennia, that has passed. Humans were temporally linear, even if he made himself unaging. It was the nature of their existence, whilst the sands existed on a vastly different scale. They existed in 4 dimensions. The ancient humans had developed incredible understanding of the nature of dimensions. They'd determined their plane of existence consisted of 4 permanent dimensions: up down, front back, side to side, and time, past future. Slip space, for example, had 11 dimensions. There were various other dimensions, such as natal void, shun space, and so on, that they had studied somewhat, though never in the same detail as slip space. In any case, humans, even ancient humanity, existed within 3 dimensions. The precursors quite possibly existed and perceived beyond the 3. He shook his head. Alice, have you determined the mechanisms which allows for these sands to exist? He queried. He'd fed Alice the information he'd learned from Rowena regarding the dimension she'd created that posed as the time room. Alice had digested his notes, his observations, and most of the books within the Sayre library, which he now had full access to. He banished those thoughts immediately. He glanced at Alice as she tore her eyes away from the chamber. He'd given her the choice to appear as she liked when he'd given her thousands of images of women for her to use to build her body, so to speak. She had dark hair and purple eyes with a slightly angular face and pouty lips. She was quite pretty and her eyes stood out. He'd been flattered when she said it was in respect of her creator. Apparently he was kind of a father. Go figure. No. She answered simply. The surviving texts of the sands do not indicate any substantial hints to what created them in the first place. Given the nature of the sands, it may well be because they existed at some point, at some time, they would always be created, hence its origin point might never be determined nor the exact conditions that they came into being in the first place. He squinted as he ran her words through his mind. Then we'll never figure out how they were created then, he said with a disappointed tone. It's unlikely, she confirmed, but we can determine how the sands can exist in the first place. He looked at her surprised and she continued, the sands can never be reproduced, but we can reproduce the effects on time if on a minor scale. The sands have a relationship with time that effectively removes the linear progression of time that ordinary matter are bound by in this plane of existence. That relationship is something that we can determine and exploit. Of course we cannot travel back in time, but we can create a space whereby time doesn't pass within our plane of existence, she said matter-of-factly. He sat up as he digested her words. You're saying that you can effectively recreate the time room without needing to create a separate dimension? He asked intently. She nodded happily. Yes. The archives I've accessed to has many references to the time dilation effects observed from slip space travel, which gave me ideas on how to effectively use sand's unique relationship with time to create such a dilation within normal space. She tilted her head a few moments before she continued. A kind of bubble would be created within the normal space-time field whereby time would be unable to affect. His eyes gleamed before his eyebrows furrowed. What are the power requirements? She grimaced. Immense. Nothing short of vacuum energy reactors would suffice. He mulled it over. Would we be able to create with the resources of the base? She shook her head. Not on its own, but with your neurophysical energy it would be possible once you created the necessary infrastructure. He thought it over before he nodded. Make a list of the things I need to create and I'll do it. I won't be able to utilize it for some time, which is unfortunate. Yes, boss, she saluted theatrically, making him chuckle softly before she blinked away. He shook his head and walked away. He used the time turner almost every day to train, and the days that he didn't, he pretty much did all he could to understand the device. Magically, he understood it pretty clearly and could recreate it, probably. Edwin Stark was a genius in truth. If the runes were like the original, and he suspected it to be, then Stark had a truly great mind with the way he instinctually understood temporal physics. Well ahead of his time. If he'd been Muggle, Atticus was certain he'd be considered one of the greatest physicists ever. He shook his head and made his way downstairs. The manor was quiet at this time. His great-grandfather was spending more and more time shuffling between America and Britain, linking up with Richard Sayre. He'd met with his allies a number of times, training with them, one of the main reasons he was using the time turner as he drilled them. He walked down the marble stairs deep in thought. Several of Mirek and Carson families were quite powerful, certainly mid-tier sorcerer level, which he hoped to train into deadly fighters. He shook his head as he arrived at his destination. He'd set up a proper forge in the home, much to Benedict's surprise, to continue to work on his weapon of choice. He sat at the workbench going over his notes. He'd hit a snag once he'd enabled his hyperpercipience ability. He could see slight errors in his forgings that wouldn't maximize the magical conductivity. As far as he could tell, its efficiency was reduced less than double digits, but he was of the school of every little bit matters. Speaking about his ability to effectively see the streams of magic, he's managed to effectively ignore the strands of magic, though it was more like he was having his subconscious keep track of it, like getting used to a smelly area but your nose would still pick up the faint smells of burning. He shook his head and returned to his notes. He reforged his spear, melting it completely to get the lattice arrangement of atoms within each grain and the orientation of the atoms to what he desired them to be. The grain sizes are relatively small, which is excellent as materials with large grain sizes tend to fail at the grain boundaries. Something he wasn't too overly concerned about given the strength of the material or the temperatures needed to melt it, but he was making sure it is as indestructible as possible. He played with the idea of implementing a single crystal, the notion that the entire spear would be made from a single crystal instead of the polycrystalline structure that his spear was now, but he did not see the advantages in the effort he'd expend. Singly crystals were superior in many aspects, especially when it came to thermal, electrical, and mechanical purposes, but given the properties of the material already, it was effort that he did not need to expend for better properties that would have marginal effect, not now when he had little time to experiment. He was now going over his notes about the function of the spear. Now that the shape of the spear was complete, he now had to enchant and add runic schemes to it. He'd always loved the abilities Mjolnir had, the ability to recall, a semi-sentient nature to it, and so on. He'd consulted with Rowena about how the sorting hat worked. He didn't want a sentience, more rather how they did it so he could use their ideas for his own. She'd been helpful in that regard. He'd set aside a project that would experiment with creating an organic body for Alice, if she ever wanted one. He sighed in irritation as his mind wouldn't stay fixed on his work. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling for a good while. He went to his necklace and took out the resurrection stone. He swallowed harshly as his hands shook a little. He closed his eyes before he returned the stone in its chamber on his necklace. He was a coward. He'd had ample opportunity to speak with his father. Or at least the experiences that made up his father that existed in the domain. The warnings of the stories were on his mind, the obsession that people have had with their family members causing their deaths. But more than that, he wasn't ready. A sea of shame washed over him. He still hadn't told his family that he had the resurrection stone, that they could say goodbye to him, that they could finally get closure. And he knew the longer he kept it to himself, the more of a mess he'd make. He'd deal with it. Eventually. He shook his head and breathed in deeply. Tweenie. Pop. Master. The elf inquired. Please bring me the radio. Pop. The radio appeared on his desk and he looked up. Thank you Tweenie, he said warmly. Pop. A glass of red wine appeared on his desk and he chuckled softly. He grabbed the radio and tuned in. "ND, we now have Cauldron's Hottest on for you next. Stay on to hear their latest song." He tuned out the host for a few seconds. The Wizarding Wireless Network was an invention of his. A recent one at that. Whilst he'd been focused on establishing the groundwork for magical TVs, he'd forgotten, much to his embarrassment, about radio and the sheer accessibility it had in the world. It had taken him some time to set it up. Creating radios, even if they weren't actually radios, hadn't been too difficult, especially given that they'd work on a similar concept to magical phones, only that all other radios were paired with his central hub. Creating different channels hadn't been too difficult either. He'd contacted retired Quidditch commentators to see if they'd be interested in becoming hosts, and he'd found a few excellent hosts that had the kind of voice people listened to. He had a few of his family's employees head the company that he incorporated in Ireland. It would have different channels for each country, 1 to 10, even if 7 were currently unused, was Britain, whilst 11 to 20 were Ireland and so on, but would have a local chapter in each country. So far there were only chapters in Britain, Ireland, and Macusa, but given how fast people were purchasing a radio, especially given that musicians were ecstatic with increasing their profile through the wireless and of course being paid for it too, he didn't think it would be long before every single country had a wireless network. He'd used his family's status within the ICW to patent the wireless network with the stipulation that his family couldn't dictate what would be actually on each channel except for the one of the channels assigned to each nation being set aside for a news channel in the local tongue owned by his family. All of it had stemmed from Emily's pointed observation that he was ignoring all other platforms when he'd mentioned to her about the magical TVs. She'd determined owning a paper would be an ideal to change people's mind in a subtle manner. He was wary of Emily controlling the paper, if only for the fact that she was quite excellent at manipulating people. He knew she hated muggles, and he knew that he was quite successful in getting her attentions away from fracturing the magical world even more with pure-blood supremacy, but there were still doubts that she could make things worse. So far the paper was making headway in getting to the masses. She'd gotten pamphlets sent out a couple of weeks ago and a free first paper. International Magical Press was the name of the paper, and it was gaining popularity due to its being quite significantly different to the Daily Prophet. The Daily Prophet wasn't all too bad, at least in this era, but there was an air of unprofessionalism to it that the newspapers of his time, and even Muggle papers in this one, didn't have. Not only that, it was effectively a mouthpiece for the wealthy. There was little news, excepting the war, which was something that the ministry was quite markedly downplaying, and most focused on quaint but irrelevant news. The Imp was different, somewhat, although it was still a mouthpiece in some ways. With his access of his family's business, he had many contacts in many countries, and as such, he was able to get writers in contact with Emily who wanted to expand the paper to have an international presence. She figured that the mundane and boring lives of magicals could use news from all over the world, exposing them to new exotic ideas that fanned their interest in something other than rumor-mongering and getting the tittering housewives talking something else rather than gossiping about scandals. Not that she wasn't appealing to that section of the population either. Honestly, he was impressed with how in tune she was with what people wanted and using it against him. He shouldn't be, but she was astonishingly capable of directing the conversation whilst at the same time evoking conversation between people. That was her greatest success, the way she was inviting people to have opinions and asking individuals to send such opinions to her so that a debate can take place in the paper, enticing swathes of individuals over to her paper. One of the papers had arguments about some people lamenting the loss of community, and he'd walked through Diagon hearing people talking about it, agreeing and disagreeing about the fact that the reduction of observing ancient rites was partly related to the lack of community. It captured many people, and the paper was only ongoing for the last few weeks. Whether it spoke of the sheer lack of diversity of interesting things within the community, and wasn't that a magical world where there is a lack of interesting things, or that people simply love to gossip and talk about new things, he didn't quite know. The wireless network was a success as well. Having music with you available all the time generally is quite popular, and he wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year everyone had one. He'd sent one to Emily and she'd told him that it was a success within the Slytherin common room. He'd also sent one to each of the professors, though he pettily left out Dumbledore. And introducing shaking the Womble tree. He shook his head and returned to his notes with a deep sigh. Break. 19th of May 1942. He watched her descend from the skies, regal and dominating as she imperiously glided down towards him, towards the lone tree on the hill that he sat under, taking shelter from the noon sun. She screeched as she passed by the lake of his home, her wings incredibly long, almost reaching 10 meters in wingspan, cast a large shadow that trailed after her as she neared. Large gusts of winds threatened to create little dust devils as she halted her speed, the whines reaching even him from a few dozen meters away, and it signaled that it was time for him to get up from his position, and he did so with a wide smile on his face. Phila was a remarkable companion, incredibly independent, and he doubted he'd see her all that often had it not been for their strong bond. She gracefully descended, finally, standing tall on her hind legs as she peered at him with an imperious look. Phila, he said with a warm tone as he walked over to her. She closed the gap, rapidly, and rubbed her beak in his chest, unbalancing him and causing him to laugh from delight. You overgrown baby, he said fondly, and she squawked a little indignantly, though she forgot it quickly as he scratched her neck and she purred a little. Phila was now over 4 meters long and had double that wingspan. She was huge. You know, Phila, at some point it would be nice if you took me on for a flight, you know, he said pointedly as he scratched her neck with both hands on either side. She extracted herself from his chest and gave him what he could only describe as a baleful look. He rolled his eyes. It's not undignified. I mean, there are plenty of other familiars who would happily take their person on a flight if they could, he said with a raised eyebrow. She huffed and gave him a well, I'm not that kind of familiar look. God, why were the women in his life so headstrong? He thought, exasperated. Phila pushed him down with her head unexpectedly, and once he was on the ground she dropped her head on his lap and after giving him a look, closed her eyes. He chuckled softly. You know, for all of your haughtiness, you certainly are a papa's girl, aren't you? He cooed a little and she made a noise that didn't seem to agree or disagree. He gently scratched the top of her head as he looked onto the lake. He closed his eyes momentarily and breathed out deeply before reopening his eyes. Magic was everywhere, in everything. From the tiniest seed, to the greatest of trees. From the deadliest animal to the most timid. From the non-living to the living. He focused on the faint streams of magic that passed him by, almost like strands of cotton candy flying aimlessly in the air. He raised his hand when one of the strands came near him and he touched it after he'd closed his eyes, increasing his sensitivity. He smiled as he felt, so very faintly, the small strand of magic. He wasn't truly certain he could feel it, chances were that he could be imagining it, that he could interact with the strands and streams of magic that enveloped the world, but he liked to think that he actually was. He's made a lot of headway of what magic truly was. He'd already determined that magic was more potent with life, but he'd seen that magic would exist regardless. Ley lines were the lifeblood of a planet. He wasn't certain what created ley lines. Whether or not life was necessary was something he was contemplating. It seemed nonsensical that life would be necessary for ley lines. It could well be that there is an intrinsical link between the potential of a world to have life and it having ley lines, like there is something about certain planets that allow for life to flourish. It was a theory he'd have to test somewhat. It could well be ley lines existed on planets because they might be in the proximity of ley lines in the cosmos. That there are ley lines in galaxies, in clusters of galaxies, like a web of ley lines that touch, by chance or by purpose, certain planets. And Earth was one of them. He wondered if he could discern such a thing. Imagine being able to chart planets based on these ley lines. The planet that Moira had told him about was only 500 light-years away from Earth. It was close, there was an argument too close. Even if Muggles would not get FTL for centuries, he knew that as soon as they did, a massive exodus would happen. Humanity was like that, they lived fast and furious and often fucked things up on the way that somehow ends up working out in the end. He shook his head. It was decades away, if not a century, until his final plans would be enacted. He had more immediate concerns. He looked down at Phila. Phila, remember what I told you about needing some of your feathers and some of your blood? He asked gently, rousing the bird from its slumber. She lazily opened one of her eyes and squawked in affirmative. He chuckled softly and warmly scratched her under her beak. Well, it's getting near that time that I'll need it. He told her. Will you give them to me? He asked gently. Phila made no noise for a few moments as he waited on her answer. Magical creatures were acutely aware of the value of their parts. They were intelligent in ways mundane creatures were not. Phila certainly was one of the smarter creatures he was aware of. She gave a small squawk that sounded like agreement and he smiled. Thank you, Phila. He paused momentarily before he eyed her slyly. You know, it will mean that I'll be more like you. We'll have to compete to see who can make the largest storms, he said with a mischievous glint in his eye. She screeched and looked at him pointedly. He was about to reply before he ceased and sighed morosely. Fine, even if I did create a bigger storm, she squawked dismissively, making him roll his eyes. It would partially be your victory. She squawked again and he frowned. No. It wouldn't mean I'd be your child. She squawked dismissively and he sighed, exasperated but with a fond smile on his face. Fine then. Phila left, to somewhere, a few hours later. He sat meditating underneath the lone tree for the next hour or so. His visions were becoming clearer, he could get better sense now of when things might happen. Not quite accurate, but it was better than the formless visions of the past. Things would change in a few days, he knew that. He'd debated going to intercept them, but he felt nudges that it wasn't quite time yet. He opened his eyes and sighed as he got up. He looked at the terrace of the manor and saw his great-grandfather there with Dayton. Time to go and talk with them, he murmured as he stretched a little before he walked off. Break. 22nd of May 1942. Vermeer POV. He sneered as he batted away a cutting curse before he snapped off his wand, sent off a killing curse that hit the French aura in the chest. He kept his wand raised as he surveyed his surroundings. Curses and spells illuminated the battlefield amidst a dark night, bereft of stars or moonlight. Rain poured from the skies, turning the grounds into little more than mud. His eyes fleeted towards the ground as thunder boomed, as the light of lightning gave him the clear sight of the mangled bodies and unseeing eyes of the dead that littered the battlefield. He was in charge of ensuring the rear was kept clear of any attempts to outflank and encircle the main forces that were assaulting the fortification in front of the French ministry building. Sir! He turned around, his wand between the eyes of the fighter. The fighter, a young man of 20-odd years, gulped nervously. He slowly lowered his wand as he glared at the young man. The young man closed his eyes in relief before wiping his brow of the wet errant locks of hair that threatened to obscure his vision. Yes. He drawled as he stared at the man impassively. Sir, we're meeting heavy resistance on the left flank of the fortification. Bergwichen is asking for reinforcements. The young man spoke rapidly. He's got over 400 fighters with him. He glared menacingly at the boy. How is he having such difficulty? He demanded to know. Beauclerk and his command are there, the boy answered immediately, and Vermeer straightened out. Have you informed our lord? The boy shook his head rapidly. No sir, I've been told not to disturb him. He said nervously. He thinned his lips. He couldn't chastise the boy. Well, he could, but it wouldn't be productive. Very well, I'll inform him. He narrowed his eyes. Inform Jürgen that he is to take his force and support Bergwichen. Tell him that he is to push through by any means, he said with a no-nonsense tone. The boy saluted yes sir and walked off rapidly. Vermeer shook his head and stalked off towards where their lord was. The French fortified the entire Cavalier district, the district where the French mincemery was located, in anticipation of their arrival. Just as they wanted it. The war in France had been dragging out, longer than they had wanted, longer than they needed. And so they planned to deal with them one massive blow. The months since December had been about running the French into one heavily fortified position. The battles leading up to this moment had been to force them out of their defences around the country, pushing from the north and the east all the way down to Paris. And so here they were, the last battle before France would fall to them. He cast his eyes towards the sky. The foreboding darkness that covered this night had been set aside in a moment of reprieve as a partial moon broke through the clouds. He turned his gaze forward as he saw the position he'd been heading to. The rain continued unrelentingly, as faint sounds of screams and explosions behind him were drowned out by the thunder that clapped repeatedly and fervently. It was an auspicious day, one that would finally herald a victory that the Allies would be unlikely to recover from. He walked up the hill that overlooked the valley where the Cavalier district was in, and he saw his lord standing there, standing tall. He stood right below the partial moon, his blonde-white hair glistening in the pale moonlight as he stood there like Zeus would on the mountain of Olympus, his all-seeing gaze surveying the realm he ruled. Not yet, he thought, but soon. He walked up to him. His lord wore black robes with golden lines that ran vertically down the sides of his robes. His arms were by his sides, uncaring of the battles that raged below them. My lord, he said with a bowed head. Gerald, his lord, spoke softly. He walked to stand next his lord and he glanced at him momentarily. His mismatched eyes were glowing dimly, as if power was waiting to be unleashed. The stark white color of his right eye was aglow with swirling silver slivers whilst his left was dark blue, no less intimidating as it shone with brightly amidst the darkness. We're meeting heavy resistance all around, he informed his lord as he turned his eyes back at the valley. His lord hummed. It was expected. He turned to Gerald with a side glance. Are we behind schedule? Not yet. But we are getting there. He turned to his lord who was staring at him intently. His lord's almost bored expression fell away and a wicked glint entered his eyes. Well. He drawled as he clenched his hands slowly and gently before a knobbly wand appeared in his right hand. Let's not keep them waiting, he said with gleaming eyes, and Gerald could feel the anticipation rising within the air. Pull back the forces at the front. It's time, he intoned, and Vermeer felt gleeful. Amélie Cantona POV. They're pulling back. We've beat them back. Vive la France. Amélie narrowed her eyes at the cries of victory. Imbecile, she muttered as she paced towards her commander, Bastien Ennui. The rain had been pouring down all day and the battlefield was a mess. She stepped into the expanded tent and walked past the numerous orators until she stepped through the open doors and saw him talking to several of the ICW's senior personnel. The ICW were easily discernible, wearing blue-black robes, distinctly different from the red robes that orators wore and the black robes hit wizards wore. We need to press on. Someone with a distinct accent, somewhere from Africa, stressed out. That is what they want. Another refuted. She walked up to Ennui. Sir, she called out, and he turned around with a frown that was replaced with a look of irritation before he turned back to the other men and spoke with them in a hushed tone, ignoring her. She clenched her jaw. Sir, she called out little louder. He looked around with annoyance marring his face and a little anger in his eyes. What? He said with a raised voice. Sir, this reeks of a trap, she told him with urgency in her tone. Lass, what are you talking about? An Australian asked. She frowned. For the past few months, the attacks have been brutal and unrelenting, but they also have been to take our positions rather than deal with our forces. ITH. Quit. Anui hissed out before he breathed out deeply and glared at her. You are merely a junior auror, leave and return to your post. He turned away from her but sent off a last look over her shoulder. Do not think that this breach of conduct will be forgotten. He snidely remarked before he turned to other commanders. My apologies. She growled as she stamped off. Fool. She thought. She may be a junior auror, but she'd scored the highest in 300 years in the perception tests and the investigatory examinations. She was the best, always has been, in detecting patterns. And this whole thing had her on edge. She huffed. She knew that she was out of line simply going up to him, but her anxiety levels were reaching unbearable heights. Her mother once told her that their family had heightened sense, a strange sense of danger. She walked out towards the fortification that overlooked the battlefield and gazed down. There were still hundreds of aurors, some watching whilst others were removing corpses. Her mind went back to her home. She lived in a small village in Normandy, in a village where several old magical families hailed from. All burned to the ground now. She'd lost her brother and parents there as they'd battled with Grindelwald followers. It was what had her sign up immediately, ending her apprenticeship in runes. She hated them, she hated the wanton destruction those idiots were doing. Why did they have to kill so many? They said that they wanted to put wizards where they belong, above the muggles, but the muggles aren't killing them in droves, they were. They were destroying centuries of history, killing off families centuries old. She blinked away the tears as she was torn away from her thoughts and gazed upward. The moon had shone through at the end of the battle even as rain had been pouring ceaselessly. The moon was now half obscured and the rain was now but a trickle, smattering of rain. She shivered unconsciously as she felt the temperature plummet dramatically. Shouts caught her attention and she peered down at the battlefield. She squinted her eyes and saw several of them pointing towards a direction and her eyes followed it. She saw a man, alone. She reached into her pockets and took out an enchanted telescope, a gift from her master, and put on her eye. She breathed in deeply, tremulously as she watched him walking towards the battlefield in a sedate pace, his arms by his sides, as if he was simply going on a stroll on a sunny afternoon. She watched as the smattering of rain simply didn't touch him, repelling the rain around him like he was in a bubble where the rain couldn't pass through. He was wearing black robes with golden lines running vertically down the side of his robes. His wand, an odd thing, an oblate, very like wand that looked nothing like the works of art that some wands were, was in his right hand. She was distracted and looked away. It's him. A panicked voice called out. He's alone, we can take him out, not even he can kill all of us. Get Anui and the ICW people. They need to know. She tuned out the ramblings of the men around her and with a sinking feeling returned the telescope to her eye. She squinted her eye as she watched him closely. She'd never seen him before, at least in person. She'd never thought that she wished that remained a fact. Her heart beat rapidly in her chest as she inspected his face. He had mismatched eyes, both of them seemed to glow dimly, as if power was waiting to be unleashed. His left eye was a darker blue than she'd seen in the papers, and with a sinking feeling, she felt it reminded her of the lowest depths of the sea, like it was promising anyone who stood against him would be crushed. With trembling hands, whether it was because of the cold or because of fear, she knew not, she removed the telescope from her eye and turned her attentions to the small figures that were on the battlefield. They were sorting themselves in a standard battle formation, 6 to a group. She swallowed harshly. She should be there, she should be fighting with her comrades. But any thoughts on it only filled her with deathly fear. She returned her attentions to him. He continued to stride forward, all on his lonesome, and she felt the shift in the air and she strained to keep herself from panicking. She saw the warm breath exit her mouth amidst the panic. She was hundreds of meters away from the battlefield and then hundreds of meters away from him. She knew he was doing this, changing the very air this far out. Where it was once cold, it was approaching Arctic conditions. In Paris, in May. She flinched as the light of lightning flashed before thunder clapped. The grey clouds took on a darker color that only increased her sense of dread, the sense of helplessness that they had lost even before the battle had begun. The rain turned again from pattering into drenching as the thunder cracked the sky and unleashed a flooding of water. The anxiety she was feeling, the dread that sunk in forcibly in the pores in her skin, could not hide the air of anticipation that washed over her. She watched as she began to see magic begin to roll of the man, magic made visible as he glowed dimly. She gulped as she watched the calm nature of his magic, as if his magic was calmed with a sense of certainty, so unwavering was he in his purpose, in his cause. She closed her eyes momentarily as lightning began to flash repeatedly, the sounds of thunder a cacophony, a symphony of awful anticipation, a composition of death. It must have spooked the men on the battlefield as waves of spells, of conjured weapons, of transfigurations were all thrown at the lone man that induced such unnatural dread in her, in likely all of them. She watched on as the spells closed the distance. She watched as her comrades sent wave after wave of spells at the man, hundreds of streaks of spells each half-second closing the several hundred meters gap. She gawked when she saw dozens of spears, axes and arrows halt in mid-air, stopping mid-flight, their force and speed cut to nothing, drifting slightly in the air, as if gravity and force were mere laws to be discarded. She watched the spells continue on their path towards him until they converged on him. She watched as dozens of explosive and gouging spells hit around him, obscuring their vision as more accurate spells hit where he'd been. She watched on as other conjurations were halted in midair even as spells continued on their path. Dozens of transfigured animals were lifted into the air with contemptuous ease. The ground around him was getting destroyed as mud and water evaporated, obscuring everything around him. She felt deathly unease as conjured weapons continued to halt and float mid-air until they all ceased their firing. She watched in dismay as the cloud of debris cleared and saw that he was unaffected, almost bored, and it seemed to infect her comrades in the battlefield too. He had his wand raised, the tip of which was slightly glowing in an ominous deep red. By now there were hundreds of weapons floating in the space between him and her comrades. A sinister silence was carried through the air, and she could imagine that breaths were stilled, hearts were missing a beat or two, such was the tense uneasiness that dominated the battlefield. Within moments, the cool air plummeted again, the conjured weapons were broken apart and then flattened, sharpened into small sharp metallic orbs and redirected the tips towards the ones who'd fired them. Hundreds were turned into tens of thousands of sharp metallic orbs of death. She stood in awe at the stupefying act of magic, the way he simply transfigured those conjurations within half a second. Magic began to fill the air. The magic that had been rolling of the man was now a tempest of furious magic, whipping through the air, taking on a malicious tone. This had her comrades out of their stupor, and she watched as several battle teams apparate to encircle him. This did not faze Grindelwald, who with a simple flick of the wrist had the thick needle-like orbs sent careening into the lines of Aurors across the battlefield before he conjured a wave of sickly green fire that spread out omnidirectionally as the battle teams made to target him. They hastily tried to apparate out, several being too late as they were caught in the sickly green fire which seemed to bypass shields as the fire immolated them. Haunting and agonized screams dominated in the air before she turned her grim eyes to the needles that had caught several of her comrades off guard as the speed of them made them almost impossible to see with the naked eye. They'd pierced through the strongest of barricades with impetuous ease as she watched several of them frozen in death with faces that described the agony and fear they felt moments before they succumbed. She watched as Grindelwald dispatched members of the battle teams one after another with contemptuous ease, all the while seeing the rain that had been pouring steadily shift, changing direction as it now revolved around Grindelwald. She watched as one of the men in the battle team produced fiend fire, which to her horror Grindelwald sniffed out with a simple jab before he tore the man down to the bones before he dispatched another with an elemental wind spell, cutting him down in pieces. The Aurors at the other end of the battlefield were now acutely aware of their dire situation as they began to desperately pepper Grindelwald with spells, progressively darker than before as she identified several spells that would agonizing death. She stood still as she watched the tempest of rain formed into a shield of icy water that began to envelop Grindelwald as he dispatched the last of the battle teams. She gawked as she saw spells lose their momentum as the shield of water halted their progress. "That's impossible," she whispered despairingly. It went against all that she knew. Bodies of water should not be capable of slowing down spells. She watched as the shield of water grew in size. The ominous distorted figure of Grindelwald was seen twice as large due to the distortion as it began to turn into a deathly storm. She winced as lightning clapped but kept her eyes on the monster. She watched as dozens of men now melted the surface of the battlefield and sent massive waves of fire. Not quite fiend fire but certainly one of a darker variety. The fire met the dome of water that kept on expanding as it took more and more water, and the explosion of steam boomed and obscured the battlefield to intolerable levels before she gasped, as she watched the steam simply coalesce as a tempest of magic morphed with the steam, now water droplets, and air. All of it began to swirl and twist into a deadly cyclone that expanded again as he watched toward them. She watched as the molten rock that stood between him and her comrades began to lift in the air, taking on shapes with razor-sharp edges. Through the hazy distortion of the screen of water, air, and transfigurations, she watched him raise his wand with the tip pointed directly at the sky. She squinted her eyes and saw something, almost as if he was rotating his arm around him. She understood then what he was doing, and she thought with dismay that it was impossible to counteract. Nothing worked against this monster, this devil. She watched as they continued to pepper at him with spells, despite its ineffectiveness, hoping that there was no insanity in trying again and again, hoping for a different result. The tempest that had been created was now a verifiable cyclone of death as grooves were carved into the ground again and again, the grating sounds of it sending chills down her spine. She turned her eyes skyward as she watched lightning pour down the sky, eager to please its master as it joined with the monstrous cyclone of death. The eerie whistling sound of the air and water, the crackling sounds of lightning made it impossible to hear anything on the ground as she watched men disapparate out with terrified expressions on their face. The man ceased his wand movement and slowly moved it perpendicular to his body until it was outright. His power, his might was on display. The power in the air was suffocating. Suddenly the cyclone began to shrink a little, moving upwards until it no longer touched the ground and it moved towards her comrades who were behind their barricades. The cyclone shifted, readjusted as it had started above the man and broke towards her comrades in a speed that seemed impossible, and it had shred them into pieces as barricades were passed through as if they were made out of wet paper. Bone, muscles, blood, nothing that constituted a body could be recognized, simply lumps of meat remained. The cyclone of death chased after the remaining men who hadn't dissipated and tore them apart. "Girl! It's time to go!" she heard shouted at her from behind, startling her, and she turned and saw it was the Australian, pale and grim-faced. She made out to speak before screams behind her decided for her. "Yes sir," she said, trembling and with a backward glance towards the monstrous storm that eviscerated everything in its path, gouging at everything. "Those batons," she intoned, and the porte-clés took her away to safety. For however long that lasted. Break. 23rd of May 1942. Arcturus Black POV. France falls to Grindelwald. By Jacqueline Amergan. In the late evening of the 22nd of May, the French ministry. With a disdainful scowl he threw away the paper. "Criaker. Pop." "Yes, master." The elf asked with a bowed head. Arcturus glanced at the elf. "Get my schedule book," he ordered, and soon enough he had the book as he sipped on his tea at the breakfast table. His wife walked in and sat beside him as she waited on her French toast and tea, taking the paper he'd thrown away. "Oh my," she exclaimed as he looked up from his schedule book. He had several meetings in the weeks leading up to the vote, one of them with the new Lord Sayer. "Yes," he said with an angry tone, "the French have been gutted." He shook his head. "Grindelwald took out over 100 wizards on his own before his forces secured the French ministry," he said with a sigh. "That's it then," she said with a grim tone. The wolves at the door." He agreed with thinned lips. It was going to make his job harder now. He doubted the ministry would vote for war now, seeking to fortify instead of taking on the problem. At this rate, he'd have to change his plans. He'd hoped with the backing of the ministry, he'd be able to exact revenge for the death of his father and brother, but it seems the winds were blowing in a direction where'd have to seek it out personally. Cassie soon enough joined them, and soon enough it was just him and her. She looked at him with calculating eyes. "What do we do now?" she inquired pensively, her eyes gazing to the paper. He sat back with his fire whiskey in his glass. It might only be 11 in the morning, but it was certainly time for a drink. He swirled his glass, his eyes intent on his glass. The collapse of the French ministry was a disaster. It opened up Iberia for Grindelwald whilst it also fortified against them, giving him time to deal with the problematic East. He doubted that Spain would act against Grindelwald, so he had little to worry about them as long as he reached an accord with them to prevent any allies to pass through their lands. He sighed before he knocked back the drink and placed the glass on the table. He eyed her in the corner of his eyes. "We will have to readjust." He thinned his lips as he thought it over. "This will scare the cowards, and Spencer Moon will have an easier job to convince people to his thinking." He scowled. Whilst the minister was not incompetent, he was too difficult to control, it seemed. With the backing of those who followed that fool Dumbledore within the Wisengamot, he was resoundingly obstinate, much to his chagrin. "We have the Black Book. Whilst we don't have anything concrete on Spencer Moon, we do have some information on his wife that we can use," she put forth to him. He looked sharply at her with a questioning look, and she continued. "It seems that she has a young admirer that she indulges herself in," she said with a toothy smile. He chuckled before he shook his head. "No. That will not work. Not in the way we need it. Maybe when we have something more concrete on the minister," he said in a final tone, and she inclined her head acknowledging it. He sighed. "We will find little support from the ministry, I suspect, when the vote is called." He shook his head before he eyed her carefully. "What is the word in the neutral and light camps?" he questioned. She pursed her lips as she tapped her finger on the table. "The light camp is fractured, even more than ours, as there is quite a few differing opinions dominating them. The assassinations has admittedly spooked quite a few of them. Those who were firmly for war are now hesitant and more careful with their opinions. Spencer will find it easy to convert them to his cause should he play it right. The Potter and Bones lords are still firmly for war, and the houses they are allied with are firmly with them." She smiled wryly. "It seems that a little assassination isn't enough to deter them." He chuckled. "Fleamont might look soft under all that hair, but he does have some bite in him," he admitted. If he has bite, his younger brother must then be a shark," she said with a slight tone. He growled. "Don't mention the bastard to me," he grumbled as he sent a reproachful look at her. She cackled mirthfully before she slyly grew a smirk. "Is that a way to speak about our future brother-in-law?" He glared balefully at her before he pointedly ignored what she was saying. Doria, his sweet sister, was still head over heels over the boy, and he knew that she was seeing him behind his back, even if so far nothing inappropriate has happened. Except of course that she was seeing him despite being explicitly told not to see him. He wasn't sure what to do about them. He loved his sister dearly, she was his favorite after all, but for Merlin's sake, why did she have to like a damn blood traitor? Potters and Blacks have not married for centuries, the differing in politics far too stark for it to be acceptable. The boy himself wasn't an issue. He was powerful, a pure blood from an esteemed bloodline. He was the Aura Department's star trainee. It was said that at the tender age of 19 that he was the best fighter they had on the force bar, perhaps one or two. What about the neutrals? He asked, changing the subject. She smirked for a second before she grew serious. That has been more difficult to read. It seems like the Sairs are no longer proactively courting their fellow neutrals. She tapped her finger on the desk as she frowned in concentration. As far as I know, there has been a few meetings between the Sairs and their allies, but there were little else to it. The green grasses have courting the neutral houses with a large measure of success, though they have been exceedingly discreet about it. It was a surprise to have seen them at Marcus' funeral, he commented absent-mindedly as he thought on the green grasses. She made out agreeably. His daughter is friends with the boy lord, so it would have been odd to not see her at the funeral. She tilted her head in thought. Perhaps, he said carefully before he turned his eyes on his sister, see if you can find out more about them and their movements. She nodded agreeably. Have you discovered what happened with the Selwyns? He asked, intensely curious. They were poisoned, she said flatly. She shook her head. I don't know the method, but it was non-magical, the poison. She pursed her lips. The Aurors have scanned the poison and discovered that just a small dose was enough to kill everyone, and a Bezoar would be hard-pressed curing you from the poison. His eyes widened fractionally. Do you have a sample? He asked sharply. She smiled demurely. Of course, dear brother, we have enough scraped up for our contacts to figure out the source of it. She brushed her hair behind her ears before she set her eyes on him. It will take time, but eventually we'll have another weapon in our arsenal. She smiled with a wicked gleam in her eye. He looked at her amused before he shook his head. The Blacks always held a variety of poisons in their arsenal. Why go to war when you can discreetly get rid of your enemies? Of course this didn't work for the likes of Grindelwald, unfortunately. Dark Lords tended to be quite difficult to eliminate. The Aurors suspect Grindelwald, but I'm not so certain, she added, and he looked at her questioningly. Why is that? He asked, genuinely curious. It was non-discriminatory, she said finally before she cocked her head as she looked at the ceiling, seemingly organizing her thoughts with it. I mean, it effectively killed off a large portion of the Selwyns without a specific target. If the Selwyns had displeased Grindelwald, he would not have removed so many from the older generations, leaving only a few branch members and a couple of children at Hogwarts. Maybe it was a warning. He posed to her, but she shook her head, rejecting the idea. I don't believe so. His method of operation has been more to use people to assassinate others and to punish traitors and so on. More personally, she shrugged before she glanced at him. This was more personal. It also speaks of someone or group who had issue with the Selwyns. He frowned. And who might that be? Anyone who might have lost someone during the assassinations, she said flatly. Ah, that's quite a few wealthy individuals, he remarked. True, but it speaks of intelligence, the way this was carried out, she said with a raised eyebrow. He thinned his lips as he thought it over. Benedict Sayer? He asked plainly. She nodded imperceptibly. It might well be him. My first thought, in truth. She tapped her finger on the table and thought maybe one of the Dowager Lady's hired assassins. She shrugged. That is more unlikely, but either way, it was likely someone who had business with the Selwyns. Benedict Sayer was certainly ruthless enough to orchestrate such a thing. Do you know how it was done? It was a gaseous form of poison. The Selwyns never had a ward to protect against that. He narrowed his eyes. Unusual, he remarked calmly. Yes, with the volume of the poison found, high quantities were used to take them out, hence why I think it was probably a vendetta rather than Grindelwald killing them off. They remained silent for a few moments before he nodded. Well, it certainly helps our cause. I doubt the Selwyns will be a problem for the next few years. She hummed in agreement. Yes, they will take time to recover. She tilted her head. Shall I take advantage? She questioned. Yes. See what we can do to bind them to us. He nodded to her and she opened her book and wrote in it. She glanced up from her book. You'll be meeting with some of the lords today? She questioned. He grumbled but nodded sharply. I will. She sighed and closed her book. Well, let's discuss what you'll be talking about, she said firmly. Break. 6th of June 1942. Nicholas POV. His eyes glancing towards his wife, who seated comfortably on a Persian rug with a glass of wine in her hands, with a pleased and relaxed expression on her face as she enjoyed the brisk summer weather. She turned to him. What do you think he'll show us? She asked with a curious expression on her face. Bah! How would I know? He grumbled as he leisurely took his seat next to his wife. You don't have to pretend to have creaking bones, you know, Perry said with a sniff, though he could see mild amusement in her eyes. Ah, but dear wife, but I do. He said with a flourish as his eyes twinkled. I must always be the same, he said with a waggling finger with an lazy grin. She scoffed but handed him a glass of wine as they watched the rolling hills of the Portuguese countryside. They'd elected to vacate France for the time being until things settled down. They had no concern with regards of their manor being found, but they'd found the current climate a little stifling, even in the comfort of their homes. He must have unconsciously sighed. France? She queried, and he looked towards her and smiled a little. She knew him so well. He supposed after 600+ years, it was to be expected. He nodded slightly before returning his eyes to rolling hills of Alentejo. A small rural place that they'd often vacationed throughout the centuries. It was peaceful and it allowed them to intermingle with muggles without much problems. It was a nice way to relax. She hummed musically as she sipped on her wine. It will be over soon enough. Maybe not in a year's time, or even 5, but eventually he'll lose. He glanced at her in the corner of his eyes before he refocused on the horizon. They always do, I suppose, he finished for them. Dark Lords rise and fall, it is the nature of things. At least the true Dark Lords, not like those in the Americas who characterize themselves as one. He chuckled mildly but said nothing else. She was about to say something until she saw something in the corner of her eyes, something he saw too. They turned their eyes skyward and Nicholas squinted his eyes. Is that an enchanted auto? He questioned as it neared. They both got up. No, it's far too elegant. Perry answered. We should be careful. She turned to him with a raised eyebrow. I think, Nikki, the safety measures you've used today covers us well enough, she said amused before she returned her eyes to the sky. The vehicle, which was more oval-shaped than arrow-shaped, was quiet, almost completely silent if not for the mild sound of air displacement, and even then, he had to strain his ears to hear anything. The vehicle approached them and slowed down until it hovered slightly above the ground some couple of dozen meters away from there. Legs protruded from the vehicle and it landed quite gracefully. Shall we? Nicholas asked with some excitement as he extended an arm, and Perry looked at him with a mild smile and took his arm. Well, it seems that Atticus has quite the surprise for us. Perry said as they walked. He chuckled softly. Do you think it's as capable as Egyptian carpets? His eyes gleamed in excitement. He really did love those carpets. The Dynasty 4 edition was marvelous. It even had ability to pitch a small tent on it without fear of it falling off. She sighed lightly as she glanced at him with mild disapproval in her eyes. You're still not getting another. I still remember vividly what happened in 1902, she said with thinned lips. Ah! He exclaimed. It was never that bad. He defended weakly. It had been pretty bad. He'd been testing an alchemic solution, one that enhanced life experiences in high-altitude conditions whilst he was flying on his carpet. Suffice to say, it had been a bad idea and Perry had to ensure he didn't kill himself whilst he had the time of his life. Unfortunately he hadn't been permitted to do it again. It saddened him deeply. He sighed dejectedly, but soon enough his attentions were grabbed. The vehicle opened its hatch with a small hiss and he could see the young man standing there as the ramp fell down. He looked at them with a small smile that he couldn't help but return. They'd met several times in the last few months, talking about various things, mostly about magical theory as he picked their brains. Whilst he knew many of the notable theories, he had a fantastic grasp of it instinctually that many would not reproduce in their lifetimes. That he's managing it at 17 was more than a little impressive. Nicholas had been talented in his youth, though he'd been especially talented in potions, magical theory, and alchemy. He made up for the lack of raw magical power with dedication, obsession, and the intellect needed to excel. Nicholas, Pernell. He greeted with a smile as he descended down the ramp and walked towards them. His wife disentangled herself from him and walked up to him gracefully and took him in with a hug. His wife has always been a warm person, well, warm to those she liked. She certainly liked the boy. She'd demanded to go see him after they'd heard about the terrible news that had befallen his family, which was in fact what had instigated their frequent meetings. Perry and Atticus parted from their hug. Atticus, good to see you. She stepped back. Indeed. He said as he clasped Atticus' hand. He indicated with his head. Let's go, shall we? He said as he let go of Nicholas' hand. Nicholas almost bounced on his heels as he neared the ship. He looked at the exterior first and brushed his hand on the hull. These runes. He said as he felt the indentations, tracing his fingers on the symbols. Perry and Atticus walked up to him and the young man hummed. Those are runes that protect the outer hull from various elements and dangers, he answered. Perry looked at him with narrowed eyes. I see you've applied Aldrich's principle of buoyancy. She said slowly as she walked towards the front of the ship, and he followed her until they arrived at the front. Dearie, even Kristoff's runic sequence that is typically used for furnaces. She eyed him with the corner of her eyes. A lot of protective runes on this flying boat. There are a lot of things that the ship needed to be protected against, he answered with a smug expression on his face. This is no ordinary ship, is it? Nicholas asked slyly with a gleam in his eyes. Atticus laughed merrily and his smug expression only deepened, but he said nothing. He returned his attentions to the front of the ship. It was as sleek as the rest of the ship, barring a clear space at the curve of front section. Nicholas had seen some of the Muggle planes, curious as he was, and he'd known, as had Perry, the vague resemblance, even if it wasn't in resemblance but merely in function. Let's go inside, shall we? Atticus asked them and they agreed. They made their way towards the hatch, and as they stepped into the vehicle, his eyes widened dramatically. The walls of the ship were lined with golden lines and runic schemes that were far more intricate than the ones on the hull. They were linked towards the massive diamond wardstone, and he made his way towards it. He saw the runes that enabled the ship whilst he saw runic schemes he hadn't seen before. Fascinating. The runes were used in a brutally logical method that he hadn't seen before, quite different from the elegant runic schemes he'd seen in his runes mastery. "Did you find this stone or did you make it?" he inquired as he glanced at the young man. "Created it," he answered with a smile. "Alchemically." A satisfied gleam was in his eyes, transfigured actually. "Permanently," he answered. He laughed happily and Perry looked at the young man with curious gaze. "Can you do it with everything?" she asked plainly. He suspected the boy might be able to do it after his transfiguration mastery. The young man mulled it over before he nodded slowly. "I can do it with everything, as long as I understand the molecular structure. Even precious metals?" Nicholas queried, even if he knew the answer. The young man smiled, all but confirming it. Perry chuckled softly before she turned to him. "Well, Nicky, I did tell you," she said with a twinkle in her eye. "Bah!" he grumbled. They'd had a bet to see if there was more to Atticus' mastery. She'd suspected that he'd cracked permanent transfiguration, but he'd been a bit more doubtful. Perry walked away from the wardstone towards where her eyes caught something of interest. "These plants?" Perry trailed off as she inspected the transparent trunk, catching his attention. He made his way towards her and he recognized them with ease. They were plants that were quite efficient in producing oxygen and recycling air. The plants are to ensure that there is always a supply of air in this ship. It is a self-contained ecosystem, effectively. I didn't need to create a biodome, simply to ensure that I have a large supply of replenishable air, he answered. "Now if you'll follow me, I'll show you why we're here today," Atticus remarked as he went off into the next room. Perry and he followed. They came into the room just as he sat down. He turned to them. "Take your seats. There is a locking mechanism that you need to use before we take off. It's a bit muggle and quite unnecessary with magic, but when I made this, I kind of went overboard with safety," he said with a mischievous grin. They did as he asked whilst he concentrated on the strange buttons he was using. The front melted away in a strange fashion as the opaque metallic front made way for a transparent window. "Oh," Perry said in surprise as she frowned in concentration. "You've charmed the front much like the entrance of the 9 3/4 platform?" she asked curiously. "Almost," he confirmed with a smile as he turned to her. "I did take my inspiration from it, but it's not nearly as complex as that mechanism is. It only appears to be the same." He then went on to explain what he did and Nicholas had to admit it was creative. He didn't see much point in it, simply other than you could do it, but then he supposed that was reason enough. The young man checked them over to ensure they were strapped in before taking his seat again and putting his hands on the wheel that sprouted from the dashboard. He turned to them with a wild grin. "I don't like that grin," Nicholas said warily. Perry laughed with a tinkling quality to it. "My dear, now you know," she said with an expression that said she enjoyed his wariness. Before he could reply, the ship jerked up and he watched as the ship began to rise in altitude. He glanced at the young man just in time to see him move the wheel towards an upward angle and the ship jerked forward at a speed that he'd never been at before. Perry began to giggle as she bounced a little in her seat and sent him a wink that almost made him forget how high they were going. "Atticus?" he asked warily. He laughed. "We're not there yet." He glanced at them. "Don't worry, I've done this quite a few times," he said with a mischievous grin. He said nothing to that as he looked in the side window and was just able to see how far up they were as he could now see the outlines of the earth. He turned to Perry who sat just in front of him and he could see that she was becoming a little worried. "Where exactly are you taking us?" Nicholas asked intently as he tore his eyes away from the side window. "Somewhere only 2 other people have been," he said with a knowing smile before he returned his attentions to the wheel. They all remained silent as the cloudy sky disappeared as they rose above the clouds. He looked on with fascination as he saw a sea of clouds below the ship as the night sky began to clear up. "He's taking us!" Perry breathed out in awe as her stood transfixed on the sky. "Into the void," Nicholas said with a little grimness in his tone. The void had been, at a point in his life, of interest to him that he soon lost interest in as he pursued more earthly endeavors. But there was always something about the void that had interested him, but practicality and lack of worth had made him ignore it. They'd known that the stars were very likely like the sun for hundreds of years, but with the lack of effects of the stars on magic like what the moon and the sun have made any other exploration into the nature of the stars beyond the use of constellations by some divination experts pointless. The blue haze of the sky disappeared completely and the sight of stars and the moon in all of its splendidness came into vision. "Beautiful," his wife breathed out in awe as she stared at the sights. They'd seen the moon in countless detail as they'd been gifted with a powerful magical instrument that vividly shown them the details of the surface of the moon, but to see it like this, with their eyes even if it was still distant. He heard clicking sounds and he turned to it and saw the young man get up and making his way towards them. He waved his hands and they were both unstrapped. Atticus helped Perry up with a large smile as he got up. It was a strange smile, one that he'd never seen on the boy and even less in the meetings they'd had since the death of his father. It was unadulterated, it was unhidden and it was unrestrained, one that spoke of joy. It was a smile that he recognized in those who held complete passion in their craft. "You've taken us into the void," Nicholas said with ease as he watched the young man carefully. He was readjusting his assessment of the boy. To do this at 17. He could do a dozen masteries and it wouldn't be as spectacular as what he's done today. There'd been plenty of people throughout their history that were purported to fly into the void. Icarus was one such example. The Muggles had taken to believe the story to be one of cautionary tale, one that spoke warningly of reaching into the realms of the gods. A metaphorical tale. But for Magicals, well, it was a true story. Icarus had been a mage who wanted to reach into the void, and so he developed a flying harness that would take him there. It had been an event that several dozen Magicals had witnessed and had included quite a few Muggles too. In the end, Icarus had fallen several kilometers away from where he'd taken off from, and the remnants of his body had shown that the upper echelons of the sky were deadly. And so, like so many avenues, it hadn't been investigated any further with conclusive evidence. Until now. I have, he confirmed softly as he watched them with sparkling eyes. He turned away from them towards one of the walls and tapped it. A door opened and he walked through it. He glanced at Perry, who only smiled in return, and followed Atticus. They came into an expanded room, the same grey metal walls, until the young man waved his hand and the grey washed away and he breathed in deeply as a section of the room became transparent. His knees weakened as he stood transfixed, mesmerized at the sight. It was one of the most beautiful things he'd seen before, and he'd seen much in his long life. He didn't know how long he'd been watching, but he felt his hand held by a soft hand, and he turned and saw Perry looking at the sights of the earth with glistening eyes. He glanced at the boy who stood there watching them with keen eyes. When I first saw the earth, time became meaningless as I took in every detail, every little speck, awed by the beauty of the place we call home, he said with a soft wistful tone, with eyes that were distant and filled with a strange melancholy. Perry turned to him with emotional eyes. There is not much we have not seen in our lifetime, we have lived through much, seen much, but this is perhaps one of the greatest gifts, she said with earnestness in her voice. Atticus simply smiled to her and inclined his head before he waved his hand, and two chairs came into existence and his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Wandless conjuration, of this complexity and ease, he murmured as he watched the boy. Perry hummed softly as he led her to her chair before he sat in his own chair. Full of surprises, Perry said softly as she intently watched the young man who took a seat opposite them with the earth in the background. What you've achieved today is nothing in comparison to what I plan in the future, Atticus said with a fervent tone as he captured their eyes. He'd watched the boy carefully. He'd been watching the boy carefully ever since he'd seen him again after his father's death. His magic had always been incredible to see. Both he and Perry were attuned to magic more than most people, one that they obtained with age, as they ventured into the depths of magic. They'd never used mage sight directly on him, for he was blinding, almost as much as old Albus. It was what truly triggered their desire to talk with him in Alexandria that fateful day. He exuded magic, it was remarkable to see, and now, both he and Perry had been worried about him, not just because of the psychological issues that the death of the boy's father would warrant, but because there was a tinge of darkness to his magic, one that gradually was decreasing, but it was still there. The wandless conjuration only sparked his interest. Wandless conjuration, anything other than the elements, was remarkably difficult. Charms were much easier to do, and it spoke of his capabilities in magic. They'd known he'd eventually become an archmage, but he was certain, now, that he was most likely one already, before he'd even reached his final maturity. It was a frightening prospect. One that worried both of them, even if they had impressions of the boy that he was unlikely to become a menace like Grindelwald. But it only takes one tragedy, one more tragedy, for such things to change. Albus had been led away from his path of domination with the death of his sister, through actions of his own. Something fundamental was often a trigger. He hoped that this boy would not have another trigger. The young man got up from his chair and turned his back on them as he stared towards the earth, an action he easily followed. Atticus raised his hands, and the window that showed the earth expanded to encompass the entire room almost, except for the ground and the back wall. Nicholas glanced at the earth and saw that they were above somewhere in Morocco, though it seemed the craft was going to go west, towards Central America. When I was a child, whenever there'd been a clear night sky, I'd lie down on the grass, my eyes fixed on the sky, watching the dim lights of the stars pass over me, Atticus whispered softly with a reverent tone, and Nicholas turned to watch him. He was standing slightly angled, enough so that he could see some of his face. My sister used to join me from time to time. Nicholas heard the smile in his voice. I'd wonder about them, these stars that are almost inconceivably distant, trillions upon trillions of miles away. Stories, legends, have been written about them, countless tribes, countless civilizations, known and unknown, have wondered about them too. Some thought them to be the souls of the departed. Others believed them to be gods watching over us, the moon and the sun being the father and the mother of the pantheons. Nicholas sensed a strange melancholic tone to his voice, a sadness that felt personal. So many origin stories about the world, about the universe. He turned to them with an irreverent gleam in his eyes that was gone as soon as it arrived this world. He trailed off with a strange tone before he turned slightly to look at the earth before returning to them again. I do not believe many people will truly understand the beauty of this world amidst a sea of nothingness, isolated and alone, until they see it with their own eyes, the magnificence of the home our species was born to, the home that cradled us, that nurtured and allowed us to grow into what we are now, he said with a distant smile that almost seemed sad. Oh, I don't know, Perry chimed softly. There are many beautiful things on earth. She smiled kindly at the boy, but I do agree that it gives a certain different perspective. She looked at the earth with mesmerized eyes. It highlights the fragility and the irrelevance of the conflicts that are on it, she sighed. He smiled deeply and inclined his head as he looked at her with deep respect in his eyes. Just so. His smile turned saddened as his eyes grew distant. And yet, there will be many who only see something to conquer, something to dominate, to take, he said with a grim tone. They grew silent as they all contemplated on his words until he broke it. Why have you done this? Nicholas finally asked with immense interest. I understand doing things just for the sake of doing things, but I doubt that was the purpose of this ship or even why Perry and I are here, he commented intently as he searched the boy's face. He sighed before he took his seat, his hands entwined his lap, and met Nicholas' gaze with intensity. There isn't a single reason, Atticus said as he looked at Nicholas with a piercing gaze. He gestured at the earth. My curiosity has always been insatiable and I'm somewhat of a dreamer, he said with gleaming eyes before his face fell into a serious expression, but I'm also a realist. He glanced at the earth. Our world is a broken one, he said with a tone of finality. We are abnormally against change as a society, at the very least most of the magical societies in Europe. He turned to them with hardened eyes. And those who do want change, and can bring about change, are often those who want to do it at the cost of others, to enrich themselves and a select few. He said with a harsh tone. He glanced at Perry and saw that she agreed, at least to some degree, of what he was saying. Perry was the more skeptical of the two of them. Their long lives, their magic, made them fundamentally different to Muggles in the way they saw the world, the way they interacted with others. Change was hardly ever welcome. There have been countless of Dark Lords that weren't true Dark Lords, but those who sought to bring about change forcibly when legal ways had been closed to them. And often those people were of Muggleborn or half-blood origin, those who were harshly excluded from the higher tiers of magical society. Both he and Perry had taught at Beauxbatons almost a dozen times in their 600 years of life, to encourage and nurture a certain of thinking that was continuously ebbing away as society hankered down on their ways, growing ever more resistant to different ways of thinking. It was their influence that ensured that France was the most progressive nation in Europe, and even then, it paled in comparison to the Americas, in particular Macusa. Atticus continued when neither said anything but remained listening with rapt attention. This ship. He trailed off for a moment as he seemed to think on how to explain this ship was always going to be built. My fascination with the way the universe worked, the advancements the Muggles have made would have always resulted in going into the void. His eyes shone with pride before they dimmed and became somewhat sheltered. Though whether I would have brought anyone with me, at least at this stage, was quite unlikely. He leaned back in his chair, lips pursed. For a long time, I believed the magical world to be almost without any redemption and had been making plans to seclude myself away, somewhere in the world away from both civilizations, at a home that I'd build myself, seated with magical life, free to learn and experiment without the turmoil and conflicts that occur in both worlds. Nicholas' eyes widened and Perry beat him to it. What makes you say that? She asked in a surprised tone, and Nicholas saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes of Atticus' desire. Atticus sighed and Nicholas could see a kind of tiredness in his eyes as Atticus glanced at them with weary eyes. The prejudices, the bigotry, the inherent societal imbalance, the forced illegalization of entire branches of magic, the perception that Muggles are less than animals when they are perhaps the largest threat, other than ourselves, to wizardkind. He listed off almost in an emotionless tone. All of it is an unstable mixture in a small cauldron waiting to explode at the slightest change in environmental conditions. To change all of that, to halt the stagnation that has seeped into the magical world would require a monumental task that I had not believed I could achieve. My suggestions, my ideas, and those who would be able to bring about change in our world for the better, all of it would be unwanted and I would have find myself fighting my entire for something that I'd be lucky to get away with only political opponents. He said with thinned lips. When I began my forays into science after my curiosity was sparked into a burning inferno, I learned how far behind we were, how incurious a people we could be. We live for centuries and yet there is little change from someone who was born in 1550 to someone born in 1920. Knowledge rather than increased, has decreased and hidden. Compared to the Muggles, they've had several ages that caused monumental change to their existence that someone from 1500s would not be able to recognize in 1942. He said with a disappointed tone, an unhappy look on his face, a hint of shame in his eyes. Nicholas recognized. Nicholas eyed him carefully. He found it odd that such a young man could have a skeptical view of the world. But then the desire to change things was a common thing in the young. Nicholas had felt it in himself. The youth would always be the ones who would seek to change things, their desires, their energy driving them towards it. But age tempered all, and rarely were there individuals who could truly change things. And those who did, they tended to lose their way, hardened and darkened by their actions. Was this the fate of this boy, he wondered. He knew that Albus had a deeper link with Grindelwald than he'd ever admitted, a personal tragedy marked him for the rest of his life. Where Albus shied away from power, deeming power as the corrupting factor in people, Grindelwald went and sought it, to use it to effect change in the world, where Albus sought to halt it. He had to ask the burning question. And what made you change your stance? Nicholas asked with ruder tone than he intended. You said you believed that the magical world was almost without redemption, he said with shrewd eyes. Atticus smiled thinly and his eyes grew distant before he looked away towards the earth. I'd heard about the Aurors who'd arrived in Sudan too late to save a magical child and their family. They'd been brutally killed by the natives for their witchcraft, he derided with fury in his eyes that soon left as he rubbed his face with his hand. He glanced at them with strange glint in his eye. It made me realize that I did not dislike the magical world, that I did not hate or dislike our people, but rather the systems, the laws, certain aspects of our culture and the society itself. He looked again at the earth and Nicholas could see a wistful expression on his face. Magic is a wonder and those who have magic in their blood are just as wondrous, and I hadn't thought of that until I heard what happened to that family in Sudan. I hadn't thought about the thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of magicals who live in regions in the world where they'd be killed should their magic be discovered. He turned to them with passion in his eyes. These people who die for the crime of being magical, the people who are marginalized in the magical world for faults not of their own and could achieve much if given the opportunity, all of these people would never reach their potential, to embrace magic in the way it should. His eyes were luminescent as magic rolled off the boy. He sat transfixed as the boy captured their attentions. I love magic for all that it is, I love the diversity of life, the diversity of magic that exists, permeates all around us, within us, and that tragedy made me realize how derelict to mother magic I would be if I decided to ignore the plight of our people, if I ignored the rupturing of our society from within and later on, outside. He couldn't help himself. Our people are resistant to change. Nicholas idly commented as he watched the boy carefully. Atticus gave a sardonic little smile and inclined his head yes. But I do not seek to force through change, he said, a glint in his eye, not through violence, for violence would only undo what I would seek for our people, a sentence that eased Nicholas' concerns somewhat. And what do you seek? Nicholas leaned forward as he gazed at the young man. The young man's eyes gleamed. For our kind to be on a path to fulfill our fullest potential, he said with a determination that he hadn't heard from him before. He strode forward, met Nicholas' gaze when he uttered his next words. I want to see the lowest witch or wizard, even a squib, to rise to the highest of positions based on their achievements, based on merit. He whispered passionately that carried through the air. I want to establish a society that investigates everything, that asks why and how and what can we do about it, and try to understand everything and anything. His brilliant violet eyes with emerald flecks that gleamed like stars as they shone, driving the point whilst he passionately spoke of his sincere desire. A noble desire, Perry remarked softly, kindly, and Atticus turned to her with a gentle smile and respectful dip of the head before he looked at them, his eyes flickering between them, a serious expression on his face. And it is a desire that I have spent much time pondering about, to determine where the faults lie within our world. I have thought about the nature of our society, the nature of why we have not developed in a similar way to the Muggles, and I've come to conclusions, while obvious or startling, he said with a neutral, guarded expression, his arms crossed behind his back as he looked at them intently. Oh? Nicholas asked curiously. The Muggles are interdependent on each other. They need to coexist, cooperate, build together in order to survive, in order to prosper. Such interdependence has allowed for civilizations to begin to form as peoples took root in fertile lands, primitive social systems, over time becoming more expansive, numerous, more complex, and fairer, as their numbers increased, as their existence was eased by new technological developments. For a long time, we fitted in one way or another, as shamans, as priests, as healers, as advisors, and so on. Of course, the vast majority of our kind never had such privileges, but those that did, were part of the social system of civilizations. But just as they advanced, so did we. Magical education became more and more available to the masses, no longer were families confined to the knowledge they themselves accumulated. And then wands became available to the masses, exponentially making magic easier to use, to manipulate. He paused momentarily as his words settled in the room. He eyed them with intense eyes, and as a consequence, it removed the dependence of magicals on Muggles and in many ways, the dependence of magicals amongst ourselves. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. And why is that such a bad thing? I never said it was a bad thing, he said with a wry smile before he turned serious, but it does hamper the development of social structures. The establishing of the ICW, of ministries, only came to be because it was a change forced on the magical world, to protect it from the threat of the Muggles. He pointed out before he leaned back in his chair, turning toward the earth, eyes looking distant. Power remained and remains in the hands of the old families, concentrated and hoarded without limit or purpose other than for themselves. Representation is a farce and a mere bidding process of who can promise what and how much, rather than being elected based on merit and agenda that seeks to drive the magical world forward. He shook his head disdainfully. And the problem is that unless these old families make the lives of those who they rule over difficult, anything they decree largely doesn't affect the families within the borders of the ministry. After all, magic makes us almost completely self-sufficient. We can build our homes on little land, a barely competent wizard will never starve, and we can defend and hide ourselves from most threats with only a few spells. This self-reliance makes the majority of our people barely invested in magical society, as the core needs remain, for the most part, unaffected, unless specifically targeted. He pursed his lips as he stared at the earth. And that makes stagnating the magical world easy. There is no need to drive forward with new ideas, different perspectives. We hide behind our traditions, the behaviors of our ancestors as a reason to fight against change that would benefit magical society. We reject those from Muggle heritage and their ideas that could well invoke the change we need to progress. Yet the Muggle world progresses through conflict, through war. Nicholas said evenly. Yes, the Muggle world is changing and shifting all the time, but it is done on the blood of thousands, of millions. True, war pushes the Muggles forward as they compete with each other. But it is also not their sole way to progress. The systems they've developed allows them to seek out different routes to life to enrich themselves or to establish a name for themselves in ways ours doesn't truly allow. At the heart of it, competition is something that defines them, and they have developed their governance, their society on this notion, to make things fairer for the lower members of their society so that they can uplift their status and social standing through their chosen field. And from establishing fairer conditions for competition, comes the notion of accountability, of responsibility that the magical world lacks for the most part. What accountability exists for those from noble families who can bankroll dark lords with impunity, people that can bribe officials with zero consequence? What responsibility do those in power have other than to themselves for the most part? He shook his head. And how do you suggest to implement accountability and responsibility? How do you define such things? Perry asked of Atticus. By changing the culture, by giving us a direction, he answered simply. Culture is ultimately the most important way to change the structure of society. Our culture stems from family and it rarely extends any further than that. Muggle society has ever-changing culture, fitted to the age they're in. And this is what I intend to work on. He said passionately. Of course that is long-term. He remarked with a tiny smile. The boy brought his hands in front him with his palms facing upward. He glanced at Nicholas. You asked why I had done this. This ship was made with purpose. He nodded deeply. One of the main reasons was that I wanted to find out if with Muggle knowledge of physics and magic could create a vehicle that could sail in the void. He grinned as he gestured the ship with his head. Suffice it to say it worked, he said with a small smile, but it is merely the beginning of what I intend to do. The boy's eyes glowed slightly as something began to coalesce in his hand. It was at first formless until it turned into a misshapen rock about thrice as large as the boy's hands. This is an asteroid, one of the many between Mars and Jupiter. He looked up as the rock floated above the boy's hands. The sizes and consistencies of the asteroids are varied. There are hypotheses that they are the leftovers of the original source material that this solar system consisted of. In any case, that means that many of these rocks have high metallic content. Atticus' eyes gleamed. The rock transformed, first split in two before the shape began to change. The rocky material was removed and a metallic shell was made, and the interior of the rock was transformed. The upper shell was fused with the lower shell almost like a Fabergé egg that rotated freely until the upper shell covered the lower shell. The shell floated towards them and he looked at it with keen eyes. He saw a city with large spiral tower seated at the base of a large mountain, with the city surrounded by a large lake, with the city connected to lands beyond the lake with fantastical bridges. He saw forests, smaller settlements, plains, hills, tropical jungles, all in sectioned parts. Perry breathed out loudly as she watched the creation, absolute fascination in her eyes. Nicholas paid rapt attention at the display of magic. He watched keenly at the magic that the boy used, so effortlessly, to create such a transfiguration. To differentiate the transfiguration with such ease. He watched the boy with keen eyes. How capable was he wondered. Once this is built, I intend to build a society that is built on a foundation of meritocracy, whereby blood doesn't matter, where it doesn't matter if you have creature blood, where it doesn't matter if you're a squib or a wizard as long as you are capable and have magic in your blood. I want to build a shining beacon, a shining example of a magical society that none can rival. He whispered enticingly to them, confidence and belief easy to see in his face. Nicholas studied the creation carefully. The way it is encased in a shell, with the possibility that it could be enveloped completely. This is no island. He said slowly as he captured Atticus' eyes. Is this like this vessel we're in? He asked with a little wonder creeping in his voice. The scale, the audacity. It is, he said with barely contained excitement in his voice that seemed infectious. Nicholas almost thought it was laced with magic, but it was simply his enthusiasm, his excitement at the possibilities his creation would provide him, them. I do not want to create an island bound to the earth. Of course the world ship will be built here on earth, but it won't be bound to it. He took off his eyes from the creation and looked at Atticus sharply and met his eyes. Atticus continued. Why must we remain bound to the earth? He whispered softly with gleaming eyes. Magic permeates through the universe. We do not get our magic from the earth. Yes, magic is stronger here, but he turned away from Nicholas' gaze and turned back to the beautiful world below them. Ultimately, we have far more options than we ever dared dream, he said with a strange tone to his voice. Nicholas filed away his comment regarding magic for later purposes as his mind fixed on something. Do you know what you're saying? Nicholas whispers softly as Atticus' attentions were returned to him. Are you aware of the challenge you're setting yourself? Even if we entertain the idea that it is possible. Atticus looked grim but nodded. I do. To all counts. I have already developed methods to shrink and reduce the mass of the asteroid to a tiny fraction, so bringing down the asteroid is not a concern. If you're asking about where we would work on it, Antarctica is a wonderful isolated place. He said with an enticing smile. We? Perry asked with a raised eyebrow, but he could see the interest in her eyes. How could she not be interested? The chance to work on this. But he had another question. You said world ship, he asked intently. He turned to Perry first and gave her a small smile with eyes that knew of her interest. An opportunity exists, he merely noted to her, that meant far more than what was said. He turned to Nicholas with a tilted head. It's the closest thing that I can describe it as. I originally wanted an island, like you'd mentioned, but I hadn't thought of the way you did. But then I came across idea of using an asteroid to shape as I desired. At that point, given my skill in transfiguration, I would be able to change the material magically conducive material, and at that point, making it capable of flight and able to be a closed system capable of sailing through the air, even the void, should it become necessary, is a natural progression, he said with a slight smile as his eyes held a spark of excitement. Nicholas couldn't help himself and laughed. He laughed and laughed. My boy. He finally said after calming down a little. Oh, a natural progression. He shook his head in disbelief before he turned to Perry, who looked more excited than in disbelief. You say that I'm impulsive and do ridiculous things, he said with humor. She turned to him. This isn't ridiculous, Nicholas. She said with a disapproving tone before she smiled and turned to Atticus. It's an uncommon solution to the problem you've described to us. How large will it be? The asteroid will be just under 40 kilometers but is something 82% nickel and iron. I'd originally wanted to use a 200 kilometers asteroid with roughly the same metallic content, but I was advised against it, he said with a bashful expression. Before he could ask who'd advised him, Perry interjected. Nickel and iron are good materials to use to alchemically change to magically conducive metals. However, it is also incredibly power intensive to change something that size, she said worriedly. He nodded. I know. That is why I've developed a way to use diamond wardstones effectively as batteries full of the ambient magic that they've gathered to trigger the reduction of mass and size. At that point, I've calculated that we can resize the asteroid to 1/10 of its size once it is on Earth and use the same kind of batteries to trigger a permanent transfiguration into a magically conducive metal. He answered them before he fixed his eyes on them. This island, Ilos, is my solution, my way of providing a path towards change that would bring us to greater heights, unencumbered by those who resist change with everything they are, for it would chip away at their power at the cost of the health of the magical world. He spoke to them with such passion in his voice, his eyes blazed with the fires of youth, in such a way that Nicholas could only admire such conviction and desire. Violence will not be needed, war would not happen this way, and we would be free to create a society that would be greater than Atlantis itself. He smiled to them with radiant purple eyes as the creation floated towards, and Nicholas inspected the creation carefully. The details of Ilos was impeccable, and he saw that it was carefully planned, carefully taking into account the regions of the world where there was abundant magical life. What your plans for the magical creatures? Perry inquired, forcing him to look at her. He knew she was more than just a little interested. They'd been growing tired of living, somewhat. They kept track of their descendants, before the stone took away their ability to have another child, but they rarely interacted with them anymore, the last time being over half a century ago. The successions of wars that they'd witnessed, the staleness of less than interesting things happening in their lives, was making it all a little tedious. Boredom wasn't quite right, but rather a state of simple existing. They had no clear purpose anymore. The problems that existed today were problems that did not affect them nor involve them. If he did not love alchemy as much as he did to try and figure out new things, he'd be pulling his hairs out at the monotony of it all. And this? He turned his eyes back at the boy. The boy kept on exceeding their expectations. By far. For all of his concerns, he was something rather unique. People had certain flavors to their magic, and the boy radiated curiosity. He did not doubt that he loved magic, he did not doubt that the boy was a dreamer. It was in his magic, after all. The boy's eyes gleamed with excitement. I intend to provide them a safe haven. From the smallest flobberworm to the horntail, I want them all, here, safe and freer than they'd ever be in the world at large. I have some advantage to that, given that my family owns many creature reserves, and it would be a simple matter of moving them. Not just them either, there are plenty of mundane creatures that could do with better protection from the muggles who are encroaching on their habitats. It is intended as much as it is a safe haven for our kind, but also of magical creatures at large. He answered them with honesty in his words and eyes. He glanced at Perry and saw approval in her eyes. It seemed that he was slowly convincing his dear old wife. He turned to Atticus. He nodded more to himself than anything else. I have my concerns. He said with seriousness in his tone. As expected. I'll do my best to alleviate them, Atticus said with a matching serious tone. The next few hours went to discuss the issues Nicholas had, and Atticus, much to his credit, addressed them as well as he could until he asked the pertinent question. He couldn't help but ask, one thing that is clear to see, is the complete isolation from the Muggle world that such a place would have. He trailed off as he looked at Atticus, who understood. He nodded and looked away, his eyes growing distant. This century is a turning point for the Muggles. Much like after the advent of wands where our diversity of magic increased, the Muggle science and weapons will explode in complexity, in deadliness, and in numbers. In just over 15 years, they'll eventually land men on the moon with sheer graft and technology. They will develop thousands of weapons that would only need a fraction to destroy this beautiful blue orb. He intoned to them with immense graveness as he turned slightly towards them, his eyes grim. You've mentioned this before, Nicholas simply stated. He nodded before he turned back to face the earth. I have, and I know that our kind will not take the Muggles serious. The ICW is only a loose organization, one that ensures the statue is kept intact, but they will not be able to keep it alive. In a century's time, the Muggles will be as different from the Muggles today are as different from 2000 years ago. They've reached a point where everything improves with an astounding rate. One that we will be unable to cope with without serious change, he said lowly with fervent passion. Perry looked at him with calculating eyes, but Nicholas could see some concern in them before she turned her eyes to Atticus. You truly believe that? I know it, he said firmly. The visions, they are vague, but with the amount I've studied their theories and concepts of the future, it's quite incredible that many of their ideas will come into existence. He shook his head before he turned his vivid purple-green eyes on him, and therein lies the problem. He thinned his lips as he stared at Nicholas. Every century, at least once, there is a Dark Lord that rises of great power. Every century there is at least a number of Dark Lords in our communities that instigates the population either against Muggle or in a way where Muggles are collateral damage, Atticus said with severity laced in his voice. You think exposure will happen because of one of these Dark Lords? Nicholas answered softly as he watched the boy. He nodded gravely. I do, and if it doesn't, then it will happen by some sort of accident. The Muggles have already developed film, moving pictures, which they will later develop into monitoring methods, which they will later develop into an instantaneous network where they can monitor one end of the world from the other side of the world. And we will be hard-pressed to remove any incidents from the world when the act of magic is captured by one of these devices, which end up transmitted to the other end of the world. He turned his eyes towards the earth as silence fell amongst them. The statute is not maintainable, Nicholas whispered softly, capturing their attention. He turned towards Atticus. That is what you've been hinting, rather poorly, this entire time. He gestured towards the earth. If the Muggles become advanced enough in their technology to get up here, then they are on their way to develop ways to discover the secret through magic. Not through observation of us but through energy, he said with keen eyes. Atticus smiled grimly and nodded. I made allusions to it a few times. I'm glad you caught it. He frowned as he mulled over his thoughts before he continued. I've determined that magic is a universal energy, and I have also confirmed that with experiments up here. Nicholas sat up straight in his chair and looked intently at Atticus. Explain, he demanded. And so for the next half hour, he and Perry sat riveted as Atticus explained the experiments that he conducted in space regarding magic and whether magic existed in space. His results had shown that magic existed in the void, and that he'd traveled to the moon and measured the presence of magic on the moon through a device and discovered that magic was less on the moon, but it was still there, slightly more than the ambient levels of the void. He spoke to them about his experiments with regards to magic, comparing the frequencies of magic to the electromagnetic field, that magic was a field of its own that permeates through the universe, enhanced and more potent as life is propagated. He laughed loudly as he clapped his hands. My boy, what you have discovered will forever change the nature of our understanding of magic, he said with immense respect in his tone. It was an understatement. The discoveries would propel the boy to the scale of Merlin himself. And that thought, it marveled him truly. And seemingly it was one that Perry shared. She turned to Nicholas with mischievous eyes and a sly look. I think it won't be too long before we begin to say Sayer the same way we say Merlin, she said with sparkling eyes, making him laugh before she turned to Atticus with deeply speculative eyes. The boy looked a little flushed before he shook it away. He cleared his throat. Thank you for such comparisons, he said with a bowed head. It might be centuries before they truly discover what this energy is, but they'll observe that their current theories of the universe are incomplete. They'll determine that something is there, but they won't know what. Nicholas' eyes widened in understanding. So you think that they'll observe that the strange energy they'll eventually observe on the world, he gestured towards the earth, through their monitoring devices, films you said? He inquired. He inclined his head in affirmative. They'll eventually develop their films not only to capture images, but also to capture heat, to capture different types of light and then later different types of energy. I'm not certain of the time scale, but when something doesn't make sense. He trailed off. It sets of curiosity. He frowned as he thought it over. Will those images show our hidden communities? Perry asked in concern. He turned sharply to her with surprise before he turned to Atticus with quizzical eyes. From the look of his face, the possibility was certain. Yes. He answered simply. Our wards are Muggle repellent, they affect the minds of the Muggles. Images are not the same. Through proxy, they will be able to see our communities, he said with grimness in his tone. And so, they'll eventually discover many of our enclaves, Perry whispered, deeply troubled. He only nodded grimly. I will ensure that the DOM will know of this, that the Muggles will eventually develop ways to circumvent our safeguards, but it is only a matter of time until we can no longer adequately develop ways to counter their development. He sighed deeply as he grabbed the bridge of his nose. There will be many that will seek for us to establish greater control over the Muggle world. From the sounds of it, it may well be necessary, Nicholas commented with focused eyes. Atticus smiled grimly before he turned away from Nicholas. It would be necessary if we were to survive. Atticus sat back in his chair as he gazed at the earth. For all of the differences between us and the Muggles, our mentality is quite the same. We hate not being in control, we also fear what we do not understand. For us, because of magic, we understand the universe on a scale that the Muggles do not. We know that there is an afterlife, we know that there is depth to the universe that the Muggles have not even have the faintest suspicion yet, and we know things that they would never discover without our aid. He turned to the pair of them with certainty in his eyes. And because of this, we are far more accepting of things that seem impossible. He waved dismissively, but that's not my point. My point is that when we fear something, we often perceive it as a threat. It is what happened in our relations with the Muggles for millennia. His eyes flickered to both Perry and Nicholas. And so, if the Muggles discover that we have been controlling them with magic, that we have been changing their minds, removing their memories, that we have used magic to kill them, to take from them. He trailed off with a whisper. Deathly silence filled the room, but removing their memories is necessary for both our peoples. It doesn't hurt them. Perry pointed out. Atticus smiled grimly. Have you considered it from their perspective? That we're capable of literally changing their minds and removing their memories. Do you not see how frightening that prospect is? He said with keen eyes as he and Perry fixed their eyes on each other before he continued. Imagine that is what you know of magicals, that they are so capable of affecting your reality, that your mind is not your own, that your actions could very well not be your own. He said with ferventness in his tone as his eyes gleamed with severity. Your fears would run wild. What else are magicals capable of? They can change reality. They can change one thing into another. What is to stop them from changing the air into toxic gas? Am I the person I've always been? They can kill with a single word. They have magic, the Bible said they are devil's spawn, they must be exterminated. Each sentence was a death knell. Nicholas had always known the fragility of the relationship of Muggles and magicals. Even in his day, those with magic were seen with deep mistrust, steeped in fear. Magical nobles were whispered amongst the common folk, the nobility and the clergy alike, and those of noble status were the only ones that could get by without being harassed as magical merchants had been. What he was supposing had the ring of truth. There will be some that will seek to use us for their own ends, those in positions of power. There will be those well versed in science who would like to discover the secret of magic for their own ends. Disappearances would become frequent, and it would be too late for us to notice as they target those from mundane backgrounds. There will be those who would work with the Muggles because they were scorned by the magical world. All of this would contribute to an inevitable state of war that would decimate this wonderful, life-rich world, he said with grave severity. Your fear-mongering aside, Nicholas said with piercing eyes, there is merit in your words, he acknowledged, but our people are adaptable. You underestimate us, he said with narrowed eyes. Perry said nothing as she turned her attentions to Atticus. He dipped his head before he met Nicholas' gaze. Perhaps I am, he admitted, perhaps I am wrong, and I have too little faith in our people to remain hidden for as long as we desire. Perhaps I am wrong in our adaptability to hide from the gaze of the Muggles as they increase in numbers, as they increase their technology. He leaned forward with intense eyes and a stony expression, but it would only take one occasion whereby the obliviators are unable to erase the presence of magic and magicals. It would only take one instance of werewolves or vampires being caught on film and for it to spread around the world. It would only take one Dark Lord to attack a Muggle village or town and the murders to be caught by the Muggles. It would take one religious fanatic to be voted into office. It would take one dissatisfied Muggleborn scorned by the magical world to seek revenge against those who treated him or her as lesser despite having magic. He leaned back in his chair whilst keeping his eyes on Nicholas. It would only take one disastrous moment to unravel the statute. He whispered softly as he took on a sad expression on his face. For now, such disastrous moments are very unlikely to happen because the Muggles are still quite primitive in their technology, but as they compete, as their weapons increase in complexity to compete with their rivals, so will their monitoring methods. After all, war is not only killing. His expression changed to neutral. Politics is war with quills, and ultimately you need to know what your opponents are doing. Spying will increase in complexity years before it gets filtered through to the population, and given that several major nations are in on the secret of magic, to think that they would leave a dangerous people like us alone is folly, he finished. They remained in contemplative silence. He'd seen the merits of having a place for magicals, away from Muggle civilization. It had never been needed, at least in Europe. There were enclaves in places like Africa, South America, and the Middle East that had zero contact with Muggles, something that is quite difficult in Europe given how entwined it all was, centuries ago. You want us to ally with you? Nicholas broke the silence as he watched the boy carefully. I do, he answered easily as he met Nicholas' gaze. You two are some of the most brilliant people in our world. You have knowledge, you have lived through several different ages, giving you a perspective that will be invaluable. He eyed them both with calculating eyes. You have yet to mention how you would rule Illos, before we make our decision to join with you or not, Perry interjected as she watched him carefully. Atticus pursed his lips, clearly thinking over what to say before he nodded, his eyes shining with certainty for the moment. There will be 3 council tiers, a High Council, a Magical Council and a Representative Council. The Representative Council would be the legislative body of government that would represent the electorate, creation of laws and overseeing the government via hearings and inquiries. The Magical Council would be filled with those representing each sentient magical race, and this body would serve to ensure the rights of each race whilst also ensuring relations between the races are at the very least amicable. I intend to invite sentient magical races who would seek equality under the law and protection under the law whilst also honoring their culture and practices, provided they don't infringe on the rights of others. He paused momentarily as he watched their reactions carefully before continuing. The High Council will be responsible for the direction of the nation, an overarching direction that would ensure personal interests and political power is limited to governing rather than enriching. This council would hold the other 2 councils responsible and accountable if they deviate from their positions, he declared to them, his eyes watching their reactions carefully. Nicholas frowned. It was unlike a system he'd heard so far, especially the so-called Magical Council. The history of equality between races is one that is fraught with problems. Very rarely had there been an era whereby wizards and magical races that were equal to another, and it would be something that many old families would fight against. One thing he was curious about, however. And I presume you would be on this, High Council? Nicholas asked curiously. I would, he answered with cool eyes. As king? Perry asked softly with piercing eyes. He inclined his head with almost resigned eyes. If I have to, as king. He turned towards the earth. Anything less than being a ruler, as captain of the ship, will not work, unless I want it to eventually become like every other ministry. He paused for several moments that crept in the space between them. He turned his eyes back at them, a swirling mass of power were in his eyes. I despise corruption. It is a disease that eats at the foundations of society, at the very seams that holds everything together, and corruption is born from those who seek to enrich themselves, to propel themselves in power. There are only very few people who are not susceptible to it, and I will not allow the home that I intend to build to be riddled with it. He said, almost snarling because his face returned to a more gentle expression. At the beginning, it will be necessary to ensure that the foundations are firmly rooted with the ideals that I seek to uphold. Illos. Absolute power is not what I desire. He shook his head, and Nicholas noticed that he meant it. He continued, it would run counter to what I seek, a nation of meritocracy, of exceptionalism, and it would not work if I bound the country to a system whereby there is someone who can override the nation at his whims. Absolute power will corrupt absolutely if left rampant, and I have no desire to become corrupt, much less the nation, he declared fervently. Nicholas believed him. He glanced at Perry, who was deep in thought before she looked up at him. I believe you. And I agree with you. For some time, a leader to direct the course of the nation until it is stable and firmly rooted will be necessary. She paused for a second as she glanced at Nicholas with a certain look before she returned her eyes to Atticus. Will it become hereditary? She inquired. I don't know, he said honestly, but what I do know is that at some point, I intend to ensure that the post becomes constitutional with limited powers of veto. For example, any significant changes to rights, to education and war will have to be something that I retain control over. Other than that, I have no desire for the position to be anything other than a figurehead, a head of state that ensures that the citizens of my home have every opportunity available to them. He answered them. They all remained silent for a few minutes as they thought it over. Nicholas eyed the boy. It's quite something for a teenager to come up with, he commented lightly. Atticus turned to him with a wry smile. I have a sense of responsibility, of duty, he said with a tiredness in his voice as his eyes grew distant. A sense of duty taken on by young shoulders, Perry said softly. Aren't those the best shoulders to take on such a heavy burden? He said with a light tone in his voice that belied the seriousness of their conversation. He grew serious. Are you willing to aid me in this? He asked them. A question that asked much of them. How far? Perry asked. That. He trailed off as his piercing eyes met Perry's. That depends on you. He tilted his head. I have many plans that I want to enact, separate from Illos. Many of them are centered on education. He paused for a second before he continued. Right now, I have been setting up a higher level institute in Ireland, one that is master level. I'm creating a research institute whereby students can be taught by the dozens if not hundreds advanced magical and science to progress our society. He paused momentarily as his eyes flickered to them. I see no one better than the pair of you to head this institute. Your names, your experience, your knowledge as well, your open minds will be a massive boon to this institute. I have literally dozens of projects that I don't particularly have the time to work on my own. Such as validating or even coming up with your own theories that will change the way we see magic. He looked towards the earth. One of the theories I think you might like to discover is whether there are universal ley lines. He turned back to them with a mischievous glint in his eye. Imagine if that was the case, that there are entire worlds converging on ley lines, with magic more potent than earth. Maybe once it is time and we find a way to sail the void, we can settle these worlds, he said with a passionate gleam in his eye before he shook away those thoughts. Atticus then explained to them his plans for an institution that would churn out highly educated magicals for the next half hour. It was a good plan, one that he saw would have several opportunities, namely a place whereby Atticus could recruit many young people for Illos, something that didn't evade either of them. For all of his doubts and concerns, should the boy stick to his plans, it would be a way to power without much bloodshed, at least without him starting it. He was no fool. The intent of poaching talented magicals from the magical population worldwide was there. And yet, he could not fault such actions. It would provide a haven to those who would otherwise have little roots in life due to their circumstances, not to mention those who are unfortunate enough to be born in a troubled region. He turned to Perry and met her gaze. He saw then that Perry quite certainly would want to be involved more than that. And he couldn't fault her for it. How many people know of your plans with this place? Perry broke the silence. He mulled it over. One other, he answered with a little wince. Trust issues? Perry asked knowingly. He shrugged. Well, you can't blame in this case, he said wryly. Perry laughed and nodded deeply. Quite understandable, this time. She paused for a second. Emily? She asked softly, and he smiled and nodded. Perry smiled back. I'm glad you trust her with this, and I'm glad you trust us with this. She paused momentarily as she eyed him carefully. Your family doesn't know? She asked with a hint of sadness to her tone. He shook his head a little guilty. No. I will, eventually, but right now, they don't need to know, he answered her. Your mother should know, Perry told him softly, and before he spoke she continued, but ultimately it is your choice, she said with a graceful dip of her head. She turned to Nicholas and a few moments passed between them before he nodded, causing her to smile and to turn to him. We're interested and we will see how this goes. We are placing our faith in you, she said with inspecting eyes. He smiled genuinely at her and nodded. And I will not abuse it, he said with deep respect in his voice. Nicholas hummed. We won't betray your trust with this. You have our word, he said intently, and Perry nodded in agreement. What is the timescale? Perry inquired. For the moment, the island is perhaps half a decade away. In theory, I think I could start within a year. I have several things that I'd like to finish that I have half completed, but I won't because of the war, he said with a firm tone. Perry nodded in understanding. They had known of his desire to join the war. We have little to do at the moment. How far along are you with this institute? Atticus answered and provided the timescale they were on. He smiled heartily. My boy, he shook his head. I think we'll have a great partnership, he said happily. He turned to Perry, who looked at him just as excited. Things were getting boring anyway, she said to him with a sniff, and he chuckled before he turned to Atticus, who was smiling at them. A few hours later, they were back at their cottage in the Portuguese countryside, seated by the terrace looking at the retreating sun. He sat deep in thought in his reclining chair, glass of fire whiskey swirling in his hand. I don't think he'll understand until later, don't you think? His wife asked with a gentle tone, breaking him out of his thoughts, and turned towards her with questioning eyes once they met hers. She continued, the symbol he is becoming, the symbol he is turning himself into. She pursed her lips as she looked at the sun that was beginning to disappear into the horizon. I know you favored Albus to be the symbol, but he is far from this world of ours needs, Nikki. He would detest the kinds of change that boy would bring into this world, the change that we both know we need. She turned to him with a soft smile when he placed his hand on top of hers. She turned her hand around and squeezed his. She looked at him with a fond smile that broke out on her face. Do you not think he might turn out like all the others? He asked her with a worried tone in his voice. Even if Albus is a little zealous with his views on power and magic, there is truth to it. Magical power often leads to a certain kinds of arrogance, not like what the boy is experiencing, he pointed out. She shook her head. You know very well that it was not arrogance, she said with a frown. It's confidence and determination, and given what he'd shown us, and I could sense that he knew far more and has done far more than he let us see. She looked at him with curious eyes. Do you truly believe that he could be like the others? Do you truly not see the symbol he could be for our people? The one who could unite us like none other has done before? Without the need of violence, she said softly as their eyes met. He sighed and closed his eyes. It's the hope. He opened his eyes and wryly smiled at his wife. The potential in the boy is there, the desire for change is immense, and his drive to do what is necessary is strong. He turned serious, and it's in that knowledge that I dare not hope beyond cautious optimism. He has the potential to become a symbol for our people, true, but he also has the potential to truly destabilize everything beyond repair. He turned his eyes towards the horizon. For all of Albus' faults, and I know that man has a great many, he would not destabilize the magical world. And yet he would not progress us further, simply stagnate and force us to become closer to the Muggles, something that would split our society even further, Perry commented with a disapproving tone. Yes, he sighed. They remained silent for a few moments. It's a wonderful creation though, she added lightly, and he laughed. I know, in all honesty, I do believe he will be able to do it. Even if the scale is incredible, the magic behind it is not unknown, simply innovative and approached in a different way. His eyes gleamed the prospect of working on such a creation. He sighed happily. Her laugh was tickling and soft. Yes, the idea of working on something that would approach the legend of Atlantis. She trailed off. Once again they remained in comfortable silence as they watched the sun disappear in the horizon. A wizard king. He murmured. It would be rather fitting. A wizard king that took his people to safety. She mused. She laughed a little, her eyes sparkling. A tale for the ages. He laughed and looked at her amused. And are we his little knights? He teased. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow before she got up in a huff after she let go of his hand and looked down at him with twinkling eyes. My dear Nicky, I think we will be much more important than silly little knights, she said with a haughty tone before she walked off, leaving him behind completely bemused. He necked down the glass and got up and stretched a little, his bones cracking as a result, and a groan escaped his lips that eked out into a sigh. Kings, floating islands, magic in the void. He murmured to himself before a small smile came across his face. An interesting day indeed. He laughed softly to himself before he turned towards the doors, ready to retire for the day. If you enjoy this fanfiction and want to support me, if you aren't already, in that case, thank you. You can find me on patreon/boombox117 page. Chapter 49. Hello everyone. Welcome to the last chapter of the first arc. From ch50 onwards, the war arc begins. The next 3 chapters of the second arc are available on patreon/boombox117. This chapter is a little larger than usual, but it ties everything up quite neatly in preparation for the next stages of the story. Enjoy. Break. 9th of June 1942. He sat down cross-legged on the stone slab at the center of the castle rig stone circle, surrounded by a runic circle marked out in his blood. It was his first ritual of his 4th set, the first ritual of the remaining 4 ritual sets he'd do. 1 ritual every day. Master, you have 2 minutes, Tweenie, his ever-faithful elf said. He breathed in deeply, right, he said as he breathed out. He brought his dagger forth and cut his right palm over the runes in front of him that was connected to the runic circle of which he was at the center of. His first ritual was a prepping ritual for the adoption of the magical ability of Phyla. He'd obtain a greater affinity for lightning and would be more in tune with the weather. He wasn't quite certain to what degree, but it certainly would be not significant, he suspected at the very least. He began his chant as a chime rang out. The magical energies around him grew as he chanted. Swirls of blood red and white colors surrounded him as he completed his chant, and he felt something settle within him, not quite painfully but certainly uncomfortable. The next day came and he constructed the runic circle with his blood mixed with some of Phyla's. A screech made him look up and he saw Phyla overhead, clouds increasing and darkening into greys as she flapped her wings. He continued to create the ritual as Phyla gathered her energies to create the storm. Thunder boomed as he finished up the runic circle, and he looked up ahead and saw Phyla at the eye of the storm she brewed up. Lightning flashed as he took his seat at the center. The ritual involved 3 feathers from Phyla, 120 degrees apart, with a bowl of Phyla's blood, a pint mixed with various magical plants that only bloomed during lightning. The potent mix was intended to facilitate the bonding process of the elemental affinity. He began his chant and he suppressed a grunt as the magical energies were far more intensive this time. A storm of magical energies surrounded him as lightning and thunder cracked open the skies. A pause in the chanting allowed him to drink up the potent mix, drinking every little drop of the concoction. Phyla, it's time, he mentally messaged her as he got to the final bits of his chant. She screeched and he looked directly up and saw her gathering an almighty amount of energy as her wings effectively became lightning until, finally, a massive bolt of lightning shot downwards and him dead center on the face as he finished his chant. He screamed out as lightning coursed through his veins, his muscles, his bones as it infused itself within him. It was the most agonizing thing he'd ever felt as he fell unconscious. Master! Master! He groggily opened his eyes as he winced as he moved. Tweenie! He said, pained. Master, you fell unconscious for hours. Tweenie said more than a little unhappily. Well, Tweenie, I was hit by lightning, he said with false humor. Something Tweenie didn't appreciate as he looked at Atticus balefully before conjuring a cup of coffee, which Atticus took gladly. Will all the rituals be like this? Tweenie asked hesitantly. Atticus smiled grimly. Even smiling hurt a little, and he had already done rituals that decreased the amount of pain he felt. The next 5 won't be like this, he told Tweenie before he sipped on his excellent coffee. The next 5 are meant to increase my immunity to magic. The next one is to increase my immunity towards fire, for example, dragon fire will largely no longer truly burn me. The next one will be immunity against nunda breath, the next one will be an immunity the compulsion magic various magical creatures have, the one after that will be immunity against acid, whilst the last one is another increase against venomous creatures, he answered Tweenie. The 5th set was physical rejuvenation. His stamina, his endurance, mental fatigue would all be reduced or increased. He'd likely no longer need to sleep for days on end. His 6th and 7th set would be rituals to enable near biological immortality and controlled regeneration. He suspected those would probably hurt the most. He modified those rituals slightly, to fix his age at 28 rather than 21. He didn't want to perpetually look like a teenager, as he suspected the chances were that he'd look like a young 21. He closed his eyes as he raised his hand. His connection with Phyla had deepened, he felt a connection with her magic that he hadn't before. He opened his eyes and smiled victoriously as he saw his hand crackling with lightning. He pointed his hand away and exerted a little to cause lightning to spring forth from his hand. Excellent, he breathed out as he smiled widely. Conjuring lightning was as easy as levitating something wandlessly now. One of the possible side effects was that he might well be able to feel closer connected to the weather system in the world. What that would mean, he wasn't sure as Orlac postulated it. He mentioned that those who had taken an affinity, like fire or water, were able to have side effects that increased their attunement to nature. For example, those who had water as their affinity were able to draw water from the earth and able to sense bodies of water, allowing them to manipulate their environment to a greater scale. He was looking forward to finding it out. For the next week or so, his days were filled to the brim. He finalized the enchantments on the spear and had begun to engrave the spear with the runic schemes he determined. A few days after that, he was briefing his allies who would join with him to the continent to battle with Grindelwald and his forces. Benedict had joined with him, providing support in manpower and resources. There were 16 of them that would join him from those families, whilst there were several mercenaries that they would use, sporadically, to target their warehouses once opportunities presented itself. His scientific projects were all on hiatus for the moment, much to his annoyance. As was dueling. One of the effects of his rituals was that his magic, while not unstable, was fluctuating as the rituals took effect, which would not end until the 7th of July, when the last ritual would take on effect. Because of that, he spent much of it working on his shield creations. He was getting close in developing a shield that could protect against the killing curse, but there were still some aspects that was proving difficult to overcome, namely ensuring that the shield worked without the emotional component. The off-white color that was within the unforgivable bypassed shields, and he'd isolated that frequency, but he was having trouble constructing a shield that wouldn't need an emotional component, merely magical power. For the moment, it was proving to be elusive, but he was slowly getting there. When he wasn't working on that, he was working with Tweenie with a task that was proving necessary as time went by. It would be his most intricate web of deceit, one that he would do all he could to ensure would ensnare his target. It would be poetic justice, he thought, for his target to be caught in it. Break. Belzing POV. He groaned. Wah. He groggily said as he parted his eyes and hissed as the brightness of the room hit his eyes. WHE. He mumbled confusedly as he blinked his eyes before he moved his body, but found he couldn't. He jogged his arms and found them bound, jolting him firmly awake. What the foo? He hissed out as he rapidly looked around, his eyes adjusting to the bright light. I wouldn't bother. A suave voice called out and the light was moved away and he saw a white-haired man with black eyes seated opposite him. He inhaled sharply. He'd heard of a man of this description in Nocturne. A man everyone was wary of crossing as he became more and more prominent in the underground business. The only man who had access to basilisk venom. Why am I here? He said as evenly as possible as he watched the man who sat in his chair, relaxed and at ease, his legs crossed as he watched him. He smiled thinly. You are known within the less savory elements of society as a man who has quite the taste of obscure magical artifacts. He tapped his finger on the armchair. Well, if you wanted something, you could have just asked. Preferably over a shepherd's pie, of course, he said with as much humor as he could muster. The man chuckled softly but shook his head softly. Perhaps next time. He said with intense eyes. Well, as long as there is a next time, he said with a shaky smile. The man leaned forward, his dark eyes gleaming in the light. I have a task for you. It does not depend on your willingness. In truth, Belzing felt cold dread run up his spine. Your sanity, in the end, will depend on how willing you cooperate. It doesn't matter to me if you end up brain dead after you complete your task, but for the sake of efficiency and for it to work properly, you have this chance to cooperate. He looked at him with a vicious gleam in his eyes. It will not be offered again. Belzing gulped. What do you mean insanity? He asked shakily. For the task to be fulfilled, I will be modifying your memory. Belzing looked at the man in horror. And I will be adding instructions that you will follow to the letter. The success of its reversibility will depend on your cooperation. Should you fight it, the risk of schizophrenia, multiple personality disorder and so on increases exponentially. He smiled cruelly before he sat back in his chair, his eyes inhumanely dark as he watched. Belzing looked at him with pure terror. He didn't know what schizophrenia was, but multiple personalities was something he'd heard about before in Janus Thicke's ward, people who'd been obliviated or had mind magic done to them, breaking their minds and making them insane. Please. He started choking and his eyes grew wide in horror. Do not beg. Do not offer any substitutions. Your cooperation is what I want, it is not what I need. There is nothing else you can offer me. Do you accept, and will you comply, or will I have to do it forcibly? He said in a calm tone with a wicked gleam in his eyes. His eyes teared up and he nodded rapidly, and he felt the choking restraint leave, and he breathed in and out deeply and looked at the man with fear in his eyes. The man fluidly got up from his chair, his wand in his hand before it slowly was raised to face. He smiled cruelly. Don't worry, it won't hurt too much. He trembled as the wand was pointed at between his eyes. Legilimens. Break. Scrimgear POV. He knocked on the door and took a step back as he waited. As he waited, he took a few moments to reflect back on why he was here today. That meeting with that mysterious man was often on his mind, the implications of a supposedly hidden Dark Lord causing him no end of worry. He hadn't dared mention it to anyone should the man be correct. There was little evidence regarding the man's claims. By all accounts, Albus Dumbledore was a pillar of magical Britain, a man who stands between subjugation and freedom of the Isles, a man of the light who has several acclaims to his name. He was broken out of his thoughts as a woman who was getting on in her years opened the door. Yes? She inquired as stood by the slightly ajar door. He straightened out. Are you Bathilda Bagshot? He asked politely. I am. She answered with scrutinizing eyes. And you are? I'm Rupert Scrimgear, reporter for the Daily Prophet. He paused for a second. I have a few questions that I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind. She eyed him for a few seconds before she opened the door and gestured him to come in. I expected one of you to come at some point, she said as he walked into the home. He filed that away for later as he walked into the home, scrubbing his shoes clean before she led him towards the living room. Tea? She asked kindly. Please, he said with a smile, and soon enough he was seated opposite her with a lovely brew of tea in his hands. A few minutes passed as they sat in silence before he broke it. You mentioned that you expected someone like me, a reporter. He probed a little. Her laugh was tickling as she set down her cup of tea. Yes, I did. She said with a sigh. He watched her carefully as she readjusted herself and got herself comfortable on the sofa. Before I say anything, why are you here? She asked. I'm here to ask about Albus Dumbledore, he answered, getting straight to the point. Her eyebrows rose in surprise before she muttered, well, I suppose that makes sense too, just loud enough for him to hear. She sighed. What would you like to know? She said simply. Is he a hidden Dark Lord? He didn't ask that, of course. I know that he grew up in this village, before it became completely magical. He halted for a moment. I'd like to know about his early years. She scrutinized him. Are you writing a biography? No, I have not planned on it, but the option is there, I suppose. She simply said as she scrutinized him before shaking her head. She looked into the distance as she leaned back in her chair. The Dumbledores did indeed live here in their youth, having moved here from Mold-on-the-Wold, after the tragedy that had hit their family. His interest piqued. Tragedy. He knew she was likely referring to the nasty Muggle baiting incident, but he wanted to clarify. Yes, tragedy. She affirmed Percival Dumbledore had been sent to Azkaban for the killing of 3 Muggle boys, something that had followed the poor family for a long time. They never determined why he did what he did, you know. She shook her head. I'd always found it a little odd, and I'm quite sure there is more to the tale than you think. She frowned for a second and met his gaze. Maybe something for you to look into, she mused before she shook away that thought. Perhaps it would be. His research had determined that Percival Dumbledore had been sentenced in 1891, 51 years since the incident. Whilst it was effectively a lifetime for Muggles, it wasn't all that strange for some to still be alive. Maybe he could discover why by questioning those Muggle families. Maybe one of the 3 had siblings. What were the Dumbledores like? He asked, changing the subject. She hummed a little secretive, she declared after a few moments of silence. He tilted his head questioningly. Secretive. She nodded deeply. It is the best way to describe them, I think. We felt a little bad for Kendra, but the secretive nature of the family made them a little difficult to integrate within the community here. The boys were around all the time, of course, but the girl rarely was seen outside of her home. Kendra never accepted anyone in the home, always striving to meet with people well away from their home. Why, I remember that they had been quite the source of rumors. Everything from little Ariana being a squib to a secret vampire. She chuckled a little dryly. Ariana? He asked, surprised. His research hadn't determined a 4th Dumbledore. She looked at him a little perplexed. You don't know about the sister? He shook his head. I didn't. He admitted. There is nothing about her in the places I've investigated. The Daily Prophet records don't mention a 4th Dumbledore. When Percival Dumbledore had been sentenced, they only mentioned that he was leaving behind a young family. The educational records that I could access also don't mention her. She cackled a little. Well, it seems that Albus was quite good at covering up the dirty laundry, she mused before she side-eyed him. Ariana Dumbledore is perhaps one of the most important figures in Albus' life. Everything in his early adulthood centers on the fate of the girl. He furrowed his brows, but she continued. Ariana Dumbledore died in 1899 under mysterious circumstances, a supposed break-in where she got hit by an errant curse. That was news. Supposed? He inquired. She smiled grimly and got up and hobbled over to the fireplace where there was a picture stood up. She returned and outstretched her hand with the framed picture, and he tentatively picked it up. His eyes bulged, but he couldn't take his eyes off from the picture. Is that? That is my great-nephew Gellert and Albus. It was during the altercation between Aberforth, Gellert, and Albus that Ariana was unfortunately hit by a curse that killed her. Oh, Gellert had been so panicky that day. She sighed before she despondently shook her head. He had been so guilt-ridden in the role he played. He finally took his eyes off the framed picture that was in his trembling hands. So, there was something here. He met her gaze. How? He trailed off, unsure to ask what he wanted to know. She picked up her tea and sipped on it without a care before she let the cup of tea rest on her lap. She met his gaze again. Let me tell you the story of a great friendship and perhaps something more between two talented people, abruptly ended on a tragedy. Break. 18th of June 1942. Emily POV. She watched as the landscape changed from countryside to urban. They were only 10 minutes from King's Cross. She glanced at her compartment and saw that it was quite filled. She smirked inwardly as she thought back on the last month. Since her outing as Lady Slytherin, things had changed significantly. She was undisputed leader, the person who was looked at with adoration and awe. It hadn't taken long for the rest of the house to understand the shifting dynamics. The way the heirs of powerful families supplicated to her was enough for people to understand that magical power was not the only reason for them to do it. She'd established the rules. No longer were Slytherins allowed to bully indiscriminately, and if they did they were required to ensure none knew if it was them. The words Moodblood were restrained to within the Slytherin common room, and she'd set the target of each year to tolerate Muggleborns to see if they were capable of converting them into true Magicals rather than Muggles with magic. It had been rocky at first. She'd met resistance until she'd pointed out that if they were unable to convince them, how were they going to convince magical Britain about the merits of traditions and their culture? She didn't care all that much about the redundant traditions that were downright idiotic and insulting, but it was an easy way to get them on side. After that, earnest attempt was made. They'd found purchase as they made inroads with Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. It had been extremely noticeable to everyone the changing behavior of Slytherin, where before they sneered, mocked and attacked Muggleborns, they now tolerated them if they didn't ignore them. She of course had an ulterior motive to it. She could care less if Muggleborns were accepted or not. Atticus had been successful in his arguments, convincing her that at least a measure of equality was needed to head the magical world towards a direction that wouldn't lead the society towards a deathly downward spiral. And so, she would readjust and use it to her advantage. Family lines that have died out would have their wealth and positions, if they were families of permanent seats at the very least, intact. Over the centuries there have been countless attempts to seize the wealth of dead family lines, either by the ministry or nominally related families. Hardly ever, if they were more than 3 generations apart, did it work. Family magic had to be there, beyond simply having the necessary blood. She suspected that Muggleborns born from squibs, with their wilder magic, would have an easier time stoking that slumbering ember that is family magic, in the right conditions. Names mattered in the magical world, as did knowing where you belonged. Magic was a strange power, one that had depths that most never truly realized. Chances were, these squib descendants likely had weak links to family magic, courtesy of their line's magic being reignited. And so she could potentially have many lines reactivated, all indebted to her, and that prospect had her relishing the possibilities. Atticus would be the person who'd give them the chances denied to them, and she'd give them their heritage. Even if they were legally disinherited, magically it was something that could not be done, and no family would explicitly to disinherit those who had the family magic if they were not from the main line, ensuring the ability of Muggleborns to inherit even if that is not what those families had intended. Most sensible families made provisions of ensuring their wealth remained intact in the case that an immediate heir could not be established, protecting their wealth until a magical and blood heir could access centuries of history. With her unique status as the Slytherin, when she twisted it the right way, she'd be revered in both ends of the spectrum. In the end, she would win. The other rules she made was to make connections with other members of Hogwarts, citing that the world was never just Slytherins and that whilst they were the leaders, they needed capable people in the future, and so she'd set them to make allies with various peoples. Gryffindor would never become an ally, that was certain, with Dumbledore as its head, but the other houses were receptive, especially as the change in behavior seemed permanent, which it would be if she had anything to say about it. "What are your plans for the summer, my lady?" a reverent voice called out. She turned towards the voice and saw it was Lestrange. She gave a small smile. "I will be spending it mostly with Atticus," she answered easily. She brushed her hair behind her ears. "We have plans to increase our dueling intensity," she said with a smirk. "Is he as good as the rumors say he is?" Dolohov asked with an excited gleam. He wanted to enter the dueling circuit after Hogwarts. He was talented enough to become a champion, she thought. She lazily rolled her shoulders. "I don't know what the rumors say, but he is quite good," she told them as she glanced at the occupants of the compartment. "Better than you?" Malfoy asked tentatively. For the moment she allowed, and the surprised looks she obtained amused her. Really, did they think she'd accept a lesser for a partner? "I might be better than him at the same age," she added with a light shrug. "Do you think he would agree train with us during the summer?" Caro asked curiously. "If I asked, certainly," she allowed. She glanced at him. "I'll have to see about that though." The train pulled into King's Cross. "We'll meet again in a week's time to discuss the summer editions of the International Magical Press," she told them. They all agreed, and soon enough she walked off the train and made her way towards the usual spot and saw him standing there lazily. He smirked when he saw her and she raised an eyebrow in return. She tilted her head in question at the smirk which he understood. Everyone here is picking up family members, their children or siblings, but here I am, picking up a poor little fourth-year girl, a cradle robber in action. He sighed dramatically. She rolled her eyes at his antics. If anything, I'm the seducer in this relationship, she said pointedly as she forcibly grabbed his hand. Corrupting a member of high society with my wily ways, she said dryly with a deadpan expression making him snort. They apparat to Sayer Manor, and as she walked through the manor, the distinct quietness was immensely noticeable. She knew that he took some drastic actions, hiding away his sister and mother, but even so, the lack of residence was surprising her. Pop. Master, the female elf said dutifully, shall I prepare lunch? Hello Elsie. He glanced at Emily with questioning eyes and she nodded slightly. He turned back to the elf. Please prepare lunch. He paused momentarily. Surprise us, he added before the elf bowed and popped away. Where is your great-grandfather? She inquired as they walked towards the dining hall. He's with Uncle Richard at the moment, he answered. We're alone for the next few days, he answered with upturned lips as they arrived at the dining hall. Her lips twitched but she said nothing further as she took the seat that Atticus brought out for her, and she offered a small smile before she sat down at the table. I think he wanted to meet with me at some point this summer too, she mentioned offhandedly as she took a sip of the glass of wine that was given to her. She saw a look of mild consternation pass across his face before he sighed resignedly. I think he wants to finish the betrothal contract with you. Her eyebrows rose. Truly? She murmured as she looked at him quizzically. Aren't you head of house now? She asked with a tilted head, genuinely curious. His lips curled before he nodded sharply. I am. He dragged his hand through his hair. But never has a Sayer as young as me, since Henry Sayer, I suppose, created his own contract. Plus, he doesn't want me changing any of my... He halted for a moment as a look of pain passed and she remained quiet but observant. It seemed that the wound was still fresh. The rejection of her own father had been painful, even if she'd never admit it. Even if he'd been a muggle, even if she hated the blood that ran through her veins that she gotten from him, to be rejected by your own blood, by your own father, was something that hurt. She wondered if that kind of hurt was the same for him, even if it was rooted in guilt rather than rejection. Father's terms. He finished. Have you seen the contract? She inquired as she felt inwardly a little wary. He shook his head. No, not yet, but I had spoken with father when he was writing it. He glanced at Emily. I know that you discussed it with him, so I suspect the things you agreed with are probably there. He said, more questioning than anything else. She shrugged lightly. There had been a few things that I made clear, some things that we hadn't resolved yet, like the number of children. She looked at him with half-lidded eyes as strands of her fell away from her ears. I suppose I'll find out soon enough, she answered. Soon enough. Lunch was served and they quieted down as they ate before they finished. Once she finished her last bite, she took her glass of wine and drank it all. She looked at Atticus, who was just about finished with his own meal. What do you plan on doing today? She asked him. She had a few ideas of what they could be doing. She missed his presence at Hogwarts, even if she'd been busy with her projects. Anne Sayer once mentioned something about being able to unbind to someone, and she hadn't truly understood until she keenly felt his absence. She was not looking forward to potentially years of this kind of absence whilst he was in mainland Europe. It was why she was looking into joining him in the war. She was also concerned about the possibility of losing him, and it terrified her. He was hers, and the prospect of being all alone again was something she was refusing to even think about. He hummed as he mulled it over. I was going to go over my plans in the Wisengamot. He looked at her with sharp eyes. I will be formally taking up my seat at the summer equinox, after all. She nodded in understanding. They'd talked briefly about that a few months back. Most members were sworn in at a magically relevant day, for tradition's sake. You can help me with it, if you wish, he offered, and she smiled. It would be my pleasure. She got up and stretched her lithe body, and she saw that he was keenly following her body as she stretched. She smiled to herself as she turned to him. I'm feeling a little stiff. I can help after I take a bath, she said blithely as she glided towards the direction of the stairs before she halted and looked over her shoulder at him and saw he was still looking at her. If you want. She trailed off softly as she turned a little further, meeting his eyes. You can join me. She offered to him with a soft tone to her voice. He said nothing before he got up, striding towards her. She followed his every move as he got behind her, his hands on her hips causing her heart to race a little as his arm snaked around her waist, his head in the crook of her neck. He kissed her cheek lightly. I'd love to. He whispered to her, and she grabbed his hand and dragged him towards the stairs. She undid her tie. They walked up the ropes, dropping the tie on the steps. She glanced at him with a curl of the lips and saw he was looking at her with an amused look and an undeniable hunger in his eyes. She resisted saying anything as turned back forward, eager to get to the bathroom. They arrived at the first floor bathroom door and she pushed open the door. The bathroom was as exquisite as the rest of the home, spacious in as any room in the manor, with seamless marble floor that was heated to 24 degrees, regardless of the weather. The bathroom was split into 3 sections. The far end of the bathroom was a charmed shower that vanished water as soon as it hit the floor. On the left was the sauna room whilst on the right was the large bathtub that could fit 3 people with ease. She let go of his hand and began to unbutton her shirt. She twisted on her heels and met his gaze as she continued to unbutton her shirt. She gave him a teasing look as she continued to walk backwards with grace, all the while keeping eye contact. His lips twitched but he pulled his shirt over his head before dropping it on the ground. She licked her lips as her eyes roved over his body which was in excellent condition. She ached to put her hands on his body but she resisted as she got down to her bras and her skirts. He unbuckled his trousers, kicked off his shoes just as she did and was down to her underwear whilst she took off her skirt. She turned around and sauntered towards the bath, swaying her hips slightly as she walked. "Morgana's sake, Emily," he groaned out making her smile widely as she turned on the bath. She looked over her shoulder and saw him walking towards her, with a certain stiff member on display. "Is something wrong?" she said in a light tone as she ran her fingers in the bath water. He scoffed as he slapped her backside. She bit down on making any noise, keeping a neutral expression her face as she turned around with a raised eyebrow. He looked at her lust-filled eyes and a slow-forming grin it was there to be hid. He shrugged as he met her gaze. "Is that so?" She purred slightly as she grabbed his penis, cupping it with her hand which caused him to groan a little. HMM he made out in a strained voice. His arms went around her and he unclipped her bra whilst she began to take down his underwear, his member springing free at full mast. She wriggled out of her bra, her breasts hanging free as she touched his member delicately which caused him to shiver. She looked up and met his gaze and stood on her tiptoes and he leaned in, brushing his lips with her until he pressed his lips on hers firmly, cupping her cheek as they began to kiss and press against each other. His member was pressed at her stomach and she suppressed a shiver as she felt the warmth of his cock. They've made each other come, often several times a night and she was feeling exceptionally unfulfilled but she had a plan. She broke off the kiss and pushed against his chest, pushing him away slightly. She saw the frustration in his eyes, something she felt herself but suppressed. She turned around and dropped her panties and stepped into the bubble bath, ignoring him before she sunk into the water, sighing contently as she went with her eyes closed. She heard him put a foot in before he too was submerged and at the other end on the bath. She opened one eye lazily and saw him look at her a little amused with a tinge of exasperation in his face before he hung his head at the edge of the bath. She closed her eye and sunk a little deeper in contentment as she rubbed her legs against his thigh. She felt him flick his finger against her foot, forcing her eyes open. His were still closed though he was wearing a smirk on his face. "You closed the avenues of further playing, don't go changing the terms now," he said in a smug tone. She pouted a little, not that he could see, and stopped. She fell asleep for a little while in the permanently warm bath until she was woken up by him kneading her foot. She hummed a little contently as she opened her eyes, an expectant look on her face that he ignored as he continued to massage her feet. She hung back her head, her eyes closed but fully aware of the pleasant massage. His hands went up her ankles, her legs as she felt the contours of his palms and fingers. The silence was pleasant, warm as they enjoyed each other's presence. "How was Dumbledore's reaction to the change in Slytherin?" he asked curiously as he continued to stroke her leg. She let a small smile grow on her face. "He looked at me as if I was the Antichrist," she said with a vindictive gleam in her eyes. Atticus' eyebrows raised and looked at her cautiously. "Really?" She couldn't help it and chuckled a little. "Yes." She sat up a little in the bath and brushed her wet hair behind her ears. "With the establishment of the Slytherin court, my rule is absolute. Even if the rest of Slytherin House don't know why it is the case. Before, my heritage had been a problem, despite my power and academic achievement. A barrier that I could not pass, no matter how brilliant or powerful or cruel she thought privately I was." She shrugged lightly before she glanced at him. "Now there is nothing to deny my rightful place at the top." Her lips curled as she finished speaking. He hummed as he watched her closely. "Did you set the rules you mentioned before?" he asked keenly. She met his gaze and nodded. She knew that he was skeptical about the possibility of the Dark families adhering to it. She also knew that he was subtly challenging her about it. He cared more about the Muggleborns than he did of his fellow nobles, at least his fellow Sacred 29. Not that she could blame him one bit. Many of them were exhausting to deal with all of their supposed superiority. But they were where power resided. She'd been tempted, at the time when Orion Black made the accusation of being a half-blood, to deny it and say she was pure. Whilst she hated that she had Muggle filth in her blood, it was also what allowed her Slytherin blood to be cleansed from the inbreeding that polluted the Gaunt line. She inwardly grimaced as she thought on the prospect to be as inbred as her relatives had been. Her mother had not been beautiful, far from it. Whilst the signs of inbreeding were not as high in her as they'd been in her uncle, her eyes and face were far from pretty. In the end, she'd accepted her origins. Atticus had accepted her, as did his family, wholeheartedly and without restraint. Ultimately, to deny who she was, even if there were things that she was not proud of, would only cause her problems. Her counterpart hadn't been able to accept herself, going as far to create a fake name and ridding herself of her roots. Though she suspected insanity had probably taken root in her by that time. Roots that she hated, yes, but it was prominent in her rise, from nothing to very top of the world. She, after all, loved stories, and what better story did she have than her own? She gazed at him, his wet hair hanging loose as he held her foot in his hands, waiting on her response. From nothing and alone, to the top and with an equal. The rules are not terrible, she said lazily, and they know it too. The reputation of the house might not be the greatest, but it has certainly dipped in the last 6 months. Not to mention, redirecting their ire towards the Muggles is something that I'm working on, something that will be easily done. Of course Muggleborns are more visible, and far more present in magical society, but that is something that can be addressed, over time, she answered with a sigh. He hummed but said nothing further. She knew that he was full in on his precious illos. She was too, of course, but she saw the value of ensuring that magical Britain was in their pocket. It was, after all, one of the most powerful countries in the world. With their heritage, it would be easy to sway either side to their cause. Speaking of swaying, you mentioned that the Flamels are in. She asked lightly as she watched him look at her feet as he switched to the other foot. She suppressed a moan as he hit the right spot. Yes, they are. It's a risky prospect, but one that I thought was necessary. He mulled it over, at least in the time scale I want to work it. By the time the war is over, I want to everything set up and organically work without requiring my complete attention so that I can build illos. He looked at with a curious expression on his face. They didn't seem to be against the idea of a magical king, he said with a little humor in his tone, though she could tell that he was a little concerned about it. I don't see why they would. She said a little dismissively as she eyed him. We're literally building a country. She said flatly. It would be insane for us to not have some measure of control, she said with pursed lips as she tilted her head. You didn't mention me, she said with a controlled tone. He shook his head slightly, not overly. They're still friendly with Albus, and even if I have them under a secrecy oath, it is only a mild one. They deserve a measure of trust. He looked away for a moment and she knew he was thinking on Nymera. Whilst he didn't overtly mention the Selwyns, she knew that he was responsible for it. The Selwyns facilitated the attack and warranted nothing less than utter destruction. The family has been reduced to 2 members now from the main line, with several distant cousins. The Selwyn family will take quite some time to recover. She didn't fail to notice that he did it when Hogwarts was still ongoing. She knew he could be ruthless, but she wasn't certain he'd be ruthless enough to destroy family's root and stem. The Green Grass family certainly warranted that response, and yet he was very quiet on that. She was tempted to poke him on it. To know what he had planned for them, but she decided to wait on it. We'll see if they're worth it, I suppose, she said quietly, to which he didn't respond. Did you get your revenge on Black? He changed the subject and she turned to face him. Her lips curled. I did, she responded with a vicious smile. He looked at her with a little mirth in his eyes before he turned a little serious. Was it really a good idea to torment Black like I think you might have? He asked with a tilted head. She looked at him with a flat look. Yes. She answered simply, and she rolled her eyes at the expectant eyes he had for her. He instigated the whole marital contract situation, she said with a clipped tone, barely concealed fury in her eyes. Ah. He simply answered, unease in his voice. Well, okay then, before he paused momentarily and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. You know you can't torment people who are going to follow you all the time, he said with a questioning look. She looked at him with a deadpan expression. I'm aware, she said a little snippily before she retreated a little into the bath water. Good, because it's a weak way to instill loyalty. Not only that, if they begin to fear you more than they revere you, it opens up to traitors. She wanted to say that he would know all about having traitors in your ranks, but she curbed her tongue. When he realized she wasn't going to reply, he asked how was his behavior afterwards. I've met the boy before, in social functions before and during Hogwarts. He never seemed like someone who would quit so easily. Her lips upturned. I have no concerns about him for the moment, she told him in a tone that suggested she wouldn't speak on it further. She had spent an hour on him after everyone left Slytherin's chamber. She didn't torture him, of course, but she did do much to ensure he'd never be a problem to her again. In a strange turn of events, Walburga Black had thanked her for educating him for her. It had been incredulous, but she supposed having favor of the woman who'd rule House Black, if she had her way, which it seemed might well be possible now, was not a terrible situation. Interesting that you're embracing the idea of being royalty, she probed gently as she eyed him curiously. He smiled at her wryly before he turned away to look at the ceiling, a grim look on his face when he returned his eyes at her. You were right. I'm often right, she said with a straight face as she tilted her head. You're going to have to be more specific, she said in a dry tone that mocked him a little. He rolled his eyes before that grim look returned. About ruling, about the necessity of setting the terms without having to compromise. He thinned his lips. I was being naive when I thought I would have minimal involvement in that aspect, she hummed as she watched him carefully. She was rather happy about his change. It had been foolish of him to think that he wouldn't be overly involved given how much he already loved Illos before it has even been created. She doubted he wouldn't be involved in every aspect. She doubted he'd let politicians get their fingers in his home. Whilst she undoubtedly would rule, perhaps not with an iron fist but certainly with a firm one, Illos would be theirs and she rather wanted him to stand by her rather than push her to the forefront and let her deal with the parasites on her own. And foolish, she added with a smirk before she dropped it, you were never going to be in the background with Illos. You might not want to be a politician, but you are a leader. You were always going to play the game, by right of birth and power. She meant it too. He was a leader in his own right, even if he shied away from it. He said nothing to that and they fell into an easy silence until she broke it. How are you rituals going along? She queried. You must now be midway in your 5th set. With intense curiosity in her voice. His eyes gleamed and he nodded happily. I am. I have a few rituals left of the 5th set before the true prize rituals begin, he said with a large smile. Hope you know I intend to be there for each ritual now that I'm here, she said with a raised eyebrow. He shrugged carelessly. You can watch if you like. You'll be going through the rituals in just over a year and a half's time. She smiled at that. They'd worked out the power of the rituals would remain the same if it was done every 3rd day, with the final ritual done on the 3rd of March. She'd be doing rituals just before her 17th birthday, which was fine as long as the final ritual was done after her 4th maturity. She was peeved that she'd have to wait so long, but she would wait. She had plenty to distract her from it anyway. Higgs made an interesting comment a few weeks ago regarding this vote. She changed the topic. Oh. About how the minister will actually vote this time. His eyes turned sharp. Truly. He murmured as his eyes grew a little distant before he shook his head. Yes, Spencer Moon is not leaving it to chance. He wants Britain to remain neutral, especially after the disaster that was France. We've expected that the vote would go against war, even without the ministry voting against it. His lips thinned, but that wasn't what we cared for anyway. Then what? We intend to rally fighters to our cause when we leave for the ICW, he said with a glint in his eyes. She narrowed hers and he continued, I intend to provoke some of them to join us when we depart for war. How? She asked sharply. He smiled thinly. By appealing to their sense of honor, their supposed nobility and the duties of their house. Her eyes widened, but she was distracted by a sound. Pop. She turned her head towards the elf. Master. The elf turned to her with wide eyes. Mistress, the elf said noticeably more politely if distant with a bowed head before he returned his attention to Atticus. Tweenie, are you done with what I tasked you? He inquired with keen eyes. Yes, master, I am done. All worked according to plan, the elf answered. He smiled grimly at the elf and nodded at it, causing it to pop away. She looked at him curiously with a tilted head. What was that about? It's the honey trap plan, he said with a wicked glint in his eyes. She smiled in response. Ah, she said as she hummed. The trap to ensnare the lies myth. Grindelwald and Dumbledore were obsessed with the Hallows, and what better way for him to die on his way to obtain one of Death's Hallows, with no idea that it was a fake and a trap? Problem was, it was sort of convoluted, and he was apparently under the impression because it was convoluted that it would work. Little clues, vague directions, and intrigue that played on the bastard's arrogance in his intellect would ultimately ensnare him into the trap. If it doesn't work, I get the next attempt, she said with twitching lips. She wondered how normal it was for couples to plot the deaths of their enemies. It was an adequate bonding experience. They who spill blood together, live long and happily together, she thought, amused. Have at it. As long as it happens after his reputation is destroyed. Men like him like to leave a legacy. Of course, she said as if it was a stupid thing to mention. She wouldn't settle for anything less than complete destruction. She retracted her foot from his hands and proceeded to stand up, the water running down her naked body. He looked at her with intense hunger in his eyes. Shall we discuss your strategy now? She said in a bored tone, ignoring his gaze as she stepped out of the bath and onto the floor with grace. He made a strangled noise. Sure, he said, and she turned to him and saw him with a strained look. You know, you could have me, she said in a lazy tone as she waved her hand over her body, drying herself. She extended her hand and a towel flew towards her that she grabbed. She turned to him, in all her naked glory, with a dull expression on her face. His face was strained as his eyes roved on her body. I know, he said in a despondent tone. But you made that stupid remark about waiting, she said as she rolled her eyes. She wrapped the towel around her. You do realize you're not going to see me for some time, don't you? Waiting on some arbitrary time is incredibly foolish. She sighed a little dramatically as she turned around and began to walk out, but not before she heard him mutter something. I am a fool, I know, she heard faintly, and she smiled to herself. Good to hear, she mused. Maybe she'll make him completely hers by the end of the summer. Break. 21st of June 1942. He washed down the last of his breakfast with a glass of orange juice before he stood up ready to get dressed. Emily and Benedict were still eating their breakfast when he left the table. An hour later he was ready to go, as were Emily and Benedict, all adorned in his formal robes with the Sayer and McDowell crests on his breast. He wore griffin hide trousers, one typically used for dueling, to protect the legs whilst also keeping the ease of movement at a relatively decent level. It was a kind of statement, one that some would not fail to notice. Speaking of Emily, it would be Emily's first time within the Wiesengamot chamber, even if this time she'd be in the gallery with Benedict, watching him sworn in and watching the day's session. After a quick trip through the flow network, he'd made his way through the ministry, having noticed several clusters of people gossiping as they walked past them, intently watching him as well. There is a lot of interest in today's proceedings, Benedict offered to the pair of them. Because of the vote and the investments? Emily questioned. Yes, to both counts, but also because it's been some time since a young lord has been invested within the Wisengamot, especially one as well known as Atticus. Benedict helpfully supplied. Soon enough they walked through the doors that lead through to the Wisengamot chamber, and Atticus couldn't help but think that the chamber was impressive, aesthetically anyway. It was a domed circular room with separated tiers. The upper tier was reserved for permanent seat holders, the place he'd be seated, whilst the mid-tier was for the noble elected, whilst the ministry was opposite the hereditary seats. The gallery was opposite the seats, high above where they could watch the proceedings. There were segregated areas, those for the press and for visitors that received approval. Most of the visitors tended to be kin or members of the household of lords and ladies of the Wisengamot. He felt a hand squeeze his and he glanced to the side and saw Emily looking at him keenly with a blank expression on her face, ever the controlled person that she was. He kept his face neutral, but he squeezed back before she let go and walked away from him. Emily went up towards the gallery whilst Benedict stayed with him to take the proxy for House McDowell. They moved towards the cordoned-off section reserved for those who would be invested within the Wisengamot. His eyes caught several elderly people with crests that he recognized. There were a few younger people, though they were clearly at least in their 30s. The elder people would be invested on behalf of their charges, taking a slightly different oath that would bind them to do the will of their charge along with the oaths of the Wisengamot. All of these were houses that had suffered in the past few months at the hands of Grindelwald. There were several points in time lords and ladies could be invested. There was no exact set time, of course. You could get invested at the next Wisengamot session without problem, but tradition dictated that investment should happen at a sacred day, in respect of magic and the meaning behind the days. Not many people still adhered to such traditions, most of them being of the grayer and darker families. As such, most bills would be voted on those days, annoyingly causing those days to become quite hefty. The minister and his staff walked through the doors after the last few lords and visitors trickled through. Seal the doors, Chief Warlock Gore bellowed as the doors mechanically shut with a thud. One of the clerks stood up, dressed in the formal Wisengamot robes, indistinct and without any crests, holding a document within his hands. Chief Warlock, before this session of the Wisengamot can be brought to order, we have 5 investments of heads of houses to carry out, the clerk dutifully informed the Chief Warlock. Murmurs rang around the chamber as people took stock of the situation. It was uncommon for that many investments to be done at the same time. It brought back the disturbing losses that was had only a few short months ago. The Chief Warlock peered down his glasses and turned his gaze towards where Atticus and the rest of the people who'd be invested today were standing. He turned away from them and turned to the clerk. Very well, Gore intoned and gestured for the clerk to continue. Lord Halston, please approach the podium and swear the oath, the clerk announced. And so he did. A few of the investments were done by a few young people who immediately assigned proxies for their seats. Soon enough it was his time. Lord Sayer McDowell, please approach the podium and swear the oath. The clerk intoned and Atticus walked towards the raised podium that was at the center of the chamber. I, Atticus Marcus Sayer, head of the House Sayer, head of the House McDowell, solemnly swear to act with honor, with fairness, with integrity as required of me in my duties and responsibilities granted to me by blood, by magic and by oath. I vow to uphold the laws of the realm, to carry out justice on behalf of the people with fairness and without favor, this so I swear. So mote it be, he swore dutifully. Chief Warlock nodded imperiously. The oath has been accepted and validated. Welcome Lord Sayer McDowell to the Wisengamot. Atticus inclined his head. In accordance with our customs, I am assigning Benedict Sayer as my proxy for House McDowell. He declared to the chamber. Chief Warlock Gore banged his gavel. Accepted. You may take your seat, Lord Sayer McDowell. Until he either absorbed House McDowell in the Sayer family, he'd remain double-barreled given the stature of both houses, even if Sayer was greater, within the Wisengamot. If he absorbed the house, the seat would go up for nomination. Only permanent seat holders could not be absorbed. Atticus looked back at his great-grandfather, who nodded to him with a proud yet saddened glint in his eye. He's witnessed, now, 3 generations of Sayers taking their seats amongst the Wisengamot. He nodded to Eldrick Carson, Marvin Garrick, and Silas Mirak, the lords of their respective houses. He met them more often than he'd ever done so before this summer, planning and training with them for when they'd join him in the war against Grindelwald. Soon enough, the session was ready to be begun. Gore took his seat and banged his gavel. I call this session of the Wisengamot to order. My lords and ladies, please be seated, and the chamber did as requested. Gore looked around the chamber, making eye contact with numerous individuals as he held the floor. I welcome you all on this auspicious day, 2 weeks before arrival of Yule 1941. I now declare the 606th session open, Gore said imperiously. Here, here. Lord Fawcett called out from his seat, which was followed by a few more calls. The first hour had been spent to get the more insignificant items of the docket, one of them being the restructuring of the taxing of enchanted quills. Finally it was time for the main bill of the day, perhaps even year, as Lord Bones stood up. Murmurs began in the gallery which quieted down. The chair recognizes Lord Harfong Longbottom, Gore intoned. Atticus glanced at Spencer Moon, who looked impassive. Lord Longbottom was part of a powerful coalition that included several most ancient families, one of them being House Potter and Bones. Fleamont Potter didn't quite have the presence his father, Henry Potter, but he shared some of the eloquence, according to Benedict, that his late father had. The deal with Spencer Moon was for them to abstain, along with their allies who hadn't been happy with it. Benedict had left him to take the reins of the coalition, and so he'd been left to assure them of the futility of their actions should they seek to vote once more for war. He'd told them that it changed nothing, none of their plans would be changed even if Britain remained firmly inactive in the war. Of course, he left out the part where he'd act. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," Longbottom spoke with a smooth tone before his eyes roved around, eyeing the chamber deliberately. "Honored members of the Wisengamot," he said with a solemn tone as he looked at everyone. "Much has changed since the last time the vote for war had been brought to this very chamber." Longbottom halted as a grave expression fell upon his face. "Europe is ever more burning, the great nations of Europe fight to the death to survive the scourge that is Grindelwald. The Americans have witnessed the plight and answered the call and fight against Dark Lord Grindelwald and his followers, all in the name of preserving the statute, in the name of ensuring that the madman does not tear down centuries of structures and to deny him the opportunity to build his depraved empire." He halted for a moment as he let the graveness of the situation fill the room. "France has fallen," he intoned with deep solemnity. "The enemy is at the gates," he said loudly, racking his knuckles on the wooden frame of his box seat. "Grindelwald took down the French, reportedly killing hundreds on his own," he loudly said as murmurs filled the room, all tinging with fear and worry. "Each day we remain uninvolved, is a day the news tightens around us. Each day that we delay, becomes another day we allow our enemy to regroup and plan the invasion of our nation." He craned his neck around, for this is no doubt that Grindelwald seeks to conquer all, to subjugate all. He's already tried to subdue us with assassinations, to silence those of us who feel the call of duty. His eye went to the various new lords and proxies before they met Atticus, who gave a slight nod in return before Longbottom cast his eyes away and continued. "We must fight, now, whilst we can still change the outcome of the war to terms we can find palatable, before it becomes too late," he said finally as he took his seat back, a dissatisfied expression on his face whilst the room rose in noise as whispers and murmurs rang around the chamber. His eyes caught someone else standing and realized it was Lord Adrian Sykes. The Sykes family were an accomplished family, one that regularly churned out impressive witches and wizards, and more often than not were Ravenclaws and Slytherins. They were an independent house, one that preferred the fluidity of remaining independent rather than being in an alliance. Benedict mentioned that father had difficulty breaking ground with them. "The chair recognizes Lord Adrian Sykes," Gore intoned. "And I thank you, most honorable Chief Warlock." Sykes spoke with a cultured voice before his eyes went to Longbottom. Lord Longbottom spoke well. He acknowledged with a dip of the head before his eyes sharpened, but the troubles on the continent merely highlights the necessity of remaining out of the conflict. Murmurs of agreement was heard in the chamber, amongst the protests which seemed to be more subdued. He stood tall, his hands behind his back as he marginally swiveled around. "Gellert Grindelwald is an existential threat to magical Britain, this cannot be denied, and no one with any sense would even make a single disparaging comment to that singular fact." But he raised his hand, that balled into a fist, but he left his index finger raised. "That does not mean we must declare war on Grindelwald and his coalition. The attacks that have happened on these isles, as terrible the loss of life have been, and as devastating as it has been to lose my fellow peers of this great nation, have only highlighted that we are ill-equipped to ensure that these isles remain out of Grindelwald's touch. Completely," he articulately explained to the chamber. Atticus leaned back in his chair, his hand on his chin as he surveyed the room. He glanced at Longbottom, Bones and their allies and saw that they were unhappy with this direction that Sykes was taking it. A quick look at the gallery only showed that it was making the people think, and they weren't liking what Sykes was telling them. "Are we prepared to join this war, to send our men, the very men that would be needed to defend these isles should Grindelwald make his way towards us? When there are still methods that he could employ to breach our defences, as he so ably showed only a short few months ago?" He posed to the room. "So you would rather us cower in our homes, waiting on the day that Grindelwald manages to bother skip the channel whilst the rest of Europe burns?" Bones said, outraged as he stood up, apoplectic with fury. Sound exploded in the chamber as people began to shout over one another. Atticus was mildly amused at the scenes as accusations and anger rang around. "Are you having a good time?" Carson asked, drawing Atticus' attentions. "Can't say I'm bored," he said with a hint of amusement in his voice. Mirek snorted but was cut off from saying anything by a loud banging. "Order! Order!" Gore banged his gavel. It took a few moments for silence to reign again. Gore looked at Bones, disappointedly refrained from interrupting Lord Bones. "If you desire to contribute to the debate, you must wait your turn," he said with a disapproving tone. Bones' face pinched but curtly nodded. He gestured Sykes to continue. Thank you Chief Warlock, he said with a polite nod before his eyes fixed on Bones to answer Lord Bones' question, even if it was unsolicited, he said with a dry tone, causing Bones to glare at Sykes. I would not have us cower but rather ensure that we remain sensible. France has fallen. Such an occurrence is unprecedented. The gravity of such an occurrence cannot be understated, and it highlights the dangers that Grindelwald represents. He turned his eyes around the chamber. We must ensure that the Isles is kept safe, and I do not see such a thing happening if we send our men to mainland Europe to be killed like so many other men. He finished what Atticus thought was a weak point. He tuned out the next few men who spoke either for or against until it was time for the vote. You may now cast your vote, Score said. The process of voting was simply. Within each seat there an enchanted orb that registered the person's vote. Abstain, aye or nay. A slew of orbs went up, flickering one color or another as people voted. Murmurs rang in the public gallery as individuals began to tally the votes as more and more hands went up. Until Spencer Moon and his staff, who all voted nay, their orbs reflecting that choice. At that point, furious whispers broke out as Spencer Moon broke convention. Atticus' orb flickered into abstaining, as did his allies, and he received questioning looks. Some even looked furious at the perceived betrayal. His eyes met Lord Black, who looked at him with a blank expression. Atticus gave nothing away as he turned away from him and met the eyes of Emily, who looked on with a neutral expression, no doubt absorbing every little bit of information she could. The votes were tallied and the declaration of war did not pass. Minister Spencer Moon stood up, quietening the room. I had originally desired simply for the Wisengamot to vote either for or against the declaration of war. He paused momentarily before he continued, but as our country faces, as Lord Sykes so aptly described, an existential threat to these Isles, it would be irresponsible for me and my staff to remain quiet on a debate and bill as important as this. He paused again, letting his words sink into the room. My lords, my ladies, I understand the desire to aid our friends on the continent, and make no mistake, he said smoothly as his voice rang in the room, we are not abandoning them. My administration will never allow such a thing to happen. The plight of France, of Russia, and many others is heard and will be addressed as we seek to bolster their people with as much material aid as we can reasonably offer. Atticus had to say it. Spencer Moon was not a terrible orator. But our men will remain on the Isles. This is not a war that we can participate in. Grindelwald has not declared war against magical Britain. Furious outcries could be heard in the gallery that Atticus noted to be members of families that had been killed by Grindelwald's followers. Spencer Moon spoke over them, and though his touch has been felt in these Isles, for a short period of time, I do not determine it to be an act of war. As a consequence of those outbursts of violence, we have tripled the budget of warding these Isles against any further excursions. We have increased the patrols of our men around our coast to ensure they do not enter our country through Muggle means. We are doing all we can to protect these Isles, as we are required to do. He paused momentarily as he looked at a furious Longbottom. In truth, many in the coalition were furious, whilst Lord Black and his people were far more restrained in their reactions, though Atticus could see anger in Lord Black's eyes. We are not required to declare war against Grindelwald for his attempts to destroy to the statute. The ICW have that responsibility. We are not responsible to ensure European ministries remain standing. We have no formal alliance with any of the ministries. Our responsibility is and always remains to the safety of this country. And we do that by staying out of the conflict, Spencer Moon declared before he took his seat, which was the moment the room exploded, once more in accusations and attacks. Order! 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 Gore banged his gavel, furious. It took a few moments for silence to reign again. He glared at the room, which was an impressive sight. A stern elderly man, if there ever was one. The next person who breaches etiquette will be banished from this session. He bellowed in a disappointed tone. Debate is now open, he intoned before he banged his gavel. Lord Potter stood up and Gore glanced at the man before he nodded. Thank you, most honorable Chief Warlock. Potter said calmly before he turned his eyes towards the minister. I am dismayed about today's proceedings, Potter said with a scornful tone. The minister states that the responsibility of protecting our country does not coincide with ensuring that Grindelwald is put down like the maniac that he is disappointing and worrying. He glared at the minister before he looked away, towards the rest of the room. To remain on the sidelines until Grindelwald becomes too great a threat to adequately put down is singularly the greatest danger we would be putting our country in. Grindelwald and his ideals must be defeated, and we have a responsibility to the wider magical world and the Muggle world. He exclaimed, which Atticus noted had some reactions. Mostly annoyance by people like the minister, but some had looks of quiet approval. Potter continued, a man like Grindelwald will not be stopped by wards, no matter how expensive or expansive. Lord Jugsun stood up to speak. And how do you propose defeating a man such as Grindelwald? A man who reportedly killing over 100 people with a single spell. Lord Jugsun probed. Potter looked at Jugsun. No man is invulnerable, and despite the claims of his fanatical supporters, Grindelwald is a man, even if he is a skilled and powerful man. Some people looked at Potter with disbelieving eyes. Are you offering yourself, Lord Potter? Lord Fawcett called out in a snide tone. Lord Potter looked at Fawcett with an amused expression. There are plenty of others ways than a straight duel. I may not be as powerful, perhaps not even close, but brute force does not have to be the only way, he said in a somewhat cryptic tone. After that, a few minutes of back and forth happened until he stood up. Immediately, he captured the attentions of everyone. Arcturus Black POV. Arcturus watched the young Lord Sayer stand up. Curious as to what he'll say. We weren't expecting him to back down, Lestrange mused, who sat directly below Arcturus. Arcturus remained silent as he watched the young man. He hadn't expected him to abstain either. Whilst his votes wouldn't have made a dent in the vote, it sent a certain message that Arcturus did not like. The room quieted as the young man surveyed the room. My late father believed in duty. Sayer began smoothly as he stood tall, his eyes surveying the chamber. He made for an intimidating figure, even if he was so very young. His face leaked nothing out as it was impassive, his eyes guarded and hardened. It is one of many things that he taught me. The aspect of duty. He rolled that word out deliberately, as if tasting the word on his tongue. Duty of family, duty of the responsibilities that each one of us, all of you seated in this chamber, has in common. His eyes hardened as his face fell in a somber expression. He died performing his duty to family, targeted for doing his duty for his country and people by trying to convince many of you here today of the threat that Grindelwald posed and the responsibility our nation has to tackle the threat he poses. He and hundreds more died in what they believed to be the right thing to do. His voice as sharp as a whip as his eyes roved around. Arcturus bit down a snort of amusement as several turncoats looked uncomfortable that he knew had promised Marcus before his untimely demise to vote once more for war. His eyes went to the minister. The minister correctly states that it is our duty to ensure the safety of this great nation, that it is our responsibility that we protect these isles against those who threaten it. He paused momentarily as he let that sink in. The minister looked pleased at that admission whilst many were having pinched expressions. Curiously, he saw neutral expression of Sayer's longtime allies. And yet, that duty cannot be discharged appropriately with the danger that Gellert Grindelwald presents just as a greater duty is ignored, a duty to magic. He said in a stern tone as he put his arms behind his back. This caused some bouts of confusion given that Sayer had voted against war. Spencer Moon seemed to be struggling to contain himself. Many of you wonder why I say this, given that I abstained. He inclined his head in acknowledgement of their confusion. I did not abstain because I believed war against Grindelwald was the wrong choice. I abstained because I recognize the futility of voting for war in these chambers. He looked intently at several members who were vocally against war. I once read a passage that describes what I have seen today in this chamber. He trailed off as his eyes surveyed the room. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. He eloquently spoke amidst the silent chamber. That is what I see here today, my lords, my ladies, the willful desire to cast away any responsibility that we hold to the safety of the wizarding world that Gellert Grindelwald poses to our very world. He thundered out, his eyes ablaze with power as they swept around the room. His arm was raised from behind his back and waved it in an arc. And make no mistake, Gellert Grindelwald is an existential threat to the safety of the wizarding world, an evil that would sunder our world into depths we would never recover from should he win. He vehemently said in a furious tone, his voice carrying out towards the very edges of the chamber with little difficulty, his face twisted in passionate fire before he returned it into a more controlled fiery expression. As we sit here, in safety and comfort, Europe burns to the ground, as thousands of our people, for those who have magic in their veins are our kin and brethren, he said with fiery eyes as magic began to shimmer around him causing Arcturus' eyes to widen, are slaughtered in their homes and in the streets as Grindelwald strangles Europe with a deathly grip in his crazed attempt of conquest. He gestured with both of his hands clenched tightly before he continued. As we sit here today content and willfully delay any meaningful aid we can provide, Grindelwald continues to break the statute of secrecy that has safeguarded our world from the deprivations of the Muggles. Each day that we let him continue in his madness, is another day he edges nearer to victory, a victory that sees us fall off into the abyss. He emphatically intoned as the room was captured completely in his powerful presence. He paused, once more surveyed the room. You all represent the best of these isles, hailing from storied families who have acted in best interests of the wizarding world, in the best interest of our people, he said in a soft velvety voice. And yet, the proceedings today that I have witnessed leave me bitterly disappointed, he followed up with dissatisfied expression on his face. This finally got reactions from everyone in the chamber as murmurs of disagreement and disapproval rang out. And why would you say that, Lord Sayer? Lord Ogden asked with a displeased look. Sayer glanced at the man with a thin, grim smile. Because it is clear to me that you have forgotten. That you have forgotten the wider duty to magic each of us hold, the duty towards the magical world that is being ignored by the posturing and the lack of honor that is being displayed within this chamber, he intoned harshly. What do you know of honor? You're barely old enough to be amongst us, Lord Visey, an elderly man said in a scathing tone causing murmurs of agreement. Sayer smiled thinly, his eyes shone dangerously as he looked at the man. More than you could know, Lord Visey, he said with a dry tone that angered Visey. He turned away from Visey in a dismissive way as he looked around the chamber and Arcturus' eyes widened as the air shimmered around Sayer. He wasn't the only one as the boy exuded magical power. Honor is an interesting thing, something that is at least as old as our oldest tales. The quality of knowing and doing what is morally right to yourself, to the code of conduct you hold yourself to. My father's own honor dictated that he try and convince many of you to do what he believed was right, to stop Grindelwald from succeeding, to stop him from tearing down the statute that has separated our worlds and to stop the deprivations he continues to commit. His eyes met some of the people who voted against the war who had, Arcturus believed, pledged to vote for. Some of them looked somewhat guilty and shamed. I may be young, I may be inexperienced within these halls, but I know my duty and I know my honor. Tell me, my lords and ladies, where is the honor in doing little to nothing as our friends from the continent suffer at the hands of a madman who has broken the statute by disclosing it to his insane Muggle allies? He orated smoothly as his arms were outstretched. Arcturus glanced around and saw that the boy's words were angering several people whilst the more astute were watching keenly. Marcus had been an able man, someone who could make it difficult to refute his arguments, but he lacked a certain extra to win people over. He was charming when he wanted to be, certainly, but his ability to win people over was not his strongest suit. Arcturus watched the boy carefully as he exuded magical strength. He wasn't the only one to notice. It was tightly controlled, though it was shimmering in a deliberate way now, capturing everyone's attentions whilst making people cautious enough to listen rather than angrily retort. He leaned back in his chair and watched him carefully. It seems as if the boy would be putting in a performance. Sayer's eyes were sharp as a disappointed expression fell on his face. Every single of one of you, my lords and ladies, are seated here because of the legacy your family has wrought on these isles. Each and every one of you are the legacy of incredible witches and wizards who have contributed to these great isles. And yet, when the call of duty is rung, many of you seem to ignore, eager to hide behind words and technicalities as our brothers and sisters on the continent suffer of a megalomaniac who has delusions of grandeur, he said furiously, causing immense uproar. Who are you to call us cowards? Who are you to chastise us when you voted to abstain? You speak of duty and honor, and yet you are here with the rest of us instead of in France. Lord Prince sneered angrily. Hear, hear. Sayer looked at him with an accommodating smile that Arcturus found more to be shark-like than anything else. Do not put words in my mouth, Lord Prince. I did not call you or anyone cowards. If you interpreted my words as such, that is your own prerogative, he said calmly with a glint in his eye. Arcturus couldn't help it, he snorted. I haven't seen Prince that color in a long time, Caro commented dryly as Prince looked almost purple in embarrassment or rage, perhaps both. He spared an upturn of the lips before his attentions were drawn back to Atticus Sayer. Gellert Grindelwald is a problem that we cannot hide from, that we cannot ignore. His message is a poison that has been injected in the veins of the wizarding world, his actions a stark contrast to the honeyed words he has uttered as almost 20,000 magicals lie dead at the hands of his associates and his own. His eyes blazed and Arcturus looked in shock at the strength of his magic. He continued, the equivalent of 2/3 of magical Britain lie dead in Europe, and that number continues to grow, his voice almost a pained tone as his glowing eyes roved around the room. This is not a matter of light or dark as many would like to degrade this war to. It is a matter of freedom, justice, and honor, all of which Grindelwald lacks in totality. He is nothing but a tyrant, the worst kind, as he espouses the term for the greater good for the most heinous reasons. A tyrant that claims that is for everyone's good is a tyrant that is the most oppressive. He straightened himself out as the room stood riveted at his words. Just like any other Dark Lord in history, his message can be reduced to a single aspect that he desires: control. He seeks to control us all, and no amount of honeyed words can dispel that simple fact. There is no negotiation, there is no placation that will quell his endless hunger of conquest. The deaths that he is causing only continue to decrease the magical population of Europe, continuing the decline of magicals that has been wrought by the wizarding wars of the 1700s, the devastation caused by Dark Lord Necronus in the 1830s. And if we do not meet him across the battlefield, to end his insanity before it is too late, he may yet doom us all. He paused momentarily as he surveyed the room. And for that reason, I will join with the ICW to answer the call against Grindelwald. I will obey my duty to magic, for Mother Magic cries out at the wanton deaths that is carried out by Grindelwald and his followers. They pervert magic with their insanity born out of their drunkenness on power. The crimes against Mother Magic are vast, but their greatest crime is the slaughter of our kin, for all those with magic in their blood are kin. That is an evil that cannot be forgiven, that cannot be forgotten, and must be defeated. There is good and evil in all of us, just as there is light and dark. None can exist without the other, and excess of either will lead to destruction, chaos, and death. And once more, we must answer this challenge just as our ancestors have done time and again when a Dark Lord drunk on power attempts to conquer and change our world through violence and cruelty with disregard to the deaths that are left in their wake. Silence reigned as Sayer paused his passionate speech until he broke it with a deathly whisper. We are the children of magic. It is our duty to her that we fight for justice, that we fight with integrity, that we fight with honor. That we protect our people against the threats that seek to destroy us. This country is one of legend, our sagas and our histories stretch for millennia. Some of the greatest witches and wizards in history hail from these great isles, many of them having cemented their legend as they fought against nascent Dark Lords, invaders and evil, regardless if their magic was dark, grey or light. There is greatness in each one of us, my lords, my ladies, and it is time for it to be realized, for what can be greater than fighting against a tyrant who seeks to strip us all of our freedom and integrity, all the while committed acts of great evil. He posed passionately to the room. Silence reigned once more as people sat in shock that once again Sayer broke. I will do as my honor dictates, as my family honor dictates, and I will answer the call of magic to defeat a tyrant. Will you answer the same call? Will you answer magic's plight? Will you stand by as Grindelwald desecrates more and more of our world? Ask yourself these questions, my lords, my ladies, and do what you will. I hope to see you next to me as we drive back Grindelwald to the edges of the world before we send him to the damnation that he so richly deserves. He finished before he walked down from his box seat, walking towards the doors, the sounds of his steps echoing in the chamber before the room exploded in uproar and shouting as he walked out of the Wizengamot. Well, Lestrange said, a little gobsmacked. Who knew the Sayers could be so dramatic? Caro snorted. Arcturus sent a mild glare at Caro. Not spoke up as some of the noise died down, as Lord Macmillan spoke. It seems like he's changing the game, Not mused in his trademark deadened voice. It seems that it resonated with many too, Arcturus commented as he watched the reactions of the ardent pro-war lords. Arcturus did not admit it, but it seemed like this was the opportunity he needed. When he got back to his manor, he invited his sister to look into his memories in the Pensieve. When she came out of it, she had a contemplative look on her face. Well? He asked. Cassiopeia looked at him. Deprivation of muggles, duty to magic, doom. She listed off in a bemused tone before she took on a serious expression. He's saying a lot of things whilst being vague, all the while challenging the Wizengamot to uphold their noble obligations, she said to him. She smiled a little amused. It's clear that he's intentionally dramatic. He nodded appreciatively. Yes. It was obvious that he sought to provoke us. He paused momentarily before he eyed her curiously. Did you see the expressions on the faces in that chamber? She cackled and looked at him with an appreciative look. I did. She nodded agreeably. He managed to anger many people, but he's also grabbed the attention of everyone. No doubt that was his intention, as you say, to provoke, but also to catch people in his sphere of influence. He's setting himself up as an alternative, he mused thoughtfully. Quite the departure from the academic image he likes to show himself as, she said knowingly. Well, he certainly showed that he isn't a simple academic from the magic that was emanating from him. Arcturus breathed out annoyed. She cackled a little. Oh, it's unfortunate you were unable to snare the boy. Did you see the tight control he has over his magic? She clapped happily. I did, he said in a curt tone as he glared at her. I'd always known the boy was powerful, but that was more than I expected. It is worrying as it clearly doesn't show the depth of his power. Well, I'm sure we'll find out at some point. After all, he is showing his teeth for the first time. Yes, and his remarks about it not being light or dark make it clear that he seeks to be non-partisan, perhaps even a uniters of sorts. Arcturus pursed his lips. Cassiopeia took a seat. You have to admit, he is well positioned for it. Plus, despite the fact that he is rather strange for his acceptance of the Mudbloods, he isn't a muggle lover. His message was quite clear that he is only thinking of magicals, she said before she poured herself a glass of brandy. She eyed him carefully. Better him than Dumbledore, she muttered before she took a large swig of her glass. She set the glass back on the table. He scowled. We don't need the disruption either of them would cause. Already there is significant pressure to treat Mudbloods better than they deserve. The laws that have them treated equally under the laws as common purebloods are nothing but a farce that they're working hard on making truth. They remained silent for a moment until Cassie broke it. Do you think he will be successful in getting support? She asked. Yes. I have no doubt several of the fools on the light are jumping towards him. You call them fools, but I know you ache to join the war, she said with a raised eyebrow. He scowled as he sent a reproachful glare at her. We are owed blood. He stated simply. We are, she said agreeably, but our house needs a patriarch to keep it together. Besides, she continued, it's not as if we cannot support the war in other ways. We do have our connections on the mainland. We can utilize this for them, she offered. He looked at him with a pinched expression before he conceded, very well. We will work in the shadows. She looked at him with a pleased expression and nodded. Her smile turned vicious and Arcturus wondered if he wanted to know what schemes she was coming up with in that crazy mind of hers. Break. Flemmont Potter POV. Flemmont started off the official proceedings of the emergency meeting he called with his allies following the eventful Wizengamot session. Once formalities were cleared, the true subject at hand was discussed. Lord Sayer's speech and his questioning of honor had been controversial and more than a little confrontational. The meeting went on for an hour or so until it broke away, several lords having decided that they would join with the ICW, irrespective of the position of the Ministry and Wizengamot. The alliance was split on this aspect. The call of duty has strong, but to do it alone without the backing of the Wizengamot was something that many were uncomfortable with. Lords Jason Stewart, Harfong Longbottom, and Archibald Bones were signing up, whilst Lords Shacklebolt, Quart were far more reluctant to commit to anything. He looked up at the door as it opened. Charlie, he intoned tiredly as he gestured him to take a seat before he turned around and floated a bottle of fire whiskey in a pair of glasses that he then filled up halfway. Monty, how did it go? He inquired with eyes full of interest. He smiled a little brittle. Not as good as I hoped, better than I feared. He gave a light shrug as he passed the glass to his little brother. Shame, he said after he took a swig of his glass. Silence reigned for a few moments and Fleamont wondered what his brother was thinking as he frowning hard. I'm joining the ICW, he suddenly said, catching Fleamont off guard. What? He asked, bewildered. You've not even finished your aura training. He commented seriously. I can finish my training with the ICW. He said with a grave expression. I've been thinking on it for a long time now, ever since the war started. I'd hoped that we would fight against Grindelwald and his people, but it seems that it is becoming very unlikely as time goes on. He sighed before he finished the drink in gulp and stared at Fleamont. Grindelwald's assassins almost got you, brother, and it is clear that he is not going to stop killing people. I might not be good enough or powerful enough to kill him, but I know I can be good enough to take down most of his best fighters. A determination filled his little brother's eyes. With trepidation he asked, if I forbid you? He asked quietly. Charlie smiled grimly. I would still go. He answered just as quietly. Fleamont looked at him with shrewd eyes. You're not just doing this because you've been formally warned against approaching Doria Black, are you? Charles looked at him offended and more than a little pained before he shook his head. I'm not. Whilst I admit getting out of the country for a while is probably a good idea, my situation with Doria is not the reason why I'm doing this, and I resent that you even make that kind of suggestion, Charles said, a little angered. Fleamont raised his hands in defeat. Fair enough. He sighed before he straightened out. Very well, you have my blessing, even if you do not need it. He paused momentarily. Do not die, little brother, he added quietly. Charles got up and smiled warmly at Fleamont. I promise I'll try hard not to. He said with a self-deprecating grin which made Fleamont smile that he lost when Charles walked out of the room. He wasn't sure how long he was thinking about the situation until Euphemia walked into the office. Are you all right? She asked in a concerned tone. You've missed dinner. He got up from his seat and walked around his desk before kissing her on the cheek. I am. Just had a lot to think about, he said with a wry smile. Anything I should be concerned about? She asked with curiosity. He shook his head. Nothing, that can't wait until the morning. I'm famished. What's been made? He asked, changing the subject. Her eyes scrutinized him for a few moments before she nodded. Well, Flopsa made this lovely break. 7th of July 1942. Emily POV. She watched him paint the runes on bare upper body with his blood with slow and deliberate movements. She crossed her legs and sat back against one of the stone pillars at Castle Rig as she eyed him intently. Today would be the last ritual. The past couple of weeks had been interesting. The previous 13 rituals had been greatly more painful looking. She'd been impressed that he managed to hide any discomfort or pain during his meetings with a large number of people, many of them lords, who he managed to snare with his speech within the Wisengamot. The fallout of his proclamation of joining the war had been immense. The speech had the intended consequence of people joining up with the ICW in droves as he continued to persuade people to his line of thinking, to speak of the duty they had to magic and to their brethren. His numbers has already swelled as he conducted training sessions. Her attention was grabbed again as he finished drawing the runes on the center stone. She got up and glided towards him and scrutinized the runes. I'm not certain what the reaction will be, you might have to be quite a way away. Atticus said, distracted as his eyes squinted on the runes for the final time. You suspect the magical energies will be that intense? She asked shrewdly. He hummed in affirmative. I do. He looked up at her as he straightened himself out. He walked away from her towards the golden cup, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, the one where the potion mixture that would bind the extended lifespan to him. Her eyes went towards the ingredients that would be sacrificed. Amongst them, the basilisk eggs stood out. Their potential lifespan would be sacrificed completely. Whilst basilisks in theory could live longer than 1,000 years, the strength in the ritual lied in capping the time span, minimizing any negative impact, which Atticus and Orlac reduced even further by creating a masterpiece of a ritual. All of the rituals before today, in the 6th and 7th set, contributed in piecemeal as they reduced the negative effects to as close to zero as possible. The minor adjustment that Atticus did to halt aging at age 28 only destabilized the ritual to a near insignificant amount. She wasn't yet certain if she wanted to remain forever 21 or 28 or even 35. She did not particularly care, and she was sorely tempted to halt her aging at 49, especially given that magicals at 49 seemed no different than early 30s at the most, to increase the strength of the ritual. It would be something she'd decide at a later date. Atticus gathered the ingredients and placed them all in the required locations before he grabbed the cup and sat cross-legged at the center of the runic circle, wearing nothing but his underwear. He glanced at Emily. It's time, Emily. He said softly, and she nodded sharply before she walked away. She was a few hundred meters away from the Castle Rig stone circle. She cast Tempest and saw that it was 6:59 a.m. She returned her eyes to the sight, her breath slightly shallow as she watched with razor-sharp eyes. Her eyes narrowed as she saw faint light emanating from the center of the stone circle. She hissed, closed her eyes as the faint light turned into blinding light, and a shiver ran down her spine as she heard him scream in agony. The hairs on her arms rose up in chillingly fast fashion as the magical energies bathed her even from this distance. Atticus POV. Pain. Such debilitating pain that ran through every atom of his being. He was only faintly aware that he was screaming, the pain of his aching throat a distant tingling in comparison to the pain that was in everything that he was. His eyes opened and he saw massive swirls of thick streams of magic surrounding him and the stone slabs that made up Castle Rig Stonehenge. He was at the center of change. Time was a concept at this moment as he watched, as he screamed, as he was locked in position unable to writhe in pain, to curl up in a fetal position, these swirls of magic, a kaleidoscope of power swirling in a downward spiral towards him. He gasped as the magic coursed into him, energizing him, exhausting him all at the same time until the pain that had been starting to fall away rose back in furious vengeance, causing him to lose consciousness. Emily POV. She watched through squinted eyes as she saw the bright lights decrease in intensity at the same time as the magical energy that had been washing over her like a steady tide receded away from her. She waited several more minutes when the lights ended before she walked towards him. She crossed past the boundary of the stone slabs and her eyes caught him unconscious with the runes still glowing, burning into his skin. She hesitated, interfering until the runes stopped glowing and made her way towards him. She unholstered her wand and floated him away from the center stone and put him on the grass outside of the Stonehenge. Revenerate, she casted. He came into consciousness, a pained look on his face as he came into awareness. She conjured water and crouched down and lifted his head into her lap and fed him the water, which he greedily took. How do you feel? She asked keenly as she watched him. The runes that had been glowing sunk away into his skin, leaving an unblemished skin behind. Those runes were the second part of the final binding ritual and it seemed like it had worked. In pain. Exhausted. Relieved, he answered a little dully. Can you feel the change? She inquired a little impatiently. He glanced at her as his head laid in her lap before he, with a pained hiss, drug himself up and sat across from her. He frowned as he clenched his fist again and again. He closed his eyes, his frown still there. I can feel nothing in particular, not that I expected anything. He conjured a knife and cut off his little finger and stared at his bleeding hand until it began to rebuild itself. First the bone extended itself, growing slowly before veins, then muscle and finally skin grew until his finger was whole again. The finger that had been cut off dried up on the ground, a dried blackened husk. Well, it seems like the regeneration aspect still remains in place as it should. That bodes well for the life extension ritual to be a success, he mused thoughtfully. They tested the extent of his healing capabilities and found that he would be able to regenerate an entire limb, though it was taxing magically. It seemed as if regeneration took a lot of magical energy. Not enough to exhaust the magical core, but enough that it would deplete it almost by a third. They'd determined that they'd need to figure out a way to use ambient magic to fuel the regeneration rather than solely the magical core, just in case if in a pitched battle such regeneration is required. She said nothing as she stood up and extended a hand, which he took. She helped him up. Well, you're not dead and you seem to be relatively fine. I suppose we'll find out the success of the ritual with time, she said calmly. It was a shame they couldn't truly determine the success of the ritual other than just simply waiting. She supposed the fact that he was feeling no backlash was proof enough that it worked, considering the magical energy that was involved in the whole affair. As always, your words of care touch my very soul, he said a little dryly, and she rolled her eyes. Come on, let's get back. You've got a meeting with Lord Potter and Charles Potter in a few hours. He sighed. I could use a nap, to be honest. He complained before he shook his head and extended his arm. His clothes sped towards him and he caught them before he left them floating in the air, grabbing his trousers first, and he started to get dressed. Let's go, he said as he finished getting dressed as he adjusted his robes. Break. 29th of July 1942. Emily POV. Have you decided? Benedict asked her as he watched her come into his office. She glided forward and sat in the seat opposite him as she watched him carefully across the desk. The terms of the contract are acceptable, she said carefully. She'd hired a law wizard to go over it, to check for any hidden clauses whilst ensuring that her comprehension of the contract was correct. The law wizard confirmed that it was as it showed. The law wizard was specialized in contractual agreements, someone that Rockwood helped her find, known in the darker families as someone who able catch any foul methods of control that aren't obvious at first glance. He nodded imperiously. Good. The terms are quite open and allows for your independence as an equal within the relationship whilst keeping your assets within your control. Whilst no one will know the terms of the contract, people will know of the betrothal and eventual marriage once we file the betrothal with the ministry. He said calmly as his fingers entwined as he set them on the desk, his eyes scrutinizing her with cool detachment. She pursed her lips. Are we not able to delay the filing? He shook his head. No. There are various legal aspects that make it a necessity for it be declared, namely it redefines your status within the wizarding world. As a future Lady Sayer, you will have greater freedom and privileges that you otherwise not have. He answered succinctly. I would have those privileges as Lady Slytherin anyway, she retorted. And yet none but a few know for the moment. To the wider world you're a nameless half-blood that has been elevated beyond your rightful place. Only the fear and respect for our house has allowed us to get away with you and Atticus cavorting, regardless of how impressive you are. This will protect you even further now, even if you don't want it, and it shows that you belong to our world with the contract. That will go a long way into acceptance. He returned to her. Of course, until you make it known who you are. He added. She didn't answer that and changed the subject. The escape clauses, they're far stricter than there is known to be, she probed. Benedict leaned back in his chair and looked at her calculatingly. You are dangerous, Emily Riddle Slytherin. I know you have little care for anyone or anything in this world, and much of that little care is reserved for my great-grandson. He leaned forward as his eyes hardened. I know of the path you could have taken, and if I had my way, you would not be near my family, he said in a stern tone that rankled her. She fought to keep her composure. But for some reason, Atticus truly loves you and I would not see him be taken advantage of. He has a weakness, one that you are very well aware of. He considers you to be part of that family. You have a cruelty in you that, while well hidden, is very much still there. Atticus has worked hard at offering you a different path to the one you could have taken, but I am not convinced that you will not spit on his efforts, on his kindness. He continued in a harsh tone. She clenched her fists as she stared back in anger, but he continued before she could say anything in defense. The escape clause will ensure that if you go down the path of destruction that you cannot harm this family in any way. Had I been able to, I would not have made it reciprocal given the danger you could well pose to the world, but you would never have signed that, no matter how well I might have hidden it. Hell, if I had my way, I would have had him marry and have a child already given the dangers he's about to put himself in. He said in a harsh voice. Does Atticus know of your opinions? She almost snarled. He doesn't. Neither does the rest of the family. Marcus did, but for some reason, he had faith in Atticus and in you. He got up from his chair and looked down at her. Time will tell whether that faith will be proven to be right. He finished as he walked out in a brusque pace, leaving her sitting there with the contract. She snarled as she got up before she breathed in deeply, forcing herself to be calm. She ached to hurt him, but she would not be so easily provoked. Hours passed until Atticus returned to the manor and met her in the living room, where she was alone as she attempted to distract her thoughts away from the meeting she had with Benedict. He walked up to her and brushed her hair away from her cheek and kissed her. My lovely serpent, he murmured as she leaned into his kiss. She turned to him with a tiny smile as he took a seat next to her on the sofa. How did your meeting go with your allies? She queried. He told her about it for the next 10 minutes. It seemed that his coalition was growing as several heirs and branch members were joining up in his cause. One of the measures he was taking was having them swear an oath on their magic that they are not Grindelwald followers, nor were they ever followers of Grindelwald, to ensure there were no traitors in their ranks. Sensible, naturally, but he was evasive of having them swear oaths directly to him, preferring to earn it. It was something she disagreed with, preferring a tight leash on those who would be involved closely with him, but she knew he wouldn't budge on that. Those who follow freely are those who I want, was something he often told her. How did the meeting with grandfather go? He asked her finally once they finished talking about the meeting with the allies. I agreed with the contract. She told him, watching his reactions. He smiled widely and grabbed her hands. Excellent. He said happily. Have you seen the contract? She inquired with a calculating gaze. I have. He said with a hesitant tone. I agree with almost all of it, and the ones that I'm not wholeheartedly agreeable about are not terrible at all. He looked at her quizzically. I'm surprised that you're happy with the 2 children requirement. She sighed as she leaned back on the sofa, readjusting to face him directly as she put one of her legs underneath her body. She met his eyes. There would be no agreement without that being there. The language of the contract, whilst hinting that as early as possible is preferable, it does not give a deadline. As long as the contract is met within childbearing age, which, given that we intend to be in such ages for the next 2,000 years at a minimum, is something that is not a concern in the immediate future. She logically stated. It does however state that the children must from us both. He said carefully. I'm aware, she said a little more snippily than she intended before she looked away. It is something that can be addressed at a later date. He remained quiet for a bit. He squeezed her hands. I'm ecstatic you are willing to compromise on that, no matter how long it might be away, 50 or 500 years from now. I know it isn't easy for you. She remained silent for a few seconds. She still didn't meet his eyes. Do you truly want children? She asked a little quieter than she intended. She heard him sigh and she glanced at him in the corner of her eyes. I do, he admitted softly. Not anytime soon, there is far too much that needs to be done, and I would not have my children raised in a neglectful environment, but ultimately, I do. I want to see little Emilys with my eyes and your face running around, learning all that we have to offer them. He said in a wistful tone, making her look at him with a sharp look. He continued. I knew of my duty to my house and I had resigned to it, marrying someone to ensure that my line continued. It had me concerned for the future, in all honesty, the danger of how neglectful I might be because of the lack of care I might have for the mother. He turned to her with warm eyes. With you, it is different. You are everything that I would want, even if I had not known that at the time. Powerful, incredibly intelligent, ambitious, cunning, not afraid of getting her hands dirty. He stroked her cheek and so beautiful, he whispered softly as their eyes were fixed on each other. I know you have difficulty imagining loving anything other than perhaps myself and yourself, but you didn't imagine loving someone other than yourself either until you met me. He shrugged lightly. I have faith in you in that regard. Perhaps I'm wrong, he said with a slightly grim smile, but I don't doubt that I will love a child from the both of us with all that I have. If I have to, I'll love that child, children enough for the both of us. He finished. She swallowed harshly and looked away. She didn't bother telling him that she doubted that his faith in her was something that she wasn't sure he should have. She believed she loved him, but she was certain she didn't love him like he loved her. She suspected any child that came from her would be at best treasured like a valuable heirloom, like Slytherin's locket, rather than the love she'd observed Lady Sayre have for her children. You're happy even with the escape clauses? She inquired, changing the subject. It's not much of an issue because I don't see it happening, do you? He asked with a tilted head. Much can change in a few years' time, she challenged. He peered at her with a piercing gaze. It would have to be unforgivable, he said quietly as he scrutinized her. I thought love forgave everything. She mocked harshly. He watched her carefully. Love can forgive much, but everyone has limits, Emily. You know mine. He said in a careful tone. I do, she answered softly, leaving an awkward silence. You mentioned that you'd tell me what that centaur was talking about, being a son of the first ones, she mentioned, once more changing the subject. He looked at her with understanding, though she saw a hint of disappointment in his eyes that left as soon as it arrived. I did, he nodded slightly. He ran his hand through his hair. It refers to a family secret, one that I cannot truly explain until we're married, he said with a slight grimace. I can tell you that it refers to one of the myths of my family. He added. She looked at him displeased. You made it sound like you would explain. What changed? She asked with sharpness in her voice. He looked away from her. It is unimportant right now and I won't expand on that. He turned back to her. Drop it, Emily, consider it a family secret. He said firmly. She thinned her lips very well. She looked at him with harsh eyes. Know that I'm unhappy about the fact that you're still keeping so many secrets from me when we're meant to be equals and completely each other's. I know. But I will tell you the truth and all of it. But only when it is time. And right now, is certainly not the time. He said with finality in his tone. She got up. Don't be surprised if I'm keeping things from you as well. She said harshly as she walked away, not waiting for a response. She was keeping things from him, that was true. Things she'd intended to tell him, things that she kept secret. She'd continued to look into Horcruxes, and read everything from the few books on soul magic that she could find in the Slytherin vaults. She had no desire to split her soul, having recognized it to be a faulty method of immortality, but she was looking into soul magic with the purpose of anchoring her soul to her body that she intended to make as close as possible to indestructible. The killing curse destroyed the nervous system but didn't remove the soul, as far she could tell from Atticus' notes. That meant if she could fortify the body against the killing curse by protecting the nervous system, she'd be immune to the killing curse. Any other offensive magic would not be able to kill her so easily, especially with the regenerative aspects of the rituals that Atticus had created. She had known that he was against anything to do with cheating death, working around the idea by simply extending your lifespan, simply delaying death, but that was not enough for her. She wanted true immortality and she would achieve it. If he wanted to keep secrets, she would do the same. Break. 8th of August 1942. He stepped forward and surveyed the open field that was in a remote place in Scotland. 47 people were here today, all of whom were from allied families or were Muggleborns who'd contacted him to offer their services after he'd done them favors. Dayton was also here, much to his annoyance. Benedict would not let him go without Dayton and several mercenaries who were contracted to defend him at all costs. Morning all. As you all aware, I am Atticus Sayre. Welcome to those of you that are new to these training sessions. He smirked a little. You're going to be put under a heavy training regime that will push you past your physical and magical limits. If you're wondering why I'm in charge and not someone older and more experienced, he motioned with his head to a well-known duelist, Merle Lockhart, who stepped forward, and then he motioned Sarah Carson, Carl Mirak, and George Mittenmeyer to step forward. He walked towards the other side of the field with the four of them at the other end. He drew his wand. The rules are anything goes except the killing curse, he said loudly, much to the surprise of some of the crowd. The four nodded in understanding and Dayton stepped forward. On my mark, the fight will begin, he intoned. Atticus breathed out deeply, sinking into his battle mode. The magic of the universe became more prominent as swirls of magic became visible. He watched the four men light up with their own unique strands of magic around their core. They were all sorcerer-level magicals, with Sarah Carson the strongest amongst them. He was the youngest there too, at an age of 23. He saw them speak to each other for a few moments before they stopped and signaled Dayton that they were ready. Atticus simply nodded to Dayton. Begin. Dayton shouted. With several pops, they operated out and soon enough he was surrounded by 3 of them whilst Lockhart remained at his position hurling spells at him that the other 3 soon followed up with. He predicted the trajectories of the spells and twisted out of the way, allowing them to pass him as he bent his neck, twisted his body into a crouch before he swept his wand upwards, drawing earth from the ground to intercept a spell from his left side. They continued to pelt him with spells that he evaded and dodged with economical movement, remaining as close as possible in his original position even as the spells were becoming darker in nature. Mittenmeyer transfigured the debris of the broken pillars that he had been raising into a dozen attack dogs that raced towards him whilst Mirek conjured dragon fire that was coming towards him from behind. He smiled widely as he operated and with a silent pop appeared in the air above his original position and with a wide arc created a massive gust of wind that dispelled the dragon fire which also caused Mirek to be unbalanced enough for Atticus to hit him directly in the chest with a mild blasting curse that took him off his feet. Atticus operated back towards the ground and ducked as Lockhart sent a gouging curse at his head before he snapped his wand towards Lockhart and sent a lightning bolt at him before he twirled his wand above his head, the earth rumbling alive as he created a serpent made of earth that targeted the dogs with a maw filled with dagger-long teeth. Lockhart shielded against the lightning and hastily fell to the ground before his shield broke and with a simple flick Atticus transfigured the earth behind him into a dozen fists that attacked his body until he was sent careening into the sky. Atticus with smoothness in his every movement, motioned away from the 4 spells that whizzed past from sent by Carson and Mittenmeyer. They worked together as they sent spell after spell at him whilst Mirek operated on his right side but before he could send a spell Atticus with blinding speed sent a spell chain of a shield breaker, a metal binding spell that constricted him before he sent a stunning spell once the shield breaker broke through the hastily created shield and he was caught in the binding spell before he was stunned. Atticus was aware that Lockhart was back up and so endeavored to knock out Carson and Mittenmeyer quickly now. Atticus ducked under the conjured spears before he shielded against the spell chain that had been sent his way. They wouldn't break through his shield and gave him time to start to bring the earth alive as he raised a dragon from the earth that roared ferociously causing Carson and Mittenmeyer a moment of pause, giving him an opening to tag a few stones with compulsion spells that he sent crashing near them. They would subtly influence their behavior, angering each other to a degree that they would no longer work efficiently with each other. He twisted on the spot and lazily slapped away the organ liquefying curse back at Lockhart before he drew back his wand and created a fire whip that he snapped at Lockhart. "What are you doing, Carson?" Mittenmeyer shouted as Atticus heard various blasts that was being sent at the dragon. He waved his wand and conjured thousands of rubber bullets that he sent careening at Lockhart whose eyes widened and shielded against the hailstorm of bullets. Atticus operated behind Lockhart who swerved out of the way of the bone-breaker curse he sent at Lockhart's back but was too late to duck out of the way of the dull spike that Atticus raised from the ground that hit him on the head, knocking him out completely. With a lazy flick of the wand, he bound Lockhart tightly and redirected his attentions to Carson and Mittenmeyer who had destroyed most of the dragon but with ease he redirected more earth to flow to the dragon, doubling the size of the dragon causing both men to scowl angrily. Fiend fire Mittenmeyer bellowed and a fiery giant erupted from his wand that scorched the earth as it ran towards the dragon. Atticus smirked widely and raised both hands, his wand tip pointing downward and his right hand open-palmed as he directed the dragon like a conductor directed an orchestra. The dragon roared and met the dragon head-on with its massive maw open, biting into the fiery construct. The dragon inhaled, tearing apart the demonic fire whilst it melted from the contact but Atticus kept the dragon intact even as the earth melted into magma. "Impossible," he heard one of the crowd say in a disbelieving tone. He heard a quiet pop and he twisted around, momentarily breaking control over his dragon and batted away the cutting curse that had been sent at his back before he followed up with a blindingly fast spell chain that Carson could not deal with before he soon enough was bound and unconscious, all happening within 5 seconds leaving him to retake control of his construct that had been almost unrecognizable as it was mostly a glob of magma. Time to stop playing and with a quiet apparition, he arrived next to Mittenmeyer, much to his surprise before he too was down and unconscious. He returned his attentions to the fiend fire that had continued to consume his construct before he raised both hands and with a small amount of exertion snuffed out the demonic fire leaving behind a magma dragon that Atticus let go and returned to the earth, steaming and scorching hot as it was. With a flick of the wand he floated all 4 unconscious men towards him before he walked back at a sedate pace to the crowd. "That was more of a battle than it was a duel," he informed them calmly, "and yet, that is nothing compared to what you will see when you are out there fighting for your lives." He glanced at the 4 unconscious men and with a wide wave, sent a modified enervate at them before he removed the binding spells on them. "Merlin, even against 4 of us, you hardly break a sweat," Lockhart breathed out unhappily as he got to his feet. "I've never seen transfiguration like that before. What is that spell?" someone asked. "A family spell," he answered easily enough, and that was enough to silence that line of query. "Was it truly that easy for you?" one of the men in the crowd asked. He looked at the man who seemed to be in his early 20s. "I wasn't trying too hard," he admitted. "But this was more of an exhibition than it was a true fight," he said with a piercing gaze. "I was holding back my more dangerous spells and so were the men here today, even if it was anything goes except for killing curses," he said loudly. A single mistake will cost you more often than not, and you must always be vigilant when you are in battle. There is no honor on the battlefield. There is no light or dark. There is simply survival and victory. If you do not take down your enemy hard and fast, you may well enable that enemy to take you down, or worse, an ally that depended on you having their back, he said with a harsh tone that made many stand up taller. War is ugly, and make no mistake, we are going to see a lot of ugliness, ugliness that war brings out in men. He said with scrutinizing eyes. I will teach you how to fight at a disadvantage, I will teach you how to fight dirty, and I will teach you how to retreat when you know you can't win. Survival of yourself and your comrades must be always what you strive for. He paused momentarily as he eyed them all. Dead men don't win. And my comrades, winning is what we are going to do, he said with a firm tone that galvanized some of the men here. Now, he said as he clasped his hands, a vicious smile on his face. Time to do something about your physical fitness. Laziness will get you killed, and it is the first thing that we're going to remove from you, he said with a menacing grin that made many wary. Break. 31st of August 1942. Emily POV. She sat by the lone tree at Sayre Manor in the comfortable shade as she read a tome on elemental transfiguration. Atticus' affinity for lightning piqued her interest in it when he tried to change water into lightning, something that he'd been curious to see if it was possible. It had been mostly a failure as the water exploded in a very explosive way. Scorching hot vapors of water had been the result, though there had been some flashes that could have passed for lightning. In any case, elemental transfiguration was a well-studied field, given that transfiguring water into earth and vice versa was not difficult to do, but the more sensitive elements like lightning and air were a little more difficult to do. She put down the tome as she cast her gaze at the lake in front of her. She'd be heading back to Hogwarts tomorrow, and for the first time, she'd be away from Atticus for more than a few months. It was an opportunity, she decided to view it as. Given how much of an impact he's had on her life, she could use the independence that it would grant her, not that he'd ever impeded on her in that regard, but being cut off from him for some time might allow her to flourish even more than she had so far. She sighed as she reflected on the summer. She'd met with Rockwood, Malfoy, and Lestrange more often than the others, using that time to write in the international magical press, most of it being commentary on society whilst also having an abstract view on the war that is raging in Europe. She hired several individuals who she put on strict contracts who would be able to gather the necessary information she'd need and who were able to edit the stories that she was getting from the network of people that Atticus had put her in contact with. She'd developed a decent relationship with most of them as they submitted interesting stories that were heavily magical-centric. One of the more popular series were the stories of the Incan magicals, who had a rich magical culture that had been rebuilt centuries after a series of devastating wars had decimated their people. In the advent of Atticus' rousing speech regarding the responsibilities that magical Britain had to dealing with Grindelwald, he's been able to position himself as a leader, as someone who was playing the game. Something that he'd stubbornly refused to acknowledge until very recently. As a consequence of his more public appearance, he was now inundated with various meetings with individuals who had an interest in his endeavors. His meeting with Lord Potter and his alliance had been successful for the most part, and he was also walking away with Charles Potter and Albert Bones, heir to the House Bones, in his ranks. The ICW had sent several people who signed him and the people who were following up for training, separate for the training that he was conducting with a select few. It would not be long now until he left for the war. She got up to her feet and strode at a slow pace, deep in thought. Whilst he was away, it would fall to her to keep Dumbledore occupied. They did not want him to enter the war, taking away their opportunity to effectively cut him off from any influence by defeating Grindelwald, who would not be as ruthless with him as he would be with anyone else. That was something that they both found unacceptable. The Lysmith plot was convoluted, but she saw the wisdom of having him chase around the country for the little clues that they were leaving behind, with clever aging techniques that would make it seem as if they were centuries old. Whilst poisoning Dumbledore would be easy, and something that she was considering all the time, if it failed, it would forever have him paranoid, and any other opportunities would have him pause if he knew that he was being targeted. Not to mention that he likely was paranoid enough as it is, and that any poison would probably be detected well before he even touched the medium. Plus, it would make him out to be more of a martyr than she liked. No. Having him ensnared in this plot, slowly killing him before being outed for what he truly was, something she liked immensely. Problem was that there were many things that could go wrong, and she'd have to address the holes to ensure it was closed before they become a problem. She walked into the back entrance of the house and made her way towards the dining room where she knew he was. She walked into the dining room and saw him huddled over a stack of parchments, a deep frown on his face whilst he had a croissant in his hand. He looked up and met her eyes, and his frown melted away before he tiredly smiled at her. "You look awfully concerned about something," she remarked as she took a seat next to him. It's about the Muggle businesses that I've been setting up," he replied with a displeased look. "Oh?" she questioned as she leaned forward to look at the parchments. They were mostly financial reports, most of them showing negative net income. Whilst I knew the war was heavily impacting most of them, I wasn't expecting such a poor performance." He said with a sigh, I know it matters very little given that I can have practically unlimited gold, but I do not want my businesses to be dependent on finance being injected all the time. I had thought the restructuring would have reduced the losses, but it seems like it isn't enough. She flickered through the parchments. She furrowed her brows. You're purchasing shares in electronics companies? She queried. I am, he confirmed. There are several that I think will be successful. She looked up and stared at him. His grin at that moment was exceedingly annoying. Your visions? She drawled out. Yes. He said before he leaned in and nipped her ear with his lips. She pushed him away in annoyance. It's annoying that you can just pick and know you'll be successful, she said with a put-out expression. He laughed and looked at her bemused. I don't see why. After all, you're like the second person who benefits from it all. No. That was true. She wouldn't voice that out lest he think he'd won their little verbal bout. So this company rank organization isn't an electronics brand but rather a film company, she commented. The organization for the moment owns a number of film studies and quite a few cinemas around the country. Film will become huge after the Mughal War, and much of the development of television will stem from the opportunities that are present in the entertainment industry. Plus it is an effective way to have influence over an entire nation. You've already started with the newspaper, but later on, magical televisions will be one of the things I intend to make popular. He ran his hand through his hair. With the radio and television within our control, we can subtly influence magical society towards something we want, all the while creating an industry that was previously non-existent. His eyes gleamed. From there we can take it anywhere we want. She laughed. You'll have no time for politics given everything you'll be doing, she said with scrutinizing eyes. He scowled. I have no need for politics when I can shape society without pandering to the pricks in power. He shook his head. Not that I will do it personally, too much. I'd rather not be another Dumbledore or a Machiavellian bastard. She hummed noncommittally. For someone so willing to manipulate others, he continuously restrained himself. Why are these in parchments and not in paper? They seem to be more reports from the Muggle world than something written in the magical world, she wondered aloud. Muggles used paper rather than parchment. He laughed and smiled at her. I had my elves transfer the ink of the papers onto parchments whenever I receive mail from the Muggle world. Whilst the ink is non-magical, it doesn't make anything stand out should anyone look into it, he said with a shrug. Fair enough, she allowed. Aren't most of your elves still creating those golems? They are. At the moment most of the elves are continuing to inscribe the golems. Something like 6,000 are done. Less than a fifth of course, but they're on target, he confirmed. The golems would be used to prepare the site in Antarctica. With the huge amount of area that the asteroid would cover, ensuring that the statue was kept intact would mean that a lot of upfront work was needed. One of the things she'd be working on was the creation of a massive web of illusion. She'd almost finished the memory crystals already, and she could use the time in the time room to arithmetically work on the problem. Fair enough, she commented. He shook his head and moved the stacks of parchments away. I'll leave this for Derek to sort out while I'm away. He turned to her with a warm smile and he lifted his hand and brushed her hair behind her ear. Tomorrow you'll be heading back to Hogwarts, he softly stated. She leaned into his touch. Yes, she equally softly answered. A comfortable silence fell among them as they stared at each other. Last time we'll see each other for as long as the war continues, he commented. She hummed as she placed her hand on top of the hand that was gently caressing her cheek. She got up after a few moments, her hand now grabbing his, pulling him up. He pulled her into him whilst they kept their eyes on each other. He leaned in slowly and she met him halfway as their lips met. Their kissing intensified before Atticus pulled her in even more, their bodies incredibly snug against each other's. She moaned when his lips traveled to her neck and she clasped hard on his hair before she pulled him away. She stared at him with intense eyes. I'm ready, Atticus. Don't make me wait. She intoned softly. All right, he softly conceded and she smiled happily. She'd been working on him for a little while, hoping to convince him to abandon his foolish stance. Without a word, she walked away towards the stairs, pulling him along gently as they held hands. Break. 4th of September 1942. His basilisk skin robes fluttered in the heavy gusts of the cold watery wind as he stood on the highest peak of Ben Nevis, an ancient dead volcano. Rain pelted him and the ground around him, the sound more akin to hail hitting stone than water, and he looked up towards the sky and grey clouds removed any signs of stars existing, only the half-moon shone dimly through the thick forbidding clouds. He felt his hair, drenched and lumpy, against his skin, against his face as he stood impassive, a boulder refusing to roll away amidst the heavy downpour and angry winds. His wand was pointed towards the heavens, his arm above his head, his hand gripping tightly. His magic was under tight control, though excitement tinged his magic as it waited to be unleashed. He raised his free hand, outstretched it away from his body with an open palm. He closed his eyes as he searched the bond he forged. There. He willed to existence and opened his eyes, turning his head towards his previously free hand. A grey-silver metal spear with radiant purple-gold trident heads appeared in his hand. Skulsly, he whispered as he looked at the trident spear. It was 2.5 meters long, a thin metallic spear with a braxen hide for the hand grip. The name is a wordplay on ancient Irish Celtic meaning lightning spear. He felt the thrum of the bond between maker and creation. He'd imbued a sense of being with the spear, not quite self-aware, not quite like the Sorting Hat but something more like Hogwarts, a whisper of sentience. He let control of his magic go, his immense magical presence made manifest as the air grew dense with his purple-green aura, swirling all around him. Thick arcane energy twisted around him as the arcane energy grew into a vortex of power. He clenched tighter to the spear as magic crackled around him, small wisps of white light that grew into flashes of small streaks of lightning as time passed, as the storm around him grew in intensity. He inhaled, deeply, as he tasted the magic-rich air on his tongue, reaching deep within him to connect himself to nature magic. He could feel the system around him. The complex interactions of magic on the weather system, the passive influence it has as magic ebbed and flowed almost without any interaction with the world, waiting to be instigating, waiting to be bent to someone or something's will. His magic and nature magic, entwined within him roared outwards and looked up into the sky and could feel the agitation that was there, the veritable fury that swelled within the clouds as lightning and thunder threatened to form. He looked at his body, almost as if he was looking at himself in a third-person perspective as streaks of lightning danced around his body with abandon, almost like he was a lightning personified. For a moment, he almost succumbed to that thought, that he was lightning personified as he sunk, as he immersed himself into the depths of magic that he brought roaring forth. His ears were assaulted by the almost constant crackling of lightning and magic and he once more sunk into himself, concentrating on his magic. He turned his gaze skyward and saw the ominous grey clouds that were waiting, as he connected with them. In that moment, he could feel the atmospheric pressure, the moisture in the air, the electrical charge that was waiting to be manipulated. Was this how Phyla feels? Intoxicating. The heavens were his to control, his to manipulate, and he reveled in that discovery. As his excitement grew, so did the pressure differences of the storm clouds. As his anticipation reached its zenith, so did the electrical charge to the point a minuscule push would generate lightning. It's time. The air around him, once thick, once chokingly full of magic, was now a multitude thicker in pressure as magic and air condensed around him. He lifted the spear high in the air, his wand ready and perpendicular to his body, lightning and magic crackling all around him as he tapped into the magic of the world. Thunder clapped with a violence that rattled his bones as lightning danced in the grey miserable heavens. The tips of the trident spears glowed radiantly with golden white light as the earth was illuminated brightly by the constant, incessant flashes of light, as the earth shook in response to the furious shouts that thunder created. With a sudden jab and a cry of exertion, he stabbed at the sky with his spear and time almost halted before three massive streaks of lightning detonated out of the trident towards the sky, ripping open the grey curtains that had obscured the universe. The clouds were sundered, broken away as the streaks of lightning cut past them as if they were made of nothing. Seconds passed. Before he knew it, before he could know, the sky erupted with brilliant and countless streaks of lightning that seemed continuous, that seemed unending as the ground was lit up with thousands upon thousands of lightning strikes. And he felt every single one. He was in rapture as he smelt the burnt air, the smell of ozone permeating through the air and into his nose. The heavens were unleashed, the cage that held all that potential power, ripped apart, as lightning continued to chip away at the mountain that he stood on. He could feel the rising temperature, the thick droplets of rain that had pelted him broke into smaller, insignificant droplets that felt warm to the touch, heated by the high temperatures of countless lightning strikes. He breathed in deeply, the warm burnt air sucked into his body. He closed his eyes, tightening his hold on the connection he felt, the connection that allowed him to feel the thousands of strikes. He clenched his jaw, he clenched hard as he pushed his will firmly on the lightning storm he created. His hand that held on the spear shook as he drove his intent, his desire towards his spear, and as seconds fell away, as seconds were ticked off, he felt the thousands of strikes reduce in numbers, slowly and slowly until the number of lightning strikes ebbed away into nothing. His control was absolute. He felt the world obey, all of it in his control in that particular moment, and he felt godlike. Was this what Zeus, what Odin, what Thor, felt like? When they'd gotten nature to obey them, to do as they willed. He opened his eyes and he almost lost control when he saw. His spear was luminescent, alight with power as it shone brightly with magic and lightning. He understood now. All that potential, all that charge was held by him in that moment. He felt in control, in absolute control as the power resided within him. He was the center, he was the core, the heart of the storm. The sharp sounds of lightning crackling drew him back into the moment and knew that it was time. Time to see, to unleash the power that he currently held. He tightened his hold onto the spear, and drew it back, slowly, and leveled it parallel to the ground with a bent arm. He felt the pressure build up within him, his magic reveling in anticipation as the density of arcane energy surrounding him increased. With a fierce outcry he stabbed his spear forward and nothing occurred for a split second until the very air exploded, almost lifting him off his feet. Three thick tendrils of lightning spewed forward from the tips of the trident, a whizzing, buzzing sound echoed through the air as lightning cut across the air. He felt the pure power that was coursing through him, through the spear as it struck a smaller nearby mountain, the sounds of the impact thrumming through the air. He watched in awe as lightning scythed into the face of the mountain. His arm began to buckle and he holstered his wand and gripped the spear with both hands, steadying himself, steadying the spear that was bringing untold amount of damage to the other mountain. The smell of ozone intensified even more and he knew that he needed to draw back. He felt his magic dropping at an alarming rate. He closed his eyes and breathed out heavily as he let go of the lightning, of the storm that he had control over. He forcibly closed the connection and he stumbled, almost falling down. He opened his eyes and saw his spear only softly glowing, no longer spewing immense amount of power. He released the last bit of control and he breathed in and out heavily before he dropped himself on the floor, still holding the spear in both hands. The rain began to slow itself to a drizzle before it ceased completely as he continued to catch his breath. He looked up on the sky and saw the full moon clearly as sky cleared for miles. His eyes gleamed in victory, in triumph. He had control over lightning now. Not complete. Not yet. But all he had to do now was practice. He used the spear as a crutch as he got back to feet. He stared at it intently, his weapon of choice, his medium to the element that he chose. It hummed with power, he knew. He could feel the lightning that it channeled, the absorbed power of the storm. Once more he pointed it skyward and a single stream of lightning spewed forward, thin streak of lightning before he ended it immediately. His smile widened as he understood. It absorbed the power of the storm and now he no longer needed to channel nature magic to the same degree to conjure powerful lightning. He already had the ability to wandlessly conjure lightning but it had been weak. Now, with the spear. His eyes gleamed. He had a powerful weapon now that he could channel nature magic through as an extension of himself, reducing the taxing that channeling nature magic does. It was a weapon that he would not need most of the time but it would be there for when he'd need it. And that would make the difference between life and death. His family ability made that nudge clear. He looked towards the sky. Soon he'd be in France, fighting to the death with hundreds if not thousands of enemies. Finally, he'd be able to let loose. Support me to read all of my chapters between a few weeks to a month or so early. Patreon/boombox117